Hello. In the early hours of today, Sunday, March 24, 2024, security agencies rescued abducted school children in Kaduna State, northwest Nigeria. The security agents recovered the children unharmed. The governor of the state, Mr. Uba Sani, told the media that the operation freed 137 children. The rescue operation happened a few days before the ransom deadline. When the government kidnapped the children on March 7, 2024, the school authorities announced that they took 280 children hostage. Kaduna authorities are yet to explain the reason for the discrepancy in the number of students abducted and the number released. They also did not say whether the government of Kaduna State paid ransom for the release of the children. The kidnappers had demanded 1 billion naira, and the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had vowed not to pay any ransom. 7 million Senegalese are going to the polls today to elect a new president. The long-delayed election damaged the reputation of the West African country as a beacon of democracy. 17 candidates are on the ballot. They each hope to replace the outgoing president, Mr. Macky Sall, who could not run again after serving 2 terms in office. The election was initially scheduled for February 2024 until Sall postponed it. It triggered a democratic crisis and several mass protests. The leading candidates are former Prime Minister Ahmadu Ba from the governing BBY coalition. His strongest challenger is Basiru Faye. Mr. Faye was just released from prison last week. The government had detained him since April 2023 on charges of insurrection, which he said were politically motivated. A female candidate is on the ballot for president for the first time in 10 years. She is Anta Babakar Ngong, a 40-year-old leading the ARC party. Whoever wins will have the unenviable task of rebuilding Senegal's reputation as one of the few West African countries where democracy thrives. It is 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 p.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Dakar, Senegal, and 7:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. Wherever you are watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolf Okonkwo. My co-host, Chidi Ugwu, is on assignment. Our guest today is Dr. Chidi Ugwu. Chidi Ugwu has a PhD in health anthropology. He has taught anthropology and qualitative methods at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, since 2011, and has guest lectured at the University of Melbourne's School of Population and Global Health since 2017. He's a fellow of the African Humanities Program and the Institute of Advanced Studies at Harvard University. His research interests are around the asymmetries of knowledge and power. And to highlight these, he explores the landscape of public health, politics, and religion. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ugwu to the show. Dr. Ugwu, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much for having me, Rudolf.
Yeah, it's nice to have you. Thanks for joining us, and we're getting
Okay, so let me do something.
Do you have the fan on? There was something.
Yes.
Dr. Wu is joining us from UNN,
Yes.
University of Nigeria. Okay, very good. Thank you so much for joining us. So let's start with the issue in the news, which is the release of the kidnapped school children out of Kaduna in northern Nigeria. So what is the take on that?
Yeah, I think generally I'm one of those who uh, think that this is one more symptom of the failure that Nigeria has become. There's no other way a state becomes a failure than the inability of the state to secure its citizens, to guarantee that you move around unmolested, unharassed. Um, so my take generally is there's something cooking, political behind these things. We began to see this from the time of Goodluck Jonathan, shortly even before, and then during the time of Buhari, some twist happened, but they didn't want to just give up and stop, so that people wouldn't say that it stopped when Buhari was there, and so that when it continues, people won't. So I think generally there's something we are not being told, but I think this is if the government wants this to end, like Abacha one is reputed to have said, if insurgency lasts more than 24 hours, then government has a hand in it. So I don't know how much President Tinubu has uh, interest in allowing this to continue. I don't know what interest he's trying to protect by not going all out to confront this. But I think that if those in charge at the moment, led by Tinubu himself, want this to end in the next 1 week, this should be history. But it looks like there's a section of Nigeria, perhaps some people who came in from outside Nigeria, but somehow have affiliation with a certain group of people in Nigeria who the government is careful about rupturing, and we are letting this go on because perhaps next 4 years is the consideration and not necessarily the safety of the populations in the north of Nigeria.
Is UNN secure? Is it safe? The environment of University of Nigeria and so on.
Yes, at the risk of people thinking that people in UNN thinking that these things going around in the news are happening outside of the country. People in UNN in Nsukka, people are moving around, having fun, eating their what you call bushmeat here and drinking their palm wine, and doing their writing and research. So people only feel concerned about these things when you have to go to Enugu sometimes, the road linking Nsukka to Enugu. Sometimes you hear this news of some kidnap, but somehow it looks like it is overblown in the news than people experience on the ground. So generally, UNN itself is very safe, but
How did they secure UNN? I know that Futo is not safe. The environment around Futo is not safe. Federal University of Technology, were. But how did you guys at UNN secure the university?
I think that's somehow, but providentially, we are the people who the forces that are causing this security are not remembering UNN somehow. For some reason, UNN is not in the radar, but we know that some neighboring communities bordering northern Nigeria, the place like Enugu Ezike, for example, which is the northernmost Igbo community before you enter Benue and Kogi. Then you also have another community around the Nsukka area, the Osowani community. We have had some skirmishes here and there, security concerns, but the UNN itself and the Nsukka, the central Nsukka area where the UNN is, we haven't had any incidents of some attack or conflict between farmers and herders or something like that.
And no kidnapping.
No, we haven't had that. I think it's in Enugu, the University of Nigeria Enugu campus teaching hospital, that we once a few weeks ago had some kidnapping happened. But we haven't had that in Nsukka. We haven't, as far as I'm concerned. I'm sure that we haven't.
Okay.
Even
So,
the one, some people said it was a replay of what happened some 2 years ago, that people were just replaying as a form of scaremongering. I don't know.
so you guys at UNN are free to do your research and to do your teachings, and so academic work is going well at UNN, I'm assuming.
Yes, we are just in the middle of the second semester examination. As I talk to you, I'm in my office. The doors and windows are open, and there's no security concern at all in the Nsukka campus of the university.
So while you are there and you are looking at the country and the issue of insecurity in the country, what do people like you, researchers and people in academia, what do you hear? What do you see? How do you read the whole country and the environment security-wise?
Yeah, I think it would be foolish for one who is cocooned in an environment like UNN to think that you are safe because the little community where you are ensconced is safe and secure, because your life doesn't begin and end in that university. You have to move around. You have to attend events in Enugu. You have to perhaps go to Abuja or Lagos for some visa interview, even if you have to travel for some academic scholarly engagement. So my sense is that I am not surprised. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm not surprised that that some people get this feeling, but I'm also one of those who feel very concerned that we have come to this sorry pass where the country has failed. But I'm also one of those who do not necessarily expect Nigeria to succeed as a country, because historically Nigeria was not constituted to succeed. It's a result of some capitalist expansionist movement that was instituted to extract resources and was not instituted to govern, to organize. So I think generally what is happening is people like me expect that what is happening in Nigeria now should happen. Even from the time that you had the uprisings in the north, where some people from the south were killed, from up to the war that happened in 1967 to 70, and up to what you have now happening, and all the agitations and the banditry and the all sorts of things you have now happening in Nigeria are not surprising to any trained eyes, like myself, because I know that to extract resources, Nigeria is full of resources, just like DRC. DRC and Nigeria are too rich, too gifted to be peaceful. So all these you see happening are not necessarily people just being angry and coming up to challenge the Nigerian state. There are some unseen hands, even internationally, who are interested in keeping the place as unorganized as it is, to be able to take out the resources that we see that people take out of Nigeria, from the oil, the gold, the logs of wood that people like China and all sorts of people. I have instances to give you if you have time, as to why I'm not surprised that what is happening is happening. And I think that we are just pawns in someone's chess game, and we are just victims of some game that people are playing, including even the schoolgirls that you started the thing with, which we can touch on if we have all the time. So I think basically we are unlucky to be found in a certain part of the world at a certain period of time in history, where the forces of the forces of capitalist global capital are focused on and harnessing resources that need to be harnessed, and in a way that since colonialism ended, you need another form of external control to be able to keep those resources coming. And so some of these things you see, the kidnapping and all sorts of things, actually just things that people see happening. But if you go behind the scenes, those places people are being sacked from, the Jaws in Meduguri and all sorts of, there are places that have been identified as very rich in resources. And when people are sacked from their villages, we know what follows is for people to go in there to mine resources unchallenged.
Hmm. So if someone like you, professor at the university, is talking this way, like there is 60 years of independence, and we are still blaming global powers for keeping us where we are, what do you expect ordinary people on the streets? Is it not a failure of smart people like you to figure out why we are where we are and how we can get away from that, get out of this situation? Honestly.
So the thing is, smartness does not, the force of arms will always trounce smartness that is not armed. You saw what happened in Nigeria last time around when the last round of elections. People like me, I became part of the political movement that people have called the obedient movement. We try to unseat the forces of backwardness by getting into the political fray. And because people are saying you are just in the classroom speaking grammar and writing and publishing in journals that very few people get to read. And then we decided to get involved as much as we did, but we also saw how the whole thing was hijacked. So I think generally I haven't thrown my hands in the air to say we are giving up because the global forces have taken over. But you must recognize your problem. You need to know your enemies to be able to know how to confront that enemy. If you wish away your enemy, you eventually end up being even more vanquished. So I'm not blaming. I blame. We take the blame. If you ask me, Africans. If you look at what Japanese did, the Chinese, Singapore, and all sorts of places where people have managed to rally themselves and to get out of the clutches of the global power dynamics. People have the local populations have always taken that responsibility, but it first had to start with recognizing whom your enemy is, and to be able to mobilize your people and the resources necessary to confront it. So well, I don't know, but it takes a lot of insight to recognize the mightiness, if you like that word, of what you are confronted with. If you look at the history of Africa, for example, from the Thomas Sankaras of this world to all sorts of people who have tried to challenge these forces, you will always end up being vanquished, because these forces are so powerful that individual scholars like myself will always find it difficult getting our ass together to come. And you have seen what Nigeria has done to the people have seized power. People who have no intellectual basis to govern well have seized power, and it takes raw, naked force to govern. If you come out to challenge in any way, lead protests, come out to it's raw, naked force that has no regard for decency that has taken over. So I think I don't know how all this will end, but it takes continuous strategizing in our thinking out of the box to see what becomes of this. People like Peter B have gone into the ring, and all sorts of people who think that you should get involved instead of just staying by the side to speak.
Hmm.
And we hope that that things will improve, going forward.
Yeah, you mentioned Congo a little while ago, and I know that after they killed Patrice Lumumba 6 months after independence, the country has not improved. But I think that Congo, you can say, is just as large or larger than Nigeria, and the issues are so many. But in the case of Nigeria, we have a lot of people, intellectuals that could have been the leadership foundation, give the leadership the tools they need to be able to confront these global powers. Because if you look at India, India is coming out of that. India is going to be one of the powers of the world. If they can do it in India, why can't we do it in Nigeria?
Yeah, I'm still studying the Indian context to be able to find out what they have done differently, that we haven't been able to. But I think there's a bit of luck in nationalist movements. At the period when we had thinkers in the corridors of power, some historical happenstance took away the energy that they needed to use to organize Nigeria. And then the energy was diverted to some ethnic wrangling and war, and all sorts of things that had gotten us to the way we are today. So I think somehow India managed to get people who have some statesmen who can organize and who managed to put things in place. India is not perfect. You still have some ethnic wrangling here and there. You still have some religious tension here and there. But somehow, generally, they are doing better because people who are in power have their hearts in the right place. The thing is against that, but the Nigerian case is a case of people who have no business controlling, organizing human beings, taking the reins of power and thinking only about themselves, about the next elections, nothing about how do we organize ourselves over the next 50 years, over the next 100 years, what becomes of our children over the next 100 years. This is what you find Indian leaders in India thinking about. So perhaps this has some connection with the kind of education that our leaders have got, the people we have in power today, even some who don't even have an education in the first place. So I'm still trying to compare. Perhaps we can come to this in subsequent editions to just compare what is really going on. What is the difference? What have we got wrong that Indians have got right, and all that. It's an interesting thing.
All right. So Nnamdi Azikiwe founded UNA, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. And the motto of the university is to restore the dignity of man. How far?
Okay, so the University of Nigeria was founded to lead the intellectual arm of the decolonization process. That's basically how to summarize it. Because people like Zik thought that it wasn't enough to ask the British to leave. The British had deposited something in the consciousness of the African that you needed to get around somehow, and you need this kind of education. Before UNN, there was a University of Ibadan, for example, which was established in 1948, but as an extension of the University College in London, just like the University of Ghana in Legon. But somehow Zik thought that you needed a shift away from that. What Ibadan had that UNN, what Ibadan didn't have that UNN now eventually came to introduce, is the independence of thinking. The land grant, the university was established as a land grant institution to do locally relevant research. Ibadan was established as an institution to produce the clerks, the manpower just to service the civil service of the colonial civil service. But eventually, somehow, they began to rally themselves to do other things after colonialism ended. So, to restore the dignity of man, Zik meant that the dignity of the African had been eroded through the slave period and some other, colonial process and all that. You needed an institution to begin to talk to people to restore that dignity, to let people know that they are still fully human despite all that has happened. But somehow, what we have seen, UNN has done a lot in that regard, introducing a lot of things that didn't exist in the Nigerian university system prior. But what we have seen is the unfortunate process of the Nigerianness. Perhaps the name Nigeria in the University of Nigeria seems to be a jinx. Nigerianness has penetrated the institution, seeping through everything from the powers that be influencing the admission process, what students get to be admitted, who gets to be employed to join the academe in the university. Everything has been compromised, and it becomes difficult to continue to restore the dignity of man in that context. But what we need to recognize is that it is UNN has been an has been an unfortunate recipient of the anyhowness that Nigeria has become in terms of institutional the respect for institutionalization. There's an institution that needs to be respected. The bureaucracy needs to be respected, but somehow, because the people who have taken the reins of power think that there's something you call prebendalism. People influence the institutional processes based on who is involved. If they are relatives or they are friends and church members and all sorts of associates are involved, they begin to interfere with the process. So this UNN has been an unfortunate recipient of this prebendalist clientelism that Nigeria has become, and it has ruptured the institution a lot. So we still have, a good number of people. You remember the Pareto principle, for example. If you have at least 20% who are doing well in an institution, it's enough to sustain that institution. But in UNN and perhaps one or two, a few other universities, the other 80% would not allow even the 20% to function. And that is the that is the sorry pass. But somehow we are managing to do well, taking first position in publication in Nigerian universities, for example. I don't know how much you follow
Yeah,
what is happening.
I see that. We'll get to that. I see those lists. Sometimes UNN we may do well. Sometimes I won't see UNN on the top 10. But we talk about that. But let me ask you, because I was at UNN for a semester in the 90s, and when I was there, there was the lion was still alive. Now people are telling me that you don't even see the footsteps of the lion. Not that the lion is gone, but the footsteps of the lion. Um, I assume that you went to UNN before you started teaching there.
Yes.
So how strong is the brand UNN?
It depends on what you are looking for. In my own time, as an undergraduate, I have had all my education in UNN. Somehow I wanted to move out for postgraduate studies, but for one reason or the other, I ended up just doing all my studies here, even though afterwards I have had some stints here and there. My undergraduate days, you had people who were trained. Many of my teachers were trained abroad. Cambridge, Sorbonne, and all sorts of places. Somehow they have been replaced by people who most of whom were trained in UNN, and it looks like it's not very good for the institution. But what has happened over the years is that the people who trained us were not focused on writing and publishing in high impact journals. That which is what the university has got us to do now. The university is now fixated on getting staff to publish in the best journals in the world. And people have taken this challenge, and it has compromised the teaching quality. That's what we have had lately, because people are more focused on writing and publishing, and somehow we have less dedication for the teaching itself. So it's only those who have the vocation, who think they have the calling to teach, that are still giving enough time and attention to teaching. But generally, I think UNN is not where I think it should be. It is not doing badly as an institution that is located in a dysfunctional state like Nigeria, but it's not doing. Perhaps I don't know whether I'm influenced by what I see when I move around to Harvard, Chicago, and some other places. I think it's not where it should be, but it's doing better than many Nigerian. In fact, most Nigerian universities come to UNN to copy our publication practices and all sorts of things that we do. How we promote staff, how we reward people for publications and teaching. I don't know what is what UNN is. Why people think that UNN is the model. UNIZIK, EBSU, other universities in Kogi and Ilori and some other places, when we introduce practices for promotion and assessment and all sorts of things, you see that other universities, even NUC, is copying the current assessment protocol that we have in UNN. So perhaps because I'm within the institution, I may not be seeing all that is good about the institution, but I'm not satisfied as to how far we have come. But it looks like we are not doing badly from external, from external eyes.
Okay, so there are many lists out there of top universities by different organizations, and sometimes I'll see UNN on it, sometimes I won't see UNN. Like this one that I'm looking at, I just Googled top universities in Nigeria. There's no UNN on the top 7. But the way I look at it, when I look at world ranking of universities, the first 500 universities in the world, there's no Nigerian university on the list. No, even the first 1,000. So that's not satisfactory to me. I don't care that UNN or University of Ibadan is the top 10 in Nigeria. But if it comes to Africa and you count 500 universities in Africa, and I don't think I see any Nigerian university. Isn't that terrible? Why is that?
Okay, so I'll give you an honest answer. Nigeria is not a knowledge-driven country. Nigeria is a natural resource cost country caught up in Dutch disease. Any society that is not knowledge-driven will not have excellent universities. Once the state actors have money to spend, irrespective of whether there is knowledge production or not, education will suffer in that environment. The Nigerian context is that you have some natural resource that the politicians are fixated on, the political actors, especially the petroleum. There are also gold, bauxite, all sorts of other things, but petroleum, it looks like that's something they are drunken in. And in that context, the state actors will not care as to what becomes of the education in that society. So if you trace the trajectory of the collapse of public education, time was when people used to come from the US. I spent 1 year in Harvard, from where I returned early last year of fellowship, and I met a man called Byron Good, who told me an elderly man, that he spent 2 years in the 1960s, late 1960s in UNN, shortly before the war began. He was looking for a place to study about another continent that is not America. And he had to do some consultation, eventually ended up coming to the UNN. You had Indians, you had people from all sorts of places who were coming here. The secret was that was the period before the oil became a thing. Before the oil boom of the 70s, you had the regional system where every region survived on what they produced. So you did not have a choice. That the chemistry of the system was you needed to educate your populations to be able to outcompete the other regions, because you didn't have any free meal anywhere like you have now in Nigeria. So you had no choice. You needed to educate your citizens so that they could produce, they could help to bring the intellectual input to help you build a viable society, in terms of agriculture and all sorts of things in industry, technology. So once a country is caught up in that, so we had the unfortunate we had unfortunate happenstance of having people who were not statesmen, being in charge of the reins when oil became a thing, instead of organizing the system to be sure that whether oil or no oil, the system would continue to run. I won't blame oil outright, because if you go to the US, for example, and some other places, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, all sorts of places, people are organizing themselves and making progress despite the natural resources. So it had this human element that also played a key role in getting Nigeria to collapse the way it did. Now, the university system is paying a big price for the fixation on natural resources by the state actors, because the university system is organized in such a way that it goes down eventually to political decision making, as to whether the universities, the educational institutions perform well or not. Now, there are institutions, there are instruments with which the state actors monitor the universities. You have even though we talk about university autonomy, where autonomy simply means that scholars and intellectual scientists should be allowed to pursue their thoughts and to teach, so long as they are not preaching hate and they are not inciting violence, to think freely and to teach freely and to explore the world the way they deem fit. But what has happened in the case of Nigeria is that this autonomy, you're allowed to teach, to say whatever you like, but the government still interferes in terms of even influencing who becomes your vice chancellor, in terms of influencing who becomes the pro-chancellor, the chairman of council. And these are the instruments that the state actors should deploy to control and to monitor what happens in the universities. If you have people in government who have their hearts in the right place, these are instruments they use to monitor, to be sure that the vice chancellors are spending monies wisely, providing laboratory and classroom equipment, all sorts of things that people need. There's also, even beyond the council, there's the visitation panel that they should deploy. There are all sorts of instruments. But once the state actors do not think that the resources to run the state should come from the ingenuity of their populace, the strength with which they monitor the system to be sure that the universities run well will begin to fizzle. That's what we have found in the case of Nigeria, where people who have no business in power have taken up the political space, and they are determining what becomes of everything, including the university system. We cannot rise above the quality of the political leadership in the country. That's the unfortunate reality.
All right. Thank you for that. And let's go to the issues in tertiary education in Nigeria. What do you consider the most pressing issue? Is it about funding? Is it about infrastructure? Is it about outdated syllabus? What is the major thing that you confront as a lecturer at the university?
Everything you have mentioned and more. I was in my undergraduate days. I remember reading Stalin, who was telling his followers in one of his public appearances that whenever you are confronted with that specific issues, without considering the general issues that subsume those particular issues, you'll eventually come up against that general problem in particular ways without realizing what is confronting you. I want to look. I always like to look at the big picture. What is the big frame? What is the model? What will help us explain what we are going through, instead of taking issues of perhaps poor payment and lack of equipment in laboratory and all sorts of things. I want to look at the big picture to ask myself, why does the Nigerian state not care about the education system generally. Why do the state actors see the intellectuals as enemies and not friends in nation building? What is the explanation for the anti-intellectual consciousness that you have among state actors? So these are some of the issues. If you are minded to look at the big picture, what will confront you is what I have been trying to explain. Why do the Nigerian lecturers and professors used to be paid even higher than Supreme Court judges in the 70s and the early 80s? You know, even the generals used to collect less pay than the professors when the Nigeria was still running in the regions that needed to overtake other regions. So if you need to compete, if you are knowledge driven, you value the intellectual, you value the scientist more than you do every other sector. So what I think confronting me, poor pay, which is the reason many of my friends have left. I'm still very reluctant to leave the Nigerian university system for reasons that I think are self-motivated. Not They have nothing to do with how much I'm being provided for. I have problems with overwhelming number of students that you have to supervise, overwhelming number of students you have to teach. That's the challenge of infrastructure generally. In fact, people who are hardest hit are those in the pure natural sciences who lack basic laboratory equipment, some of whom have to send specimens outside of Nigeria to have analysis done for them. You know, so but basically, I think it's reductionist to just focus on one issue to say, this is the problem I'm facing. The thing is multifaceted, and I'm not expecting education and university education in Nigeria in the next few years to improve. I'll be deluding myself because when I look at the quality of people who have taken the reins of power at this time, it will be stupid of me to think that they will improve education in the first place. In fact, it is a nuisance value that the people who are in charge now see more. It is, in fact, it is you who teach people, who conscientize the upcoming generations to begin to ask questions about why they are using the resources, the way they use those resources. So it is the nuisance value that they see more, and that is why they need to punish us whenever we go on strike. We demand for more pay. We demand that the education sector should be given due consideration in the scheme of things. The people who are holding power now have no interest in making that happen, because you do not need to control a population. You don't need mass awareness. If you are not sincere about the use of power for public good, you will also not be sincere about getting the mass, to enlighten the masses, because it will be counterproductive for you, to hold power as against the public will. So that is why the anti-intellectual consciousness you see manifest in Abuja and some other government houses. That's for me. That's the explanation.
Okay, so we know the big picture. You've explained that very well, but the little picture. I give you an example. Every semester, parents, some of them went to UNN in the 80s and the 90s. They want their children to experience what they experienced. And last semester, I think sometime last year, some parents took their kids who gained admission to the university to see them in their dorms and let them, just like you do it anywhere in the world, let them go moving. And what they saw, they were horrified. They made several videos. I don't actually have some of the videos. I don't have the videos, but I can show you pictures of some places at UNN today that are online. These are students posting pictures of uncompleted buildings, buildings that are in decay. This is your University of Nigeria. Look at a dorm. I used to be a student. It wasn't like this when I was a student at UNN. So what happened? How did UNN, the premier university in Nigeria, end up like this? And what's the problem? How do you resolve it? Because this is what people see first. This is what people are now sending their kids to private schools, private universities, at the expense of universities like UNN. So what's
Okay,
going?
so I think the UNN has a peculiar problem. I have visited a number of Nigerian universities. I'll be lying to you if I do not recognize that UNN is a basket case. I visited the Lorry, Oka, BUK, Zaria, all sorts of universities around, and I see that they particularly make more use of the TET fund, the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, than we are managing to do here in UNN. What has happened? I think there have been more. I don't know. It's difficult to explain what has happened, but I think perhaps there have been more um, external interference in the selection of the leadership in the institution. In external interference that is not necessarily public spirited. And when leadership is selected in such a fashion, it makes it likely that the leadership will not work in the interest of the institution. I'm still trying to find an explanation that I can bet on, as to why the university is in this sorry pass. And perhaps sometime in the future it will be possible to get answers to some of these. But I think that leadership has been a major problem because every university in Nigeria receives some money from the government, and for some reason, part of the agreement that the ASU arrived at with the government after the signing of this 2009 ASU FGAN agreement was what they call the monitoring team, budget monitoring committee, that should keep an eye on how the monies received from government and even generated internally are spent, and so to be able to keep account of these things. But somehow that committee in UNN hasn't managed to be effective. At some point, it took some time to set it up. When it was set up, you had some stories of the membership being influenced in one way or the other. So it beggars, I don't know. It's difficult for me to explain why the university seems to not be doing as much as other universities in terms of infrastructure. I know that in terms of publications and all sorts of things, people are just doing well, pulling themselves by their own bootstraps, publishing in the best journals in the world. But it doesn't look like we are doing as well when it comes to infrastructure. And I think that external interference in the choice, in the selection of the leadership of the institution has played a key role in this process. I'm not, I'm not.
Hold on there. Let me ask you: is it true that for a while now, for you to be the vice chancellor of UNN, you have to be someone who is from Nsukka area? Is that true?
No, since the 1960 that the university took off, nobody from Nsukka area has ever been the vice chancellor of the university.
Up to now?
Up till now. Since from 1960 up till now.
So,
the first vice chancellor was a white person. Second one was a black guy from somewhere. Then from all sorts of people from other parts of the country, Imo, Anambra, Abia, and all sorts of places.
so
No person from Nsukka has ever been the vice chancellor of the university.
is that the problem?
I don't know. Perhaps it's difficult to provide that answer, because if we have had anybody from Nsukka, perhaps it will be possible to compare, to say, okay, when this person was here, this is what he did that others are now not doing. So it's difficult to say that, because perhaps it depends on, a lot depends on the individual. But I think that why the logic as to why many federal universities in Nigeria are insisting on someone from that community being the vice chancellor is that they think that people from the outside may not have the patriotic commitment to sustaining and building up the institution. That people who see themselves as sojourners, people who are sojourning and who eventually leave the institution may not have the level of commitment to invest in that institution as those who own the institution. But for me, it's not foolproof. It's possible to get someone from there who will stay not. After all, the governors in Nigeria who have been governing their states and amassing all the wealth, they are from that state, but they haven't managed to improve the state as we desire. Like people like Oti is managing to do, Alex Oti is managing to do at the moment. So I can't bet on that. The fact that it's because someone from Nsukka hasn't been a vice chancellor that the university is not doing as much as others in terms of infrastructure, especially. I can't bet on that.
Because I was at Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Oka. It looks good. Places I went to, compared to what I'm seeing, the pictures I'm seeing from UNN.
Yes, I've also been to Oka, and I think they are managing to do better. Not just Oka, even SU to here. Some of the universities you regard as people who think about UNN as Harvard, as Cambridge. Many of them come when they get to the UNN. They don't feel very proud of what they see. But I think when they when they want to copy principles and rules and all sorts of things, they still look up to the university, and they perhaps they're asking themselves what is really going wrong in terms of infrastructure. But I think that the current leadership is managing to do well, but somehow perhaps the cumulative effect of what the past leaderships have done up to this point uh, haven't managed to give the university the leverage to, because the TED fund, for example, if you cannot defend the fact that how you spent monies you received in the past, it's difficult for you to continue to access. I've seen other universities like University of Ibadan, some other places who are using the monies from TED fund to erect high-rise buildings and all sorts of. But it's difficult to find such edifices.
Yeah,
Uh,
why? Because at UN at Nnamdi Azikiwe, I saw so many buildings. I tell you, I've not been to any Nigerian university in the past 30 years or so, more or not up to 30. But when I got there, I saw buildings with that TEF fund written on it. And you mean you don't have any at UNN?
no, we do have TED fund, but I don't I think that for some reason we are not taking advantage of TED fund as much as other universities are managing to do. So I don't know how to defend it, but I think everything rises and falls on leadership, like John Maxwell would say. So we have a number of buildings here labeled TED fund and all that, but when I go to other universities and see the multiplicity of buildings and infrastructure that have been sponsored by TED fund, I begin to ask myself, whether it is the extension of the same marginalization of the Igbo person. But I also know that these universities in Oka and Enugu, some other places, are still in Igbo land. So it's difficult for me to explain, really, without sounding like I am beginning to indict my own
All right,
leaders.
all right. Apart from publications that professors are doing well at UNN, what else? What about the quality of the education that people are getting? Are there enough professors there at UNN, or have they gone? I know some of them who are here in America. Are there enough to teach the students?
I think there are more than enough. What we talk about now is the quality of the enough of the numbers. So what you have now is a mixed bag of we have had our own fair share of the brain drain that has besought the Nigerian university system because of the poor pay that many people can't put up with, especially um, those who have no way of navigating these things. People like me and a number of other persons have a way of perhaps writing for grants and getting money from here and there to support the little pay that you get. So some of us are managing to stay behind to continue to build up the upcoming generations. So a number of professors have left. A number who were employed in the past few years are not the quality you would want to have. In the past, universities, departments sought the faculty to join them. They would encourage you to join, perhaps as the best graduating student, first class, and all sorts of things. The department would headhunt you, and continue to encourage you to come back, perhaps after the youth service call, to come and join the ranks. Now, many of the best graduating want to japa, travel abroad. Those who eventually manage to join the academe are not necessarily the best, but those who somehow have some, perhaps those who think they have no other choice, or perhaps whose relatives, uncles and aunts are encouraged to join and find a way to grow, to find people to help them, coach them in writing, perhaps put their names here and there, and get them published. So it's a mixed bag. Students experience all sorts of people. It is up to the students to say what they are going through. Students experience quality, different lecturers and professors of different qualities. And perhaps I have also experienced this in other universities I have visited: Cape Town, Chicago, Helsinki, all sorts of places. You still have a number of persons that, for some reason or the other, their employment was influenced. But I think, as a matter of degree, UNN and the number of other universities I may not be detailed about have also not been doing very well recently.
So what about the relationship with students, professors and students? How is that going? I met a professor from UI, and while I was talking to him, he told me that students are rating their professors now at UI. That is, at the end of the semester, students will rate their professors. And it's done, according to him, the way it's done in other parts of the world. In your university, do their students rate their professors?
No, I think a few years ago, it was to be introduced, but I don't know why it wasn't followed through. In fact, a template had been introduced, which the people had vetted and then given their opinions as to how that was likely to play out. But for some reason, it hasn't taken off in the UNN. Now, people are still rated based on publication, basically just publications. But I think that the problem you have, you need to consider the context very closely to be able to adopt. In Nigeria, many people who come to the university are motivated differently from those perhaps you find in other places, where people who go to the university are actually university materials, who will feel angry if they are not being pushed to learn more. In many Nigerian universities, the students do not feel good if you are pushing them to learn more. So if you are pushing them to learn more and the students are given anything to, perhaps you are pushing them to read one article in a week, review one, students will see you as an enemy. And if they are given stuff to rate you, they will rate you poorly. So the thing is, I don't know how it will be interesting to develop for those who my own take when that thing came up was, my own suggestion was, you needed to be a bit more contextual. Don't borrow what people do abroad and come here and say you want to, because students do not necessarily, many people who come here do not necessarily want to learn. The people they rate very highly are lecturers who don't give assignments, who don't, whether you submit your assignment or not, they say, oh, don't worry, we understand, don't worry, just go. And then everybody makes an A or B and all sorts of in their own courses. Those lecturers will score very high. but it doesn't necessarily mean that they teach well. So my own suggestion was in the lines of perhaps you need to ask specific questions. Whether this lecturer taught the courses, did he miss classes without apologies? Did he cover the curriculum? Did he use perhaps if the university has provided enough equipment, perhaps smart board and all sorts of things, how much did this lecturer try to use these things? Just ask specific questions and don't be subjective about it. Don't ask students whether you like this lecturer or not. If you do that, it will be very disastrous. So we haven't adopted that, but I think it will be difficult to implement in this context. So without proper contextualization, you know.
Now, one of the issues we hear about all the time is sex for grade, and I don't think I've seen a lot of instances where UNN was mentioned. It's mainly, I think, University of Ife that is on top of that list, if there's a list like that. How is it going at UNN?
You know, to be sincere with you, it's not present.
No,
You
no,
know,
no. Don't say it's not present. No, no, not
no,
that it's present.
no, I said that is, how do I say? It is not in the front burner. It's not. It's difficult. I can't remember the last time I heard "Set for Grace" in UNN, for example. That's the point I'm making. If it's happening, it is very coded, like Nigerians say. Perhaps there's a certain level of negotiation that goes on that makes it not combustible in the way we see in other universities. So we have had one or two cases in the past, in about 10, 12 years ago, when two lecturers were sacked from UNN because of that incident. But lately, I haven't had that as a concerning issue, you know, in UNN. It's not. You know, I can't remember the last time I heard. That's just the point. That's just the sincere
For
thing to say.
for someone who knows Nigeria, that would be scary if it's not being discussed. Because I'll give you an example. Even when I was a student in Nigeria, I know that a place like IMT Enugu is that's more like a culture of that place. So, but it's not been. I've never had IMT Enugu in any conversation where they are talking about sex for grade and what to do. So it worries me when I don't see an institution like IMT, which means that it's allowed. It's something that everybody accepts as part of our culture, you know. So it should be an issue in every university in Nigeria. I don't think there's anywhere that you can say there's an exception. Abroad, it's also an issue but it's being dealt with by training, by emphasizing, telling the students they have the right to report this. So it's more like a human thing if you want to look at it from the fundamental power dynamics. So the fact that it's not being discussed at UNN, it scares me. Like it's not being. It means that maybe.
So I think it has.
Go ahead.
I think it has. Yeah, I think it has something to do with. I don't know whether we are still on. Can you
Yeah,
still
I can
hear
hear you.
me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Go ahead. I can hear
Was
you.
I
Yeah, I
was
can
I
hear you.
thrown out? Okay. Yeah. So I think it may have some. It may have something to do with the quality of students you have. You know, if the students that are admitted and they can't stand on their 2 feet, it's difficult for them to depend on themselves to read and to write their exams and write their essays and do well and be sure about what they have done. You will have more students reporting this, resisting, and then so if you have if you have resistance from students because they believe in themselves, it will make it more, it will be likelier for these issues to be brought forward for discussion. But I know that abroad in the US, in the UK, in some other places, you remember that the time I was in Harvard was a time when the Komarov, John Komarov, I don't know whether you heard that story, was a very popular sex-related story in Harvard, where John Komarov, the husband of Jean Komarov, was involved. There were allegations that he sexually harassed some postgraduate students of anthropology, and they began to write petitions and to protest and all sorts of things. And somehow, members of faculty in the Department of Anthropology wrote to support him, and students even went to court and began to organize protests. And eventually, the man was compelled to resign, and even his wife eventually was to resign. I don't know the latest now. So there are other universities where these things happen, but it still goes back to the point I made about the quality of students that you have. What is the process of admitting students? In many Nigerian universities, there are a number of considerations that enter the process of admission that eventually water down the quality of the students you have. And once the quality of students is poor, it is likelier for the students to not protest. If a lecturer suggests, a male or a female lecturer suggests sex for grades, the students is likelier to give in, because they know that the alternative would be for them to stand on their 2 feet and work hard and pass. So once you have a sizable number of students who cannot stand on their 2 feet, it makes it difficult for you to get them report such overtures. So I think I don't know. Don't have all the answers, but this is my own off the top of my head. What I think may be part of the explanation as to why these things are not being discussed. If the lecturers have oversupply of weak female students, they will have more than enough to play with, and then the rest they can allow the strong ones to be.
So UNN has. You're saying that there's no oversupply of weak students at UNN. That's why it's not
Yes.
an issue. Okay, all right. Let's leave that.
Yeah, so I don't have all the explanation, but I'm just. This is just a hypothetical explanation.
Yeah.
I
All right.
can't bet on.
All right, we've done 1 hour, and we are going to let our audience to join us in this conversation. But as we let them in, I want to also talk about the work you do. You're an anthropologist. What does that really mean in today's Nigeria, to be an anthropologist?
Yeah, to be an anthropologist in Nigeria today is also relatable to the fact of being a political scientist, being all sorts of things that people study to be to become, that eventually do not have provisions within the nation space. So to be an anthropologist today in Nigeria is to be an angry, informed person who sees the world, knows the world can be better, but the world keep getting worse. Time was when anthropology was the in thing in those days, where anthropology actually started in Europe, where you had well as a formal university discipline, you had the colonial process going on, and you needed people to go, because the European powers were facing lots of resistance from different societies they were trying to conquer. So you needed to study and understand those societies better to be able to know how best to control them. So you needed anthropologists to go help you study, understand those societies. That was the time when anthropology, those we call ethnographers, those who go to locate themselves in certain human groups, within certain human groups, study them, understand their language, and write about them, report back to the empire. And the empire collated the information and eventually used that to go and conquer those groups. Perhaps introducing all sorts of subtle strategies based on the knowledge acquired by the anthropologists. But today, what it means is to be able to understand, the anthropologist understands how the world works, tries to provide solutions, but you are talking to decision makers, political office holders that are not necessarily interested in organizing society. So the anthropologist is just an angry intellectual trying to make progress, profess solutions, talk to policymakers. I have had meetings, series of things, studies I have done where I've had to meet with government officials, meet with people who make decisions, and eventually you find that they are motivated differently from what the direction you are pointing. So to be an anthropologist today is to be a university professor teaching.
All right, our guest is the computer is frozen. I think I hope he's aware of that. He will rejoin us. He's joining us all the way from UNN, so you can imagine the connections over there. But when he comes back, we are going to let our audience in so that they can also ask him questions. I still have some questions about the way they promote professors at Nigerian universities. It's becoming something that is scandal reading about promotional process. So we will we'll come back with him and then continue the conversation. All right. So I think at this point we should take a break, and when we come back, we will go to the next stage of the conversation, which is bringing in the audience to weigh in on what has become an interesting conversation about universities in Nigeria, with specific emphasis on UNN, which we know most of the time we don't hear news out of that place. I don't know why. It's not too far away from Lagos and Abuja, but all right, we'll take a break. We'll come back and continue the conversation.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you bunye lo kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo, mma olaga do ni piazugo, akwa mwilo chio biko rapuzo, kona bazia. Onyo mazoro biko abamba wazoro dasari ibya unyane bana mo ulaga dori biazigo mo ulaga dori biazigo abamba wilo chino bigora fuzoro ona wazia. Mazi weko mama odogu no kwerezu nanka onyo mani gadele mo mazi ni mazi ibu go wuti baladi.
I think you are missed.
Welcome back. We have our guest back, and thank you for standing by. If you want to join the conversation, please, the link is on the comment section. You can click on it. And if you come into the studio, please turn on your camera. I will bring you in. So, Dr. Ugwu, let's. I was asking you before you left, or maybe I wanted to ask you about the promotional system you have. You know, how people go from being lecturer, senior lecturer, professor, and all those things, which is tied to publications. And we had this kind of I think 2 years ago at Futo, where Issa Pantami was serving minister. I think, no, he was a minister. Yeah, he was a minister. And then he got promoted to be a professor at Futo. And the ASO at the local university didn't support that. What is the process at UNN? How does it go? I can't hear you.
Okay. Yeah, in UNN, it's...
Go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like the system is threatening to throw me out again. Can you
hear you? You can hear you. It's just there's a delay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. There's a delay, but go ahead. Go ahead. We can hear you. All right. That's part of the issue with technology. Let me bring in some of our people who are here. All right. Ansat, welcome to the show. Master Prince, welcome to the show. Ovie, welcome to the show. And hopefully the internet will sustain our guest. Okay, welcome back, Dr. Chidi.
Sorry, I think you have managed to do well so far. I don't know what.
Yeah, you're doing well. It's doing well. It's going well. It's just there's a delay, so when you speak, it takes a while before we hear you. But go ahead.
Okay. Anyway. Okay. All right.
All right. So, I mean, now you understand why Nigeria is not on the top 1,000 universities in the world.
Well, it described Nigeria as a failed state, and we never, as a state that will never succeed anyway. So now Pansad got the catch out, the god of Nigeria. Well, yeah.
If at the university, you know, we can get electricity, get internet, can get basic amenities functioning. Is it at
Mazi Prince can relate? Mazi Prince can relate. He lives in a democrat state, so they can relate.
Is it in Oshodi markets that we can get internet or functioning?
Democrat state people relate. The people that live in democrat state can relate.
Okay, how can I relate? The internet we have is better than Houston.
Nothing works in California.
No, I don't know where you went. I don't know where you went to. You know, I don't know where you went to. And
I think Pastor can agree with me.
And I visited Texas. You know, Texas is way backwards when you want to compare to California. So don't even go there.
All right, while we wait for our guests to reconnect, and hopefully we'll be able to talk to him more. Let me ask you guys. Ovie, yesterday you were going to give us Pansad, thank you, welcome. Okay, I see you. Ovie, you were going to give us update on the African Games that took place in Ghana. Is it done with, or are they still going on?
No, it's finished.
It's finished.
I was also busy at another live event competition that was going on, so I couldn't, come in and stay for longer than I could. So I was busy throughout Friday and Saturday.
Nigeria came.
Yeah, I mean from from the All African Games. I was there like, well, I mean, when I mean I'm there live, I was there live. Is that I had a journalist on ground because I also run a website called Village Athletics, focus on pure athletics. So I had a journalist on ground in Ghana who covered the event. So from track and field perspective, we won. I think this is the third edition of where the Future Track and Field, and we won 12 out of 13. So that's tell you the seriousness of the competition. I said that because especially when All African Games fall into an Olympic year like this, so Olympic is the pinnacle, is the ultimate. So serious athletes are preparing for that. So they rather put All African Game aside because it would affect at the big stage. Now, some of our big athletes who
Okay.
went there to take part.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I wanted to say, hold on. Our guest is back, but I think he's cut off again. Go ahead. Continue. Sorry.
Yeah, some of our big athletes who took part there, like Ese Brume, Tobia Musa, Nnamdi, and a few of them, they took part because for history's sake, they are trying to solidify their legacy. Ese Brume, for instance, this is his fourth consecutive appearance and winning. Same goes to the world record, what's her name? Tobia Musa. She also on a record streak of back to back. And Nnamdi is the javelin guy. So Nnamdi is currently a student at Baylor University, where I was yesterday covering their home track meet. What actually really make me proud as a Nigerian is that Nnamdi was in Kenya competing and he won gold in javelin. He actually set the championship record. She threw about 82 meters, which is big. So while I was there covering the live event in Baylor here in the school, there's another Nigerian guy from Delta who also jumped and break the stadium record. So at the same time, while the school is announcing Nnamdi, who is their own student, competing in Kenya, winning a gold medal, at the same time, Stanley is also getting the stadium go crazy. So instead of African game event or American event, it's now kind of Nigerian affair. So the two boat was crossed at the same time. So it was something beautiful. So that's to tell you what to expect coming at the Olympics. So athletic wise, we did very well. We dominated all the events, which is expected. As I said, some of the Olympic champions, world record holder from like Kenya, South Africa, Botswana, they didn't show up. Based on the reason I just gave, because in a few months' time, the real war will be in Paris for the Olympic Games. So from that, I think yes, we did well. But as I said, it's expected. It's Ghana, so we pretty much feature in all the events. So from the management perspective, I think we should give the organizers kudos. But only God knows how much it costs to actually achieve that. Anyway, our guest is here. Sorry for
No. All right, thank you, Ovie. We'll continue that conversation after we're done with our guests because I want to know what happened. Dr. Alexander, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. I have not much. I don't have not too much to say. Just want to say hello to everybody. Your guest is over there waiting to talk, so let me go.
Yeah, let's go back to the guests. Okay, so Dr. Chidi, I wanted to get your view on promotions on academic publications and how that is going at UNN.
Okay, so I think generally I can rate the promotion protocol in UNN as one of the most rigorous in Nigeria. In terms of standard, in terms of process, I can't imagine a Pantami coming from nowhere to get promoted to professorship because the process is very well scaffolded in a way that will make it difficult for someone to drop from the skies and then get there. So, well, from the let me run you through. If you are best graduating student or first class, you get if you get employed, then you start from a graduate assistant position. If you finish your MSc, Master Studies, then you get promoted automatically to assistant lecturer position. After 1 year, then you get promoted to lecturer 2. After 3 years, you will qualify to get promoted to lecturer 1 if you have published the required number of papers. after 3 years. So there's this 3-year waiting period in the University of Nigeria.
It doesn't
After,
mean how much you produce. You have to wait for that 3 years.
yes, no matter how much you produce. There's also what we call double jump, which I will explain very presently. So you have this 3 years, then you get promoted from assistant lecturer to lecturer 2, from lecturer 2 after 3 years, lecturer 1. From lecturer 1, the next step is senior lecturer, but it begins to get more rigorous in terms of quality of publication that you are required to have, quality of intellectual output. So from senior lecturer, then after 3 years, you should be assessed for associate professor, what we call reader in the British system. So then you have to have, then the demands become even more serious when you have to have a number of publications in what they call the impact factor journals that are rated by Clarivate Analytics, that are given some level of rating that they call impact factor, which I can also explain if you have all the time. So from lecture reader, after 3 years, then you qualify to be assessed for full professorship. So there's something we call double jump. Double jump is you can stay from, instead of going from senior lecturer, instead of going from lecturer 1 to senior lecturer, you can go from lecturer 1 to reader. If you have the required number of intellectual outputs and you wait for 5 years. So instead of 3 years to senior lecturer and 3 years to reader, you can do 5 years to reader from lecturer 1. So as senior lecturer, instead of doing 3 years to reader, 3 years to full professor, you can wait for 5 years to do full professor from senior lecturer. So that's what we call a double jump. When in some other universities, it can be shorter. We have been advocating you need to shorten this. You need to have two tracks. Those who are on the fast lane, who are very gifted, who are proficient, prolific, can move faster than others who would prefer to wait, produce 1 paper in a year, 2 papers in a year, and then you wait for 3 years. So that's the protocol. But why I say I will rate the UNN as one of the most rigorous in Nigeria today is in terms of publication quality. You are required to publish a certain number of papers in internationally rated journals that are rated to be among the best in the world, that are listed on the Web of Science. There's the Web of Science, those that we call the Clarivate Analytics. They used to be Thomson and Reuters, but Thomson and Reuters sold that web management to the Clarivate Analytics. So what they do is to host journals and to list journals that they think are doing well based on the peer review mechanism that journal deploys, and based on how rigorous they are in publication, how the quality of the things they publish. So certain journals are listed on their web management system. And so in UNN, you are required to, for full professor, for example, you have to publish 10 in that 10 journal articles in those journals. Then you're also required to publish a number of papers in local journals, and perhaps if you have a book. But a book, not unlike the US, where a book, what they call, most UN universities I have experienced, Harvard or Chicago and all sorts of places, where you have to have what they call a second book. That is a book you wrote after your PhD. You have to have that before you become a full professor, in addition to other journal articles you have. But in UNN, whether you have a book or not, you can become a full professor, so long as you have the required number of papers in those highly rated journals. But we see that other Nigerian universities are playing catch up now. UNN seems to be the most rigorous. Even people to whom they send our papers to assess do not have the kind of quality of publications that we have. So people have been protesting. Some people who feel it is too much, the demands are so much for them. Even part of the argument is, why would you subject me to be assessed by someone who is not qualified to hold a candle to me in terms of publication? Because many of those people who become professors in other universities, in Benue, in all sorts of places, do not have that quality. So what is the logic that they qualify to assess those who have even more quality than they have? But well, you can't. Some of these things, life is not 1 + 1 is 2. There are a number of things you have to remove from the context to be able to manage. So that's basically what we do in UNN. So he has to go through the department. From department, he goes to the faculty. The faculty, all the professors in the faculty gather to look at what you have presented and assess and do all sorts of corrections. From there, he goes to the university council, especially if it's for senior lecturer, professorial cadre. Then goes to the university council. After the university council has assessed, then they send to, it used to be, they send one to another professor in Nigeria, send one to another professor in another African country, then send one to either Europe or America. But somehow today, I don't know whether it's based on, because of some protocol, they have removed that of external. They now send to Africa, one of Africa, and then 2 to other Nigerian universities. So after the assessment, if they receive at least 2 out of the 3, then the council can make a decision based on that. So that's how the process goes. Sometimes the human factor can interfere in terms of who returns, whether your papers return early or return late, whether they get announced when they should, and all that. So all those come in. But to qualify for your papers to be sent out in the first place, you have to have a very high ranging publications in the best journals in the world.
So someone who is not present at UNN, has never taught at UNN, will not be named a professor at UNN. Is that correct?
No. So even if you are transferred, if you apply and then somehow the university, the UNN calls for some application for people to just come in from external, then you can apply to come. But when you come, you have to be reassessed. That is, even if you are employed as a professor, within 12 months, you have to be assessed, what we call regularization process. You have to be interviewed, and then your papers will have to be assessed to actually see whether you qualify to be called a professor in the context of the university. If you do not have what it takes, then you'll be placed properly. If you qualify for senior lecturer, you'll be placed as senior lecturer. You move down one ladder to senior lecturer position. If you qualify for the other lower one, they place you properly. So if you have all it takes, then your professorship will be confirmed.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to our people. They're itching to weigh in. Pansatia first, I guess.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rudolf, and for putting up another show today. Professor Chidi Ugwu, welcome to Dr. Rudolph's show here.
Thank you very much.
It's quite refreshing to see a true academic show up here and sound like one and have the backing to go with that. The last answer you gave went into quite a lot of administrative issue at your campus, which is totally different from my interest today. So what I'm going to do is to just frame my interest, because we're really lucky to have you here. As an anthropologist, I believe you actually brought it even closer to ethnographer, some kind of ethnographer. Yes. Okay, so I'm very interested in that. But before I go into that, now it's going to look like I'm taking a lot. It's just to frame it so that then we'll kind of get some snappy answers, because we have a disadvantage, those of us who are panelists, when compared to a guest. You could talk as much as you want on the answers as you did with that administrative issue. So first of all, let me say that we're very, when we're younger, and I'm an older guy here, the University of Nigeria Nsukka is like Harvard to us, and you've had the chance to be in both. So quite a lot of kudos to you. I think we're blessed to have you here today, and we're going to clear up some things. The University of Nigeria is the first, now I want people to pay attention to that, the first full-fledged indigenous and first autonomous university in Nigeria, period. So it's modeled after the American educational system. It's established by our great Zeke. For example, when UNN was issuing degrees, the autonomous African Nigerian degrees, the places like Ibadan, it's just a college that's ancillary to London. Nothing to sneeze at. They also tried, but UNN is top. We should be proud of it. Our dignity is not in our infrastructure. That's what a lot of people have to understand. Those who try to limit growth in the Southeast with our institutions, building nice structures, but our dignity is not in those buildings. So they have to understand that. So now let me say that I like your finesse, because I've often wondered, how do anthropologists discuss real issues that we have in a country without being classified as tribalists? Because I struggle with that when I come on a platform. I'm talking anthropology, but it's conflated with tribalism or knocking a religion. So first of all, let me ask you that little question. It's just a very little snippet of my main question is, how do you use that delicate, I saw how exquisite, dainty, elegant, graceful even you wear. How do we discuss anthropology, of which we need that data, and then being classified as a tribalist or a religious bigot? Then I come to my main question. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, it can take 2 hours to address this, but I'll try to summarize in 1 minute.
Please.
The anthropologist is the one who tells you the truth about the nature of humans. The anthropologist is the one who would have suggested that Nigeria, for example, be organized in regions. No matter how educated, how refined, how widely traveled anyone is, the human being can hardly outgrow their ethnic cleavages. So the anthropologist is the one who tells you the truth, to face the reality of the human nature and to organize yourself recognizing that. It doesn't mean being tribalist, being ethnic. It means facing reality. The anthropologist is the one who understands why Nigeria cannot work the way it is at the moment. Call it restructuring, decentralization, whatever you call it. Even the African societies, most African countries are fighting today because no multi-ethnic country can make progress running a centralized system of governance.
Thank you.
All multi-countries running a centralized system of governance are failures. All countries that are multi-ethnic, that are making progress, so-called world societies, are running either confederal or federalist system, from the US to Belgium to UK to Switzerland to all sorts of places. Look at the way they are organized. In Europe, where you have countries that are 300 and something thousand, for example, because they have come to this realization that you cannot force people who have different ethnic cleavages to work together and ignore those differences. So it's the anthropologist that understands what is really going on and advises people countries that want to make progress, India, Israel, South Africa, all sorts of places, are beginning to take the anthropologists seriously in terms of helping to organize their society. There's nothing tribalistic or ethnic.
All right.
Thank
you, Doctor. Thank you, Professor, for that answer. I hope Rudolf was listening. You qualified to make that statement. So now, with the last thing you said, that is now legitimate, it's permissible, it's approved, it's sanctioned for somebody to talk about the social anthropology of Nigeria, the tribes, where they come from, their religion, their mission in the country, the antecedents, and how it affects the society, the Nigerian society, without being tribal. That's rhetorical because I believe you'll agree with that. I'm trying to run with time here. So now,
because other people.
Please, I'm here first. So people who come first here, I see them. They're giving, let's frame it, and then. So, Professor, what I want to say is that Nigeria I mean, like your university as well as Nigeria is governed under the auspices of people in government, right? So Nigeria, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, as a matter of fact, at some point was University of Biafra from, I guess it was 1967.
Looks like the system is throwing me out again. Can you?
No, we can hear you. We can hear you. So, Pansat, because we have issues with his connection and the time, we agreed on 2 hours. We have 20 minutes left. So please, can you go straight to your question? I know you've tried to frame it. I think you've had enough time so that we can go to other people. If we have more time, you can come back for a second question.
Okay, very good. Yeah, Professor. So your university was the University of Biafra from 1967 to 1970. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Right. So we want to be we're Nigerians, and it doesn't mean that we cannot take our universities with us. If Biafra decides to go, we can also take our university with us. We've done it in the past, and we're going to do in the future. So my very reason of saying that is that we're being governed deceitfully, right, by chicanery from the north, and you've alluded to that. Now, I'm not going to be as diplomatic as you here. I'm going to say, I'm going to say it the way it is, right? So we have that problem. We're being governed by deceit. So under that auspices, right? Because your question, you don't know why our infrastructure is being decayed or we're being neglected, especially in that side of the country, right? So please, when I come back, because I hate being rushed when this is, we need to be meticulous. In solving this problem, pointing out why we're in the state we are now. I'm gonna talk about national issues later, but I want to give you let me give you a hint of what I'm going to talk to you about next, which will be Islamic terrorism. First of all, let me ask you now: are you aware of the Global Terrorist Index? Do you know what that is? GTI.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Clearly.
That every group that comes out of Nigeria as a terrorist group, it's Islamic, right? Are you aware of any Christian or any other group that's not Islamic that's in that index?
Except as labeled by those who are holding the reins of power, who think that they can label anybody anything they like, and come out.
I know, but it's not in the Global Terrorist Index. That's just local in Nigeria.
Yes, in the Global Terrorist Index. Yes.
Okay, so somebody could come out in the public and say, "Hey, look, you cannot be a terrorist in Nigeria. Now you could commit up crimes, you could do violent crimes, but you cannot truly be labeled a terrorist in Nigeria unless you're a Muslim." And that person will be correct, because in that Global Terrorist Index, every Ansaru, ISIS, right, of West Africa, Boko Haram, they're all Muslim terrorists. So somebody could come out and say, "Hey, look, we have a problem in Nigeria." Now, if you're in another country where you have communists being terrorists, that's different. But in our country, which is the only aperture, we have to look at this topic. So now when I come back, we're going to get down to identify what our problem is and how we're going to solve it. Thank you very much, Professor, for being here.
Okay, so just permit me to say that I'll be happy to get back to this issue. Rudolf, if you have time for me any other day, I'll give you the piece of my mind on these issues. I have followed these issues very religiously from the start. I've followed the history of Islam, of terrorism in Nigeria, even the so-called unknown gunmen and all sorts of things that have happened trying to demonize certain groups. I'll give you facts, to show that some of these things, when the state wants to destroy you, because people whom the state is serving their interest at a particular time have the resources to destroy any group that is trying to torpedo that interest at any point in time. From the so-called prison break to unknown government, all sorts of things that have happened in Nigeria. I'll give you, facts to show that I am not one of those who are sold to this shenanigan about a certain group being labeled a terrorist group because they do not pander to the powers that be. So I'm very well at home with the point you are raising, Pansat, and I'll be happy to discuss this. I'm not one of those to run away from these issues, because people like Obadiah Melafia and all sorts of people have paid with their lives. We need to discuss these issues, and to tell, what are you alive for if you can't speak the truth,
All right. Thank you, Dr. Chidi. Let's go to Mazi Prince. Your question for Dr. Chidi Ugwu.
Is it doctor or professor?
You can say,
Which is it?
in
Okay.
Nigeria,
Well, I'm Dr. Chidi Ugwu, but in the US, you can call me a professor, because
in
every
Nigeria, in Nigeria
in
they
the
have
US,
this ranking that is different.
All
yes,
right. Okay. Dr. Chidi Ugwu, good evening. I believe that's what you guys are in Nigeria
yes,
currently.
yes.
I'm gonna go straight to my question. In as much as a cousin of mine did study anthropology, and I used to call him, I used to tease him then. I said, "You guys, you guys just go and study people's skeletons and skulls, And
Mazi Prince, how you're in California, you're disgracing America. Your internet is just as bad as
I'm managing to do better than Mazi Prince
as
now.
bad, as bad as the ones from Abba. All right, we skip you and we go to CM. CM, welcome.
I will hear you.
But we can't hear you. Go
Thank
ahead.
No, what about now? Can you hear me now?
okay,
Okay, now I
okay,
can hear you. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I was seeing
thank
you and I was hearing you.
thank you,
CM, hold on.
Rudolph.
So my
Hold on. CM, hold on. Go ahead,
so
Mazi.
my question is this. When you were talking about sexual harassment, in institutions and all that stuff, you were trying to compare the Nigerian school to that of US. In US, what we classify as sexual harassment is way different. A lecturer cannot even touch a girl, cannot even look, and they will be investigated for sexual harassment. However, I'm just surprised that you didn't go deep. I know you did not accept the fact that it occurs in University of Nigeria, Nsukka, but it's a problem, and it's I don't know if you guys talk among yourselves. You might not be involved in it, but other people do it, and it's something.
Mazi Prince, we can hear you. I'm sorry. But Dr. Chidi, did you hear a little bit of what he was saying and whether you can, it's enough for you to answer, give him an answer?
Yeah, so I think my quick response would be to say that I stopped short of denying that sexual harassment happens in UNN. Perhaps because I'm one of those in serious circles of scholars who are always minding their business. It is possible that some of these things escape me. And I've also said that some people have been sacked in UNN about 10 years ago, the last time I heard about it, for sexually harassing students. And I'm saying perhaps because of the quality of students that are admitted these days, it's possible that it's still happening, but we don't have the students who are sure-footed enough to resist and to report. So my answer has come advised in a way that I'm not I can't bet that it doesn't happen, but I'm saying perhaps because of some factors, that some factors can explain why they are not in the front burner in terms of the discussions and the conversations around the campus at this time.
All right. Thank you, Mazi Prince. CM.
Okay, thank you, Rudolph. Good evening, everybody from the land of the king. Dr. Ugu, welcome to our forum this evening. I think let's move away from this sexual harassment issue or whatever. I'm looking at this issue of honorary doctorate degrees. It's like cash and carry now, and to me, it's not doing universities any good. What I would like to put across to you and see if you agree with me is, although it could be given in terms of a mid gown to those that really merit it, but they should be told that on no account should they be writing doctor as a prefix to their name. Just you will be honored for your service to the community, maybe honorary doctor of science or doctor of law. But you should not, when you the next day, you start writing Doctor A, B, C, X, Y, Z. No, 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 no. So it should stop. That's what that they should, and it should be made known to them that should they do it, and there's evidence they can be prosecuted for it, and they could go to jail without option of fine or whatever. Why I'm saying this is that it's a way to sanitize the system so that academicians like you will have the honor when they say Dr. Ugu. It's either you're a medical doctor or you have a doctorate degree in which you wrote a thesis, defended it, and that becomes your second name because forever you've made a contribution to world store of knowledge. You've contributed to knowledge. And for somebody, a crooked politician, that's what they're no longer happy answering their first name like that. Just say doctor. You see them with big tummy, doctor. Do you now wonder what is the meaning of this? If you are in a function, they call maybe the keynote speaker. They call Dr. Ugu, senior lecturer, or head of department, or professor, just head of department, anthropology, UNN. Only for you to go to the podium. The next thing is they call one big, one buffoon, Dr. This, and then how do you feel? No, it's true. That's what I'm really concerned about it. I don't take. If I look, it should be severe like an armed robbery. If you want it, if you are to be given the honorary doctorate, it should be because of the service you've rendered to humanity. That's enough. They rob you on the day, give you a scroll. After that ends it. Your name is now in the university as honored with an honorary doctorate degree, and not for you to go out every invitation you see Doctor this, everywhere. It makes it because no contribution, no thesis. Maybe it was a dropout in secondary school. Now you are seeing a doctorate addressed as a doctor. So please, those of you, if you agree with me, those of you academicians in the academic community should look into it because that is a way to also not impugn on the honor reserved for people like you, and then to sanitize the system so that all this fraud, everything cannot be cash and carry. Thank you.
Thank you, CM. Go ahead, Dr. Ugu.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. It's just a quick one. Every academic in the UNN, what is the name, is angry about many things in this world. In fact, you have to be angry to be a scholar, because it is that anger that moves you to want to explore the world and to find answers. So this is one of the things that I'm angry about. I've done a memo to that effect. I have, so I'm one of those who are angry about this. First, the university law says you can't give this honorary doctorate to someone who is occupying a political position at the moment. You must wait for the person to finish serving that tenure and all that before. So there are a number of things that are going wrong with the system. The Nigerian nurse has invaded the institution, and people like me, I'm one of those who do not feel happy about many of the developments we have in the university. And I think, given a leadership position, a lot will change. But we can also begin to make that change as those who are within the university system by writing petitions and writing memos to those that make decisions to let them see that this is crazy and cannot continue. But when the money-mindedness is it pervades the place, it becomes difficult also to prevail on decision makers to do some of these things. But anyway, we'll keep pushing.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Chidi. Eagles Air, Yanis.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolf. Good morning from land of India, because it's after 12 a.m. right now. And Rudolf, thank you so much for this platform and a special guest given to us this hour, being Dr. Ugu. And background, I was hearing when we were talking about when a student makes the first class, that the student needs to be encouraged to come back to school, at least render a service of knowledge that he has to other students in order to impart the knowledge to other students. But in my own case, I'm trying to analyze and ask some questions. That's something I don't understand. Like I have a friend of mine here in India. His wife came to India and studied mass communication, and she made a first division. In India, they call it first division. In Nigeria, they call it first class. Now, when she returned back to Nigeria, Nigeria did not recognize her the way it's supposed to recognize her. I don't know the reason why. Is it because she studied in India? Or is it because first class was not met in Nigeria? Because I feel that if somebody of that nature came to the land of India to study that mass communication and came out with that kind of a degree, supposed to be encouraged by Nigeria government or educational sector to be part of them to impart knowledge. But the way I look at the things, she's discouraged. Then second one, I want to ask you if you are aware of it. I was told that in northern states of Nigeria, students, they are encouraged with some amount of money for them to continue to be part of educational sector or to go further to study more. There is a packages that government of northern state used to give to them monthly. Is it true?
Thank you. Good.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to be as quick as possible. The first one is, I think usually it is departments that produce the first class person or best graduating student, that those who know, who encountered the student, that usually encourage the student to come back and speak to the university administration to get the person in. In this case, what might happen is, if the individual is interested in continuing to pursue the academia, is to perhaps enroll in a graduate studies, perhaps a master's or PhD, and when the members of the particular department encounter these students, then it will encourage them to perhaps to begin to recommend that student for some position. It's usually easier when you have this personal touch, people have encountered. But what happens in other societies is that they advertise for some of these positions, like they used to be in the past. In fact, so many Nigerian universities still do that. I can't remember the last time academic positions were advertised in UNN, for example, and a number of other Nigerian universities. It's usually some backstairs influence that get people in. Things are not working the way they should, because Nigeria itself is not normal. It's not a regular place. It's not functioning well. It is being governed by people who have no business running a society. So, and the thing seeps through the institutions. The monitoring system that should keep the vice chancellors, administrators in check is not being pushed by those who are in Abuja, because they have no interest in building any intellectual firmament that the country should thrive on. So that's my honest answer to that. In terms of the North, people in the North, students in the North being encouraged to, I think Nigeria we are two civilizations. We are running two separate systems. Somebody in the North can score 2/100. You already know this thing, and enter 2/200 and enter a unity school. But somebody from Anambra or Enugu or Imo, you need to spend a score 130 and above to enter the same unity school. The so-called federal character and quota system, all sorts of things. Nigeria is a misnomer. It's not a way to organize any place. It's not an example of how a society should be organized. It's just a stupid people are moving around and running around like mad people, thinking that they're organized. I'm sorry to sound this way, but this is my honest view. It's a place that you be ashamed to be associated with. I have no reason to be proud of being a Nigerian. I'm just teaching here because I look at individual students that I should bring up as Africans to know their roots, to be proud of the histories that they had, not Nigerian history, but Igbo history, Yoruba history, people who, African, the Kemet and all sorts of things we achieved before this monstrosity was imposed on us called Nigeria. I take exception to that, because there's nothing in Nigeria that that is encouraging. Nigeria as a country, because you all know the history of how Nigeria came to be. It's just a business venture of the Royal Niger Company, and it's still being run as a business as we speak. As we speak, the kidnapping you see, all sorts of things, oil bunkering, all sorts of things you see, actually just results of somebody's business venture, global capital extending itself to this space and not allowing the people who own the place to actually organize how their place should run. So sorry that I'm going into this being a bit more punchy.
No, you're doing great. You're doing good.
Yeah, this is just my honest view about it. There's nothing to be proud of in terms of how the place is run. People who should be separate have no business being in a space sharing the same country. So we used to do better when we were, even the northern, we have very brilliant people from that part of the world. We used to do better when we were in regions. People were competing, producing food and doing all sorts of things and surviving. Somehow we are refusing to relinquish this centralized system that is not doing anybody any good, except just very few comprado bourgeoisie who are working for some people, some forces from across the Atlantic, and then keeping everybody. So we can talk about this another day, but this is for me, just we had to broach this because it has a lot to do with the education that you're experiencing in Nigeria at the moment.
All right, thank you, Dr. Chidi. The flagship.
Good afternoon, Dr. Rudolf. Thank you for the opportunity again, and good afternoon to you, Dr. Chidi, from Atlanta.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The response you just gave now before me actually answers the question I was going to ask you. But I think I will ask it anyway. It kind of perplexed me, but you spoke the truth. And that was very candid. And I'm not sure if everybody likes it, but it's the truth. In summary, what I was going to say is that the academicians and the smart ones, those that are smart, are pretty much helpless, like the people in Nigeria. Everybody else in the society is. There is no strength. You guys cannot muster any strength to confront these monsters that we're dealing with at the moment. So at the beginning of the conversation, Rudolf asked a question, and he asked you what the challenges are that you smart academicians within the Nigerian academic institutions are facing. And he mentioned a few. Is it structure? Is it finance? Is it the academic curriculum? And your response was everything and more. I'm going to extract academic curriculum and base my question on that. You have traveled far. You have visited other great and Ivy League institutions that you've worked with. Does it concern you when you look at the Nigerian academic curriculum within the tertiary institutions and you see how skeletal it is and very depraved of knowledge? And like you rightly said, the Nigerian academic institution is not knowledge driven. Does it bother you when you see this huge margin between what Nigeria offers its citizens versus what other countries that you visited offer their citizens? And if it does, what actions do you think you and your colleagues who are the professors at these institutions can take to correct this abnormal situation? And lastly, history. History has been taken out of our academic curriculum. Our children are not being taught to know who they are. And I know you mentioned a few seconds ago that your goal is to make sure that the children are taught to know who they are and where they come from. But if you take out history from their curriculum, how will they know who they are, where they come from, how to avoid the mistakes that were made in the past by their fathers, and how to make a better future for themselves? Does it bother you that history is no longer in the curriculum? And also, if it does, what steps are you guys taking to address this and bring it back into the curriculum? Thank you.
So the thing is, there's a saying in my place that the power of the individual is cry, just to cry, you know. So sometimes when you see things going wrong and you know that the monstrosity that causes self-estate is wrongly headed, you know, it becomes difficult for you to make that change as an individual, you know. So it bothers me a lot that these things are not the way they should be. And what I do as an individual is when I get into the classroom, when I prepare my own lectures, I make sure that I infuse it with you know, it is Africanist. I see my own classroom performance as an activist, you know, kind of performance that I in fact I don't teach, for example, the history of there's a course I teach called the history of sociological anthropological thought. The people who taught me that course would usually start it from Europe, from the Enlightenment, from the
All right. So once again, we have our guest, computer frozen, and hopefully he will rejoin us. So if you are one of those trying to join, please give us the room so that when he rejoins, it will be easy for him to get through. So for now, don't try to come into the studio while we wait for him to join us again. And I won't bring anybody up, so don't try, because I won't bring you up into the studio.
You could also take me to the background,
Yeah.
and then when it comes close to my turn, you bring me back up front. Try to lessen the load here, right? If it helps, you take me to the background.
Okay. All right.
Dr. Rudolph.
Rudolph, it may help. It may help if you ask our guest.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I did something wrong. I was trying to hear. Go ahead, CM.
Okay, I said it may help if you ask our guest if he's a member of APC, because the type of answers we are receiving, so that let him not run into problem. That's just my.
No, actually, he said he's obedient. He had to get involved in politics. Yeah.
Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah, man.
Dr. Rudolph.
How are you, man?
I'm fine. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
So you had to bring a professor to say exactly the same thing that Pansat has been telling us every day.
Not exactly the same thing. Not so. But let's see if he's.
So Pansat what do they call the anthropologist?
Anthropologist. No, the what get me thinking was he said anthropologists are the people that will tell you the truth only.
We don't have
yeah,
room.
my beg. It's too early. Never start.
We don't have room in this studio. So please, if I take you out, you can join later.
Okay.
We don't have room. We have to make room for him to come back in.
You can put me backstage if you want, so that
no, not even that. I'm talking about backstage is full of people, so we have to make room for him to be able to come on the backstage. Yeah, okay, he's coming in. Thank you, guys. I will let you all back in, after. Okay, so Dr. Ugwu is back with us. Who was the person? I think he was answering a question when he froze. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Ugwu.
Yeah, so I'm sorry that the Nigeria happened to me in my office. You can see that the power went off, and my MacBook that I complained about just went off with it. So had to switch to a different laptop. So I was finishing the first my comment on it to the first question, which is that what I do as an individual who has no power to upend the scanty curriculum that we have is that I build in my own sensibilities to the what I give to students in the class, So, and I was giving an example with course one of the courses I teach, which is the history of the sociological sciences. where those who taught me in Nsukka, for example, would usually start from the Roman Empire and the Renaissance and the Enlightenment in Europe and all that. So, but I would usually start mine from the Kemet, who even laid the foundation for the state itself. So who started all these all, who started philosophy and logic and mathematics and all sorts of things. So we started from there to bring it up to speed with what we have today. So usually we do individually, but what we do as individuals cannot suffice. So as we continue to go on strike to strive for autonomy of the institution, to be allowed to teach and to think the way we like, I think that individual lecturers, individual scholars have a duty to. The system does not. No one comes to the class to monitor what you teach, for example, like to insist that you must not mention history, must not mention the war, you must not mention. People talk about these things in their classroom spaces, even if the curriculum discourages the system, people, the powers that be discourage. So what we do is not enough. I think the country. So when I mention Nigeria as a country, I don't mention it with any hope, because it's a system run by some, how do I say, some senseless, scopeless individuals who have no business with running a country, whose only motivation is to line their pockets with money. People who feel so poor that the only thing they want to have is money. Even people who have governed states like Lagos for 8 years, who have controlled resources.
Yeah. So we once again we are losing him due to internet problems. It's like I said before, really, if we don't get this internet to universities, get light to universities, what are we doing? Where do we start?
Is he in Nigeria?
Yeah, he's in Nigeria. He's at UNN. That's part of the problem. So for those who
They have budgets for internet. When you look at each individual school budget yearly, they have budget for these things.
yeah, but even Aso Rock, I don't think if you talk to somebody in Aso Rock that is working to go, they would go 2 hours without problems with internet. So it's not just about money or about budget. It's about,
Nigeria is messed up now. We don't have fiber cables on the ground.
yeah, the
So
infrastructure.
we are using third rate.
So once again, if you're trying to join us, please hold off so that we can get the guest back. We have only space for 15, and once we are full, okay, he's back. All right. Thank you, Chidi. I know we agreed in 2 hours. We are over 2 hours now, but so let's quickly.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened this time around.
It's the internet. So give your answer, make it as much as possible quick so that we can get to everybody, and then people will kill me if you go without them being able to answer.
Anyway, I don't know whether I managed to give any sensible thing to the flagship.
Flagship.
Well, I'm partially satisfied, but for the sake of the others, I'll take it.
All
Okay,
right.
so the summary of my response. Summary of my response to the flagship is that I am concerned about this thing, and I am doing my best as an individual. One more thing I do. Can you hear me?
I can hear
Yes.
you.
Yes.
One more
Yes.
thing I do as an individual. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes,
Yes.
it's a delay,
Yes.
but we can hear you.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Rudolf?
Yeah, you are. You are.
Yes, you are audible. You are audible. Speak.
I think there's a delay. One thing we might do also, Dr. Chidi, is maybe.
Okay, so one more thing I do as an individual is that I have also been playing a role. Yeah. So I have also been playing a role in the curriculum.
All right. So another thing we can do to help is if maybe he can turn off his camera, if that will help, and then I will take off. I will just allow only 2 people in the studio so that that will not make things. So, all right. I think he's joining us again. This is 21st century. All right, go ahead, Dr. Chidi. You're back.
I don't know what is wrong with this particular system, but so anyway, summary of my my response is that I've also been doing my best, playing a role. In fact, I headed a committee that did a curriculum reform in my department recently, where we are trying to build up the curriculum, the syllabus, to try to incorporate some things that we think the curriculum should have that it didn't. So I led the committee that did that, went to the Senate to defend it. So that's part of why on my own I'm doing more than what I was taught. I'm bringing in things that I think students should be given. And I'm also trying to play that institutional role.
All right. So we are really...
I think I'm good with my answers. He can move on to the next person.
Okay. All right. So thank you, Dr. Ugwu. Flagship is good. Let's go to Righteous Man. Righteous Man, please make it just one question quickly. We see the problem we're having. We want to get to many people. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, Dr. Rudolf. You are a very kind and good man. I appreciate you. Yeah, and the doctor from Enugu, right? God bless you. I'm in Nigeria with you. You can see the background of where you are. It's the same background with mine. Nigeria is happening to us. And those outside the country, you can see their background and how they are looking. Thank you, doctor. I listened to you. I've been driving, listening to you, and I am so much convinced, and I'm happy. Okay, I am happy that Dr. Rudolph brought an educationalist like you, an academician like you, with a background of truth, because the anthropologists are the most truthful people in academic.
Keep going. He will hear you. Keep going. He will hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. In academic family. Now it had been proven, just like what a question you were trying to answer, or the answer you were giving to a question that was asked, of which I believe totally with your response, because I once lived in Europe, and I know majority of the countries in Europe are partitioned according to tradition, language, culture, and religion. It is few of the countries in Europe that have a mixture of a kind of what we have in Nigeria today. And they devise a means to make it work. Now, I asked a question in this platform yesterday, and I keep asking this question. The foundation of Nigeria, is it a right foundation? Because I'm a Christian and I want to refer back to what the scripture says. It says, if the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? Now, our value system differs.
No. Righteous man, we have to go. Please, round it up. We have to.
Okay, let me ask you the question, sir. Is there hope, since with proving scientific results and with proving of things that are happening in this country today? Is there a possibility, considering Nigeria as a black country, is there a possibility of Nigeria working? Thank you.
All right. Dr. Chidi.
Summary. No multi-ethnic country has ever made progress.
Okay. We take that as the answer.
People are trying to call me on the regular. So that's all. No country has ever done that. It won't happen with Nigeria. It's not. It's a hopeless situation. It's either Nigeria decentralizes in some way or dismembers. So long as we continue to run the way it is, we are not headed anywhere. That's just the honest answer to that.
All right, thank you so much. You guys can see the difficulties we're having with his internet connection. So when I come to you, please go straight to your question. No preaching. Exoro, you're next.
Yes, good evening, Professor.
Hello, Rudolf.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm very happy to be here today. So, sorry, Professor, can you hear me? Okay. It seems to me that one needs to be a professor in Nigeria to be listened to. There's
But
a
did
guy
I
called
manage to
Pansat
say
here.
something to?
Yes. There's a guy called Pansat. He says something
Okay.
similar, though not exactly the same, but something similar.
Yes,
And it
please.
was almost
People
yanked out
people
of
are
this.
trying to call me, and I'm using the.
Yes. So there's a guy called Pansat. He says almost something similar. But I want to know from you what your take is on people who like the IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu. What is your take on that?
All right, thank you, Exoro. I think we have to end it soon. I'm sorry. I know it was good, doing well. The internet was doing well before. Let me remove more people and see if that will help. Just. All right. So Dr. Chidi, he asked what you think about Nnamdi Kanu and the Biafran movement. And I think Simon Eba, is that what you said? The Biafran movement in general. What do you think about that?
It will take 1 hour to address this, but Nnamdi Kanu is a product of the failure of Nigeria. Simple. Biafra movement is a necessary outcome of the failure of a country where you have progressive people who are genetically progressive, who are refusing to be held down by a system that has been structured to not function. So perhaps we can discuss the modus of operation, whatever it is, and how things would have been done better or done worse. But so long as you continue to run your home the way Nigeria is run, you have your children rebelling, you have your children rising to challenge you. The solution is not to try to quell, to shoot people down, to do. It is to come to a round table if you believe that what you are doing is right. You have to be logical enough to come to the table to discuss it. So long as you are running away from dialogue, you are running away from discussing any system, it means you are not sincere about the way you are running that system. I'm not one of those who are, sound politically correct about these things. So this movement and other movements will happen. Even terrorism, banditry, and all sorts of things are results of how dysfunctional Nigeria is. Self determination movements and all sorts of other movements will always happen in a place that is governed the way Nigeria is. You can't run away from this thing without coming to discuss it. We can take up this issue, at some point. Simon Ekpa also is, for me, I have mixed feeling about Simon Ekpa. I think that he's a necessary instrument of destabilization. I don't know, this is my own view. My own reading of the whole situation is that the state does not rest when there are forces threatening to destabilize those who gain from the dysfunction of the state. The state does not go to rest. It begins to deploy all sorts of things. I read Simon Ekpa from that. I may be wrong, but my view of Simon Ekpa from the pronouncements he makes, from all sorts of things, is that it looks like Simon Ekpa is an instrument of destabilization of the movement that is threatening the Nigerian state. So we can take this up. I may be wrong.
All right. All right, that's good. Thank you. Let's go to Chim. Chim, you're next.
Good day, Rudolf, and thanks for having me. Dr. Chidi, it's a pleasure to meet you online. My question is very quick. So when I listened to you earlier, and the question about appraisal system, how lecturers get evaluated, you seem to have a pushback from the approach or the perception that students who are being tutored by lecturers, professors, doctors should similarly be evaluated. And my question is stemming from the fact that the system of appraisal or evaluation has evolved. It used to be that we used to have a system where it was top to bottom. The boss evaluates the subordinate, or people who work under them. So, but the boss doesn't get to be evaluated and given a feedback on how they are doing their job well. Then, when management consultants started doing trainings, they started producing what we called all the smiley sheets. So you have facilitators who are not lecturers when they facilitate events, and then they get their people who attend those events to give them feedback on how they have performed in terms of that training. Now, don't you think it's a necessary growth process if lecturers, I'm not saying it has to be the same pattern that UI is using, that Nsukka should deploy, or Futa. But I'm just saying, don't you think it will be a helpful process? And it might not be necessarily perfect when it's introduced, but things evolve with time. With all the little mistakes, you begin to improve. Oh my God. Don't you think it would be a nice thing to be able to have your students evaluate you and give you feedback on how you're performing? That's my question. So I will leave the scene so that you can come back anytime and answer it.
All right. Thank you, Chim. And I think we will also bring him back in not too distant time, because there are a lot of questions. What happened? There are a lot of questions that people have, and I think we need to hear from these people in the universities in Nigeria. Okay, yeah, okay, he's back. All right.
I'm sorry, I think there's something wrong with it. This is a new laptop that I got. So there's something wrong, but when I was using the MacBook, I didn't have this intermittent kind of shutout.
All right. So the question was, don't you think there's benefits in having students evaluate their professors?
I think there is. I was just saying that some of us had issues with the format. The way the protocol was designed. We were suggesting that it needed to be contextualized, according to our own environment, to align with their own environment. Instead of asking students whether you liked how this lecturer treated you, and all that, need to be specific as to whether the lecturer did his job very well, whether he gave an assignment and followed it up, whether he covered his curriculum, whether he covered his syllabus, whether he did, all sorts of things that the lecturer should do. Because I'm saying that a lot of people who are university students in Nigeria are motivated differently. Some of them do not necessarily not motivated to learn the way you think. People are motivated to learn in the US, in the UK. So those who you are pushing to learn, pushing them to read, to do all sorts of things that will improve them, will not necessarily perceive you as doing them good. So if they are asked to rate you, they will say this lecturer is not pleasant and all that. So there's a benefit to that, but I'm saying just there's need to contextualize properly.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Forefathers. Forefathers, you're next.
All right, thank you. Thank you for having me, Dr. Rudolf. Greetings, and greetings to the panelists, and especially to the guest, Professor Chidi Ugwu, and then the commenters, and to the viewers. For me, I didn't hear all your statements, so just to be fair to you on that front, but some of the things I've heard, I've been quite concerned. My first statement, so that you get where I'm coming from, is that better a school leaver that is a nationalist than a professor that is either there to tear the nation down or even has colonial mentality. That's where I'm coming from. So some of your statements today that implied that any multi-ethnic group is run by a federal system, that's a loose state, as a form of truth, is inaccurate based on facts. And even going by that standard, The Nigerian state is becoming more and more federal every single year because we have a history and things have to unwind. And you're an academician and an anthropologist, if I'm not mistaken, that I would have thought understood these things. Nigeria became more federal just last year by having power generation capacity transferred to different states. Nigeria became more federal when they assigned special allowances to Niger Delta State. So many things Nigeria does, they try to do it that way. And we also understand that other nations do have measures that they give advantage to some groups academically. They take their background into account, they take other things into account. The reasons why they do these things is to stabilize society. And anthropologists should understand these things. And when you say these things to people, they take it strongly. And that's what I find problematic. They take it strongly that what you are saying is perfectly true. And this is why I felt I had to respond to that. And I would like you to clarify that statement, because most nations have these peculiarities. And you can also understand that almost every nation, even France that is next to the UK, runs somewhat differently because of these peculiarities. And when you look at the Nigerian peculiarities and you say, because of that, we are doomed, hence why I said better a school leaver that is a nationalist than a professor that has this type of mindset. Please address that point about multi-ethnic groups being governed as a confederate or loose state, because Brazil is also multi-ethnic, but they have a centralized government that has similar peculiarities as you have in Nigeria. Please address that point.
All right, thank you, forefathers. Dr. Chidi.
Okay, please, forefathers, let me ask, where are you at the moment, please?
The UK.
Okay, it's very interesting. You are in the UK. I'll give you an example with the UK that tried to run. England tried for centuries to overrun Wales and Ireland and Scotland. For a long time, they had wrangling, and eventually they had to decentralize to what you have today. So every key ethnic group in the UK is independent. Scotland, they have their own economy, they have their own. So all you have is a loose center where parliamentarians come to debate things, So that's what you have. They tried and tried, like Nigeria is trying today, to make it work. It never did. In Belgium, the same thing. In all sorts of places. Europe is scattered. It's the splinter of many countries that tried. At some point, they tried to tried to overrun each other. They tried and tried for centuries. Switzerland, for example, tried for 800 years until they adopted what we call cantons today. Each group, they have a way of rotating presidency across what they call cantons. Cantons are just groups, sub-ethnic groups that should think they should stand alone, but somehow they think they are better. They are better running as a country, but a country of loose nationalities. So the point I'm making is not to say, in fact, it is those who encourage the structure you have in Nigeria today that are actually encouraging Nigeria to be weak. In fact, the more you centralize, the weaker the country becomes. If you get the point, Rome began to, in fact, the collapse of Rome. I'm talking from the point of view of someone who has explored these things across times and places historically. When the collapse of Rome started was when a certain emperor began to bring Rome together and to center power around himself, and began to collapse power in different sections. So the country, how you measure the centrality, whether a country, the primary function of the state, the nation state, is to secure the life and property of the citizens who are within that space. That's the major reason the state was formed in the first place. And when you have the security, the structures that are meant to secure the people who live in that space, governed from a certain center, to all intents and purposes, that country is centralized. Before you talk about other things like resources, how resources are shared, if you go, there's something they call exclusive list, where you have 68 items that include everything, that even including the gold or oil in your father's backyard, the road passing through just the back of the University of Nigeria, the federal road, for example. We can talk about these things. The point I'm making is Nigeria is a failure today, leading to people feeling secure when they leave the country. People like you in the UK, other people in the US and all sorts of places, you see all the kidnapping and banditry, all sorts of things happening in Nigeria. It's because people feel that those who are challenging the structures, the way Nigeria is structured in the way it is now, are the troublemakers, forgetting that these are the people who are speaking the truth. Nigeria, the way it is organized, cannot work. And I'm telling you why it can't. And I'm drawing from history, from across history and across societies. No country has ever tried what Nigeria is trying to do and succeeded. Eventually, it will crack up. It is just a matter of time. So it's not a matter of whether you are preaching to people to accept each other, the Hausas should accept the Igbo and all that. Nigeria functioned at some point. You know when Nigeria functioned? When we ran the First Republic. The First Republic was a region-based economy. That's when the University of Nigeria, where I teach, was built. University of Zaria, and all sorts of things, infrastructure, radio stations, TV stations, because rail stations, because that was a time when the regions were, the way the thing works is that each region has a way of mustering the patriotism of those who feel connected to that region because they feel this is their own. Once you arrest people's allegiance to the state and take it to a certain center that they feel distant from, they feel not connected to, that state will collapse. What people call corruption today, we can talk about this for 2 days. This is my area. I'm not guessing around it. This is something I have studied and thought about and written about. You know, I've engaged with experts all over the world around it, and we eventually come to the understanding that those who are encouraging centralized control of a multi-ethnic entity are those who are causing trouble. Once people feel that a certain group has hijacked power and are controlling them from a certain central position, trouble will not leave that environment. So what you do, what do they do in the UK? They have police, the security system is also scaffolded. You don't have one central person in London controlling all the security outfits in the UK. You have even the local council. I don't know, I've forgotten what you call it. You know, even your backyard, you have people whom you are known to you that are policing the environment. If you go to the US, the same thing, version of the same thing. You have a community police. What do they call them now? You know, I'm trying to remember the names they use for those of you who live there will be more familiar with what I'm trying to say. So the point I'm making is that those who are saying that Nigeria is not working well and needs to be reorganized are actually those who mean well for the country. Those who are saying we should leave Nigeria the way it is, everybody who talking about Nigeria challenging the way it is currently structured. Anyone who is not happy about those who challenge the way Nigeria is being structured, currently structured, are actually the people who don't want the country to function well. Because it's very clear that we have tried for 50-something years the same structure. It can't function, it can't work. You know, so this is my honest opinion, and I'm drawing from my knowledge as an anthropologist. I'm not missing words here.
All right.
Anyway, thank you. I don't know whether I managed to respond to
Thank you, Dr. Chidi. Let's go to Davidson.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chidi. I must commend you for making yourself available, you know, to speak to the public and to let us know what you are doing as an individual. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm of the opinion that for a nation to develop, the people who live in that nation must be empowered. And one of the ways for such people to be empowered is to provide them access to light and access to internet. So it's so unfortunate that a country like Nigeria, we don't have stable electricity, we don't have a light. And this will help us to democratize our educational system. I must not go to the 4 walls of the university to be able to be educated. I can be in my house, learn some courses on YouTube, Udemy, wherever, to be able to learn and do other things I want to do. So that brings me to the aspect of restructuring our curriculum, which Mr. Flagship have already talked about. And it's so unfortunate that most Nigerian universities, all we're concerned about is the A's and B's we get. Because I came to find out the way you're talking about the recruitment process of Nigerian students into the university. But the process in between is what matters. Now you find out that in our Nigerian educational system, at the end of the semester, you start preparing teaching. Your student will be asking, what are they how are you going to set this exam? All we are concerned is the end goal, like A's or B's. So I don't know if what you as an individual is doing or the school system in general to be able to restructure our curriculum so that it's not just all about writing exam and getting A. I schooled in Nigeria. I came to US, I also schooled. There are some courses I did not write exam. All I did was just project. And that project prepared me for industry base. That's why you see many students in Nigeria, after graduating, they say they are unemployable. Why? Because all we focus on was all about getting A's and B. I can cram. At the end of the day, I just get A. If say I'm a very good student and all of that, but the process did not pass through me. Are you getting my point? There are so many things that I was taught in one of the Nigerian university that I'm using today. Why? Because I was able to find the application of those things in real world coming to the US. So my whole point is that what ways are we working to ensure that we have stable internet? That is one of the most important things. Electricity. And the curriculum is not just all about, writing exam and all of that. So that we can take away all those, stuff. Then we should focus on project-based and, how will I put it, industry-based, so people to be able to learn why they are schooling as well.
All right. So, Davidson, you see what you've done. You were speaking for too long. And now our guest is. So what we're doing, because we are out of time totally, we agreed on 2 hours. We're going to 3 hours. So for the people left, KJ, I think after KJ, I will bring in OVA, KJ, OVA, and Pansat. I'll bring in Pansat for the last question. So that's it. But everybody should be quick on the question, not long speeches anymore. Okay, Chidi, can you respond to him? He said, "Why is it that?"
Okay, yeah. So I think that yes.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just summarize. Let me be sure that I got.
Oh, okay. I think what I understand is he was saying, why is it
so
that
you were trying to summarize the question for me?
Yeah. From what I remembered now, I think he was saying, why is it that you don't have electricity and internet in Nigerian universities, and why is there emphasis on cramming and
yeah, because he studied I remember he said something about Harvard. I remember how the lecture is being delivered there. So can
okay,
we?
Yeah.
Okay, that's enough, Davidson. Let's move. Yeah, he got it. Go ahead, Chidi.
Anyway, yes. Anyway, I have also I've also been to a number of the universities across Europe and America and other African countries. The thing is, there are peculiarities in how people how the learning is delivered across humanistic, social sciences, and then practical based pure science studies. I also have relatives here in the UNN who are studying engineering and physics and all sorts of things, who are doing a lot. But there are individuals who are already generating, building systems to generate power from urine, from physics, and all sorts of things. The major problem you have is the lack of a supporting system that will help people to harness.
Maybe one day we will build a studio in Nigeria. If we are getting a guest from Nigeria, we send the guest to the studio where we are sure that we have internet and light and things like that,
Not to just say now go Ghana, may go do the interview from Ghana.
The guests will still have to use the system available. They're not going to be in a different system.
Next time we'll fly and go Ghana.
Elon Musk has this internet thing that people are using.
The satellite internet.
Yeah.
Connect direct.
Yeah. Most people can't afford to have it at home, but you can actually put it in a studio.
The university should be able to have one of those.
All right. So Chidi, Yeah.
I think the mistake I made, there are other spaces in university where I should have gone into for this call, but I think I over trusted the MTN network that I use. Okay. So the point I'm making in summary is that um, individuals, Nigerians who studied in Nigeria also come to the US where you are and go to the UK and Belgium, all sorts of places, and trounce other students, and come and outperform other students. So that what this means is that perhaps the bad commentary we have in our mind about the education in Nigeria may not be that bad after all. I have students, people have written reference letters for students that I taught who have traveled, who are all over the place, the US, all sorts of places, who are doing very well, even helping to teach courses, helping their lecturers over there, their professors over there, have assessed them and agreed enough to allow them to teach, to help them teach courses in the US, in the UK, some other places. So you can also attest to this. So what it means is that Nigeria is not where it should be, but I think that somehow, somehow, the system is still managing to deliver enough to allow those who are so self-motivated to do well enough so that when you go out there, you can compete. The major problem we have, there's no support system to uptake the inventions that people are making. If you come, there will be of engineering students this week that we are into about 2 days time here in the UNN. When you go there, you see a lot of things that people do, and you marvel. But the thing is that the thing dies in the university. A few just get taken up by some Chinese industries. They come and take these kids and travel with them, and before you know it, they start importing those things back to Nigeria. So I think the education system is still managing to retain something, but the Nigerian state itself and the industries are not ready. I don't know how else to explain it. Not ready to harness. You spend millions training individuals, but you are not ready to let the society benefit from knowledge that individuals have acquired in the university system. And let me tell you, not everybody shouldn't go to the university. The polytechnics are closing down now in Nigeria. The polytechnics are actually those were places where people who are more skill-based kind of inclination should go to. They are closing down now in Nigeria. Some people say it is on the advice of World Bank and IMF and all sorts of things that do not want Nigeria to work well. But I don't know. I don't.
Mr. Rudolph, thank you so much. Imagine a professor is having this issue with internet. What will not happen to ordinary Nigerians?
Yeah. Thank you, Davidson. All right. So we once it comes again, we would see what we can get through before.
How is the failure of the institution? It's the failure of UNN. No be everything will be federal government. You are talking about Elon Musk's internet. What does it take for them to be able to market? Because Rudolph, we are talking about how to market the institution. Does it mean in the institution that has no name or individual enough to actually persuade people to donate that Starlink or Elon Musk to that university? Is that what we are saying? Come on,
you don't know their budgets. You don't know.
I don't need to know. I don't need to know their budgets. I don't need to know their budgets. Somebody can donate that. There are a lot of success people that university have produced. Where are they? What are they doing? What's their contribution to the university? Come on, man.
That's true. That's true. He's got a point there.
All right. So quickly now, we want to get to KJ, Ovie, and Pansat quickly.
Okay.
Just straight to the question. We know
Prof, my question is going to be very short. But first of all, I want to commend you. I've listened to you offline. I totally agree with you. It just makes me feel like I'm not mad, contrary to what other people have been saying before now. I thank you. I totally agree with your submissions today. The only thing I will add is, having come to the US, I realized that the school system here kind of interwoves their lifestyle with the education. My son, sometimes they are giving cards. You have to, today, this week, we're going to have a 1 day off in Chick-fil-A or McDonald's or something. So they are gradually infusing the system that the society operates into the little children, so that you don't have to learn how to eat apple when you grow up or know how to do certain things in your community. And I see that also with the bigger ones and the other ones. There's always time they intercross, interpollinate their system, their culture, and their tradition with the younger people coming up. Can we also activate that so that our customs and traditions are not lost along the side of educating people in the way that the West is trying to do that? Thank you.
Yeah, I think your question goes to the root of, what people talk about decolonizing the curriculum, decolonizing the education system in African societies. At this point, it's still at individual levels. The Nigerian state is not ready. I don't know how else to say it. The Nigerian state is not functional. It's not intentional. Those who are running the state are just intent in amassing more money. I'm just sharing money in Abuja. That's all. The thing is, it's just individuals who have this consciousness. Like, I take my students out. There's a course I teach, we call ethnography. I take them to the market and say, just observe what is going on. You come home, I ask you to report what you saw. No scripts, nobody. I don't give you anything to say, write about it. Just write whatever struck you. And then when you go home, I give people the kind of assignments I give. Just go to a funeral and watch what happens there, and come back to tell me, to write about what you saw. Some of those, like forefathers mentioned, there are some courses that in my courses that students don't even write exam. There are some of the courses I teach where I actually give open book exam. You just bring your materials. When we ask questions, we ask you to begin to consult your materials, to all the things that you did during the holiday, to be able to articulate your response to some of these questions. So the thing is, there's only so much individuals can do when the state is not functional. So individuals will keep trying, but the state is so overwhelming that what the individuals can do is just so much. Just you can do your best, but when the political decision making is not in the favor of intellectual progress of society, well, no society ever made progress without those in the ranks. Look at China, for example, the Cultural Revolution, and when they started, it was a deliberate state policy. Even Japan, the state decision makers, education planners will take time to say, this is how we want our children to be educated from kindergarten to primary to secondary school to the university level. So it is not something individuals can accomplish. You can only just do, only those who encounter your own department in your own little space can get influenced the way, from your own consciousness. But once the state actors are not ready, it's difficult to make that difference. I'm sorry, this is the situation. It's very sad.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Chidi. So, Ovie, quickly, let's go to
Doctor, you don't start. Those won't be quickly now. Sure. Pastor started with the rules that all of us should follow, because he was the first person and he was back and forth for a minute. Anyway, Prof. Mike, I don't know if you have Mike Tyson say, if you say you get gra until they hit you for face. That's how I felt coming to this conversation. I was so excited. I was eager. If not for any reason, I was hoping to come and meet an homegrown success, for lack of words, because I believe that anything that will be done for Nigeria should be done by Nigerians. And you exemplified that in every sense of the word. You are a success in your field and you are on own product. But you started the conversation with Rudolf that, exemplified that blow that Mike Tyson talked about when you said that Nigeria is a failed state and it will never succeed, based on the fact that, according to you, it was not put together to succeed. And I was shocked to hear you saying that as somebody who is playing a very vital role in our society, because you are literally in trust with the life of the next generation to educate them. To be hearing vocabulary like failure and never to succeed baffles me a lot, and it troubles me, because if I want to go by Thomas Sowell, who wrote the book Intellectual and Society, he described intellectuals as the role of intellectual in our society is to question everything that seems true, so that people will be more conscious and understand their limits and their failures. So for you, not even if that's that may believe that they put Nigeria together in order, the way it is, and it's not going to succeed. Even that, if that is true, I don't think your job is to just conclude that it will never succeed. Even though you are trying to make case that it is the system they are practicing and all that, but your foundation has already destroyed that the argument. Because if you pay attention, George Orwell also said that some ideas are so stupid that only intellectuals believe them. So for you to believe that Nigeria will never succeed, make me question you as a success, because as I say, you are a success in every single thing, and you are a product of Nigeria. So to say that we never succeed troubles me. If you don't mind, to say more light on that, other than the fact that the system they are practicing is not right. Because if I'm a student of history, no country in this world that they are not working on their constitution or their existence. They constantly keep changing things one way or the other to meet the imagined situation. And I think that is the approach that we should take. But from a professor to say that there's no success in the horizon, I'm troubled.
All right, thank you, Ovie.
Okay, so I think you answered your own question by saying that countries have continued to rework their constitution. If there are no persons like me pointing out the errors in that countries
No,
will
but you
not
said
look
never.
at
You
it.
said it will never succeed.
Yes,
That was your
yes, I
conclusion.
say it will.
Never.
Yes,
That
but
means you stop
yes,
trying.
no, my no, my uh, my statement is not is conditional. I said it would never Nigeria would never succeed the way it is currently organized until we come to the table to discuss it. I didn't say never. I said if it is not rethought where Nigeria is currently organized, if it is not rethought, come and discuss it and say how do we, this thing is not functioning. What do we do about it? If that is not done and we continue to move on, believing that if we shoot everybody who challenges, bring the army to enter everywhere and burn villages and continue like that for the next 100 years, the country will continue to get worse. That's just the point I'm making. My own training as an intellectual did not prepare me to paint, to oil the truth when I see it. I say it the way it is, and I give you facts to back up what I'm saying. So my point
Yeah,
is
but
not that Nigeria will
it will
never
never
succeed. I'm
succeed is
saying
not a
if
fact.
we are not ready, yes, if it will never succeed until something happens to the structures of governance
That is very
organizing.
contradictory.
And
That is very contradictory, because when
yes,
you can't use the word
okay,
never.
so this is my view. Okay, so my view is that which you are free to challenge. My view from history, I've given you historical examples from Rome, from Switzerland to the UK to Belgium to even the US. All sorts of places that are succeeding today. Europe had to fought for 80 years. You just read about the history of Europe and see why they were fighting
Yeah,
was
but they
because
never had it. They never had the
you had
mentality of
enclaves.
never.
You
There was
had.
never in their history they say, "Oh, it will never succeed." That's what I'm trying to challenge. That word
So
never.
excuse
They
me.
never. And there's any
Yes.
point in
So
American history that say, "Oh,
the
we will
point.
never
The point.
succeed."
The thing is
He
it's
made it
the
clear
point we
it's
are
a
making. Both of us are
qualified.
saying the same thing. Both of us are saying the same thing. It's just an issue of semantics and the style of presentation. I'm saying that if Nigeria is not rethought, the structures of Nigeria, the way it is currently organized, is not rethought, the country will never succeed. I stand by those. I'm not saying it will never, but I qualified it by saying something needs to happen for this country to succeed. If that thing does not happen, the country will never make progress. I stand by that. So that I'm saying those who refuse to discuss it are those who are actually the enemies of the country. If you refuse to address, you have a problem with your wife and you keep wishing it away, and your wife say, let's discuss this thing and know how to get around it. You dismiss it and say there's no problem. You're actually the enemy of the home. It is the person who says, let's discuss this thing and know how best to get around this issue. That person who wants the place to succeed. So this is my view. You are free to disagree with it, but we will be alive in the next 20, 30 years, hopefully. You will see that we won't get better than we are today. Banditry and all sorts of things will continue to increase until we come to a table to discuss this thing and to say, what do we do? What are we getting wrong? How do we get this thing better? Other countries did it. You just don't need to read the history of other countries and see how they manage to get themselves, their acts together.
All right. Thank you so much, Ovie. Thank you, Dr. Chidi. We have reached 3 hours and we agreed on 2. So quickly, I have some questions that I know that I wanted to ask you, and some of them I think before Pansat we get the last question.
Before, why not I go and then you do the final thing?
No, Pansat, no.
Because you could call him on the phone and ask yours if he gets caught up. This is just a suggestion. I go.
Thank you.
You can call him.
Pansat, no, please. So, Dr. Chidi, I was at Nnamdi Azikiwe University. A full professor there stood up and said he was getting paid 450,000 naira every month. That he's getting the highest pay any Nigerian professor is getting. I want to know from you, is that a range? Is that the range?
Yes, but he's not getting the highest. Those who get, yes, that's the range, but there are people who get up to 700
every month.
Those professors in vet and medicine, for example, get the highest. They get more than that. Yes, monthly, but it's still not up to $1,000. But the thing is, it goes back to the fundamental, the big picture I was trying to paint. Once the country is not knowledge driven, they will not respect knowledge makers. They will not respect those who are producing knowledge. They will not respect scientists. And once you don't respect them, you don't pay them well. In fact, you think they should vanish. They should go to hell because you do not need them to keep having access to resources. All you need is for the oil in Niger Delta to keep running, flowing. The only time the Nigerian state actors get very concerned is when they start blowing up pipes, or when oil price continues to go down world market, or when something happens to the port in Lagos where they collect money. So that's all they are concerned about. So the point I'm making is why the professors are not paid well now is because the state actors think that they do not need knowledge produced in the university system to succeed, to have resources to run the Nigerian state. I prefer to provide explanations. I don't dwell in lamentations. I prefer to provide explanation. This is what is going on, and this is why it is the way it is. So, but let me make this very quick, if you like, clarification about different economies. If a professor today in Nigeria is paid $2,000 in Nsukka, for example, I live in Nsukka. If I get paid $2,000 a month, equivalent of about 3 million naira, I am richer than a professor who collects $15,000 in a place like Boston.
All right. Pansat, you still get a chance to ask him one.
See what I told you? It's good to listen to me sometimes, Rudolf.
No. There were some important things.
I'm protesting. Why Pansat will get triple chance? Why we there?
Ovie, I promised him that he will get a chance. So, but he will ask one question. So, Pansat, think about one question, not going back and forth, because I had an agreement with him that he's spending 2 hours and we're
done. Could we engage you now until he comes back? Can we ask you questions, Rudolf?
He's back.
All right.
So, Pansat, over to you.
All right. Welcome back.
So I'm sorry. Let me finish that thought.
Okay.
Let me finish that thought. I was saying, I don't know. There's something wrong with this particular HP that I bought. It keeps throwing me out. It's not as a result of my own network. Perhaps I will need to return it or something. So, to finish that thought, I was saying, if you get paid in Nsukka where I live, or in Ibadan, or Ife, or a certain place, if you get paid as a professor $2,000, you are richer than a professor who collects $15,000 in Cambridge or Boston, where Harvard is. let me tell you the point. It's very simple. I lived in Boston for 9 months. I was paying $2,200 a month house rent for a 3-bedroom apartment. In fact, before I moved away from the inside of Harvard, I was paying 3,300 a month. So I had to run away to go to another section of Boston, 2,200, which is the equivalent of what I was paying in Nsukka as rent for 10 years. So in 1 month, rent takes about 2,200 of my rent. Health insurance, I was paying 4,600 for myself and my family. You pay all sorts of taxes and all them. In the end of the month, you are left with almost something trying to survive for the other month ends. But bring $2,000 in Nsukka, for example, and change it today, you have 3 million. House rent in Nsukka, highest paying, let me not use Nsukka, Lagos. Let's say we are paying 1 million a month. Then you have 2 million to buy food, to fuel your vehicles, to do all sorts of other spending. In the end of the month, you may have just save 1 million that is not busy for anything. You can keep that in the bank and then wait for the next month. And I'm saying there are different economies. When people judge by dollar, and then forget the context of the other things that happen within the economy, we get it wrong. I'm not saying that Nigerian professors shouldn't be paid well, but I'm saying if a Nigerian professor is getting $3,000, it is enough. It is more than enough. You should not look at a professor who lives in California or in also collecting $20,000. There are different economies, different contexts, different environments, or economic environments. So that's the reality. The professor in Nigeria is poor, is not well paid, but I'm saying we should judge it when we propose what they should be paid. We don't look at the US or the UK because we know they are different environments.
All right, thank you. So Pansat, last question.
Yeah, thank you very much. By the way, Dr. Ugwu, you espouse, I would say, my exact sentiments politically and outlook in life itself. So I don't know if that's good for you, but I have to tell you that you're a guest that I don't disagree with in any way. But I'm going to go ahead and scratch the question I had for you because Rudolf appears to be trying to wrap up this particular segment. But I'm going to ask you a question because you made a statement to one of the panelists here, Ovie, and somewhat related to forefathers who's also here. So my question to you is going to address this thing, and it's very important. You said that those who complain, who espouse the views that you've been espousing here, saying that unless there's a structural change, if we keep going on the trajectory we're going, Nigeria is never going to be, right? That those are actually the patriots. In a sense, you're saying it's a paradox for those who come here shouting patriotism as if they are more patriotic than those of us who are trying to correct the country. Asina okoro anaghị eto karịa onye kụrụ ya. In essence, we planted this okra. Those of us who are from the southeast, we brought the country. We brought independence. We chased the Brits out. Of course, with help from some Enahoro and others who helped. But when it comes to who actually can claim Nigeria, is us. It's our country that we brought. Now, for nuisance sake, I want to cast them out and go open another one. It doesn't mean that this corporates like forefathers here right now, who's been complaining in the comment section, and Ovie who's grimacing because you don't come here and say no matter what they do, we're gonna sit there with them and be retarded for the rest of our lives. So the impetus is given to them to come on this platform, and let me try to make sure that we carry this out in order. You are a professor, anthropologist, who study societies. That you don't really carry any equipment to go and measure anything. You do by observation and participation. Am I right? to ply your trade. So somebody cannot say, "Do not believe your lying eyes." You're there. You've been to Boston. You talked about the economic disparity. Even here in the United States, academicians are not being paid enough. You have actors doing nonsense, and they make a whole lot of money than people who are in academics. You're not in it for the money. It's a noble profession, and you do not deserve to come here and have these two people that you see here right now giving impetus to yab you in your country that your forefathers brought about. We don't even know where the hell they come from.
Pansat, can you go straight to the question?
Yeah, so I don't have any question for him, but to just say to you, welcome and come back again. You promised me that we're gonna have the discussion because I've wasted my whole time here. I wanted to talk about the problems we have in the country. Islamic terrorism. The problem we have in the country is not somebody who is here to say what needs to be done for the country to be homogeneous and to prosper evenly. A professor.
All right.
I don't even know if Fofana has been to a university or VA.
Thank you.
So Rudolf, what I'm saying to you is that when you bring these different worlds together, we have to give respect to guests such as this. And I look forward to dealing with you again and the anthropological issues that what you've observed and participated. And congratulations for your success and welcome. And we'll see you again soon. Thank you, Rudolf, for bringing him. Thank you.
Thank you, Pansat. We are going to bring a guest back, I believe, by next month, May or May, I think around May. I think. Before you give us your last words, I want to say thank you, and I want to say today is Palm Sunday. Today is Palm Sunday, and one of the things I heard about Nigerian universities is that the religious activities we see outside in the society, they're already into the universities. I had a student reach out to me saying that university professors at UNN, some of them start their lecture by praying first. Not just UNN, there are many. So what is the impact of religion inside universities as you round up your thoughts?
Yeah, the Nigerian university today is a watered down version of what we used to have. Some of the professors that taught me retired, some that taught those who taught me, very thoroughgoing scholars, who knew how to separate spirituality and the matters of society when we are discussing evidence and empirical evidence as to how to run society. Today, the quality of those who teach in Nigerian universities, including UNN, it leaves a lot to be desired. And when people do not know their onions very well, they resort to all sorts of spirituality. The people begin to pander to spirituality when when the claim to empirical science fail, when they can't hold a candle to their peers in other places. So how my approach to this, there are many professors who are leading fellowships in the UNN. When they're organizing all sorts of things in the place. You see professors leading the charge, leading crusades and wearing all sorts of apron, moving around a campus. And they see some of us who are not religious, includes as some mad people who shouldn't belong in this society. But we know who is wrong. We know that from the time that religion was beginning to be relegated, even in the Western society where you are, we know when these things happen, the Enlightenment period, the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, when people began to say, let's keep religion by the side. We are not saying it is bad, but let us begin to organize society. Instead of closing your eyes and saying that God just spoke to me and said that this man should be your king, let's find a way, an organized way to select our leadership. Let's find an organized way to run this society. That's the major difference. So what we have had in UNN as much as many other Nigerian universities is the Nigerian anyhowness that has seeped into the place. And I think that when these things are mutually reinforcing, when a society is going through a lot of trouble, people tend to resort to some supernatural means. When life is erratic, when you don't know what tomorrow will bring, you are not sure whether you travel from Nsukka to Enugu and return safely, when you are not sure of what becomes of you when you go to the hospital without proper equipment, people tend to become more religious. People tend to pray more. People tend to begin to seek other forces, because the government itself that should be the God you see that provides for your well-being, for your safety, has failed you. So the human being is powerless, begins to look for some other forces to resort to. And I think that Nigerian professors are not free of that. That's basically the way I read it. Not everybody can rise above, even those who.
All right.
Teach the, I'm really sorry. Some people are trying to call me.
All right, Dr. Chidi, thank you so much. Let's round it up here, and I will come back. I'll come back to you. Maybe you join us again in March. Not in March.
Yeah, sorry. I some people are trying to call me because it looks.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. No, I understand. Dr. Chidi, thank you so much for joining us today on the show. We will bring you back next month. I promise you. I think May we should bring you back, and maybe you go to a place where you have better internet so that we won't have this problem. There are so many topics we want to discuss with you, and I think you are the right person to discuss those things. Thank you again. All right, we're going to take a break.
When we come back, you'll give us rights to teach Pansat some history and some book.
All right.
In response to what you said.
When we come back, we will have that conversation.
All right, I'm still number one. I'm just.
So that competition. I don't know that competition with you.
I'm still number one.
When your master love you, Max, if you have go kwanumo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo, ulaga do ni piazugo, akwanwa mwilochi yo bikora puzo kona bazia. When your master because Abamba water the sorry. If you want to go na Ulagado ni piazigo, ulagado ni piazigo. Abamba wilo chilo, bigger sorry. Mazi welcome up. Odoguna Paresinaka. Onyoma nigadelemo. Mazi ni Ibu go with melody. Where you for? Odogu nachala noka. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olaga ni pesigo no. Olaga ni pesigo. Amama wilo chilo. Bigora muzo. Anabaze. Say. Onyama Abamba wazarane Ulagadoni Piazugo, Nazaboy. Ulagadoni Piazugo, Avamagilo Chilo, Biko Rapuzoro, Hanabazi. Odogu Canano Bikechoko. Amakwamnika Bugodia. Oligwe Kwelona. Get your mobile back. Hey, you won! Eku kampune kene Omogo ninso Chukwe mekalumo Ike chukwu negaje Esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne Wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ nabasị zoro 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 Joy na bugwa Hausa Sokoto Ujembe Mwilo Anu solo nwe ma n'ọfịa n'ara Onye nwụrụ zuru ike
All right, welcome back everybody, and thank you for hanging in here. I think I just spoke to our guest. He's eager to come back and take any question. He said he's very eager to come back and take any question anybody has, and that he enjoyed the encounter with all of you. So we should bring him back very soon. I think probably next month I'll look at the calendar and see where I have people scheduled.
If you go really allow us engage them, not just question. If you come and sit with us on a session and let's.
The first thing is to get internet. His internet good. He's going to go to a particular part of the campus where there is direct connection to the university internet. So, all right. So I know there are people who didn't get a chance to ask a question. I'm sorry, you know, these things are in such a way that you have to agree on what we're going to do before they come on. They have other engagements, and we went over by more than an hour. And let me hear from Laba. I'm sorry, I know there's something I could do. Local, I could.
Wait, which are local? Only just one question. You're one.
Me too. I'm so mad. I'm sorry. When I say Rudolf and Mahmoud look exactly alike, this is what I'm talking about.
All right. So what was the question that would have brought down the house? Local. That question. One question.
Yes, I wanted to tell him that he was a disappointment. How can you tell your students that there's no hope in Nigeria, that Nigeria can never be better?
May your days be long. May your days be long.
You imagine what you can come here and say on the air. What have you told your students behind camera?
I wonder why they don't get internet.
You wonder, you can imagine future generation. You are telling them no hope can never be fixed. Is that what you're telling your students?
Yeah, Rudolf, I can actually answer that question.
No.
Hold on. It's only based on the fact that I was listening to him. See, if you miss that, hold on,
guys. Let's see how look at you doing.
Rudolf, can you put me in the backstage, please?
Okay.
I'll be back soon. Yeah.
Okay.
Answer, you go collect on his behalf.
Look, go ahead. Are you done?
You understand? So when it was like you want to ask that, okay, you left where you were, you went back home to go and lecture. Now you went there, okay, you don't like how things are. If things are going like this, cannot be fixed. Why did you go back? But you are there doing what? Because you feel maybe you can make impact. So if you want to make impact, go from 0 to 100, make it fully. Not be telling us, okay, this is how you are teaching your students, and yet you are still telling them from one other side, like you are giving them hope by imparting knowledge to them, and you are still from the other hand taking their future away from them, that there's no hope in Nigeria. Then what are you teaching them for? So whatever you're teaching them, where are they going to put to practice it? They teach them, they'll graduate and travel to America to go and developing their own place. Meanwhile, you are here teaching them. I mean, come on, man.
All right.
Rudolf.
Because I didn't just
Pansat. We never respond to you. You won't put another one for floor.
Pansat, hold on. Okay, I'll come to you. I'll come to you. Let's hear Alaba. Go ahead.
Now, thank you, Professor Chidi Ugwu. I want to thank you very much for being a very pragmatic, reality check person. You couldn't get my question, but thank you. And again, your being here has brought out the key issue about what Nigerians are all about, as being exhibited by those on this panel. Thank you, Mr. Man. You have just brought out our character and why that country can never move forward. Because what are we? We are deniers of facts. We are expectants of miracles. We are, in the word, delusional. Let me tell you what delusional means. We are delusional people. We are people with a disorder. It's a type of psychotic disorder. Its main symptom is the presence of delusion, whereby there's an unshakable belief in something that is untrue. This belief isn't a part of a person's culture or subculture. Everyone else knows this belief to be false, but yet Nigerians still think it's true. That man came here and told you guys the truth, the fact, and we have one man there, forefather, insulting the man, comparing him to an high school kid. What an insult. That's a professor who has learned history, and then Ovie disappointed me, backing forefather in that bullshit of nonsense. Forefather, you might want to push your nationalistic agenda, but the fact still remains. For Nigeria to move forward, we all must come to terms with the truth.
Simple.
I mean, we're not going anywhere. The man hit the nail on the head.
Is the truth that there's no
the man hit the nail on the head. The real enemies of Nigeria are the ones that are against the dialogue that we desperately need. And you all here talking things. We all deny the truth. What is the point of education? The point of education is to lead a productive and fulfilling life. Are Nigerians living a productive and fulfilling life? If the answer is no, then don't come here and be hypocrites. Hypocrites. Coming here every weekend to argue about shit, regurgitate the problem, and talk BS. The man hits the nail on the head. I got more to say, but I'm not going to be back and forth on all these frivolities we come here every weekend to come and talk about. I was listening in the background. Father, you need to apologize to that man because you insulted him with your question. You attempted to compare him.
What truth? Stop waffling. What truth?
The truth is Nigeria heading the right way? If your answer is no,
So
if your answer is no,
prescribe,
then
let's
you are
all
the
die.
liar.
But that's
But
not
if
the
the
question.
answer is
We all
yes,
agree with that.
That's not the
bullshit,
question.
bullshit,
Bullshit.
If you lack comprehension, please go and listen to the question.
bullshit. If your answer is no, then the man was hitting the nail on the head. Don't come here and say we are heading the right way. We just need to work with each other. We just need to be patient. This is what we've been doing for 60 years. People are dying. People are suffering.
Isn't that your solution?
The country is going down. People are in massive poverty. I don't know who your paymasters are or what agenda your guys are trying to push. But the truth is, Nigeria cannot continue like this. I want my country back. And you cannot be patriotic without admitting the truth.
That is your solution too.
I didn't give you a solution. I'm describing you.
That is your solution too.
I didn't give you a solution. I'm describing you.
All right.
So then why are you starting a fight when it's the same solution?
I'm not starting a fight. I'm telling you the truth.
All right.
Just like Professor Chidi Ugwu.
If Rudolf no give me enough time to talk, we go
How
back.
come forefathers can talk and I can't talk when somebody else is talking? Or OVA? I mean, what kind of...
If Rudolf no give me enough time...
All right, so let's go to Chim.
Meanwhile, Chim, what's happened? Who push you come back?
Look,
I say don't go.
Look, this is not evening shift. Chim, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Rudolf. So that's why I didn't ask him any question with regards to the core of the subject. The only thing I disagreed was when you were asking him about evaluation of instructors and lecturers. Everything the man said, I agree with him 150% or 200% or whatever percent you want to put it. And, you know, I think we need to elevate our listening capacity. The problem I have with a lot of us is we don't listen well enough. The guy said contextually, even when the individual who was trying to take him on went on and about, he said, I'm saying to you, if we don't sit down, review the way the nation is going, then we can't make progress. He didn't say Nigeria can't make progress empty-handedly. There was a foundation on which he based his assumption. And he said it's an assumption. You cannot continue to do the same thing the way you've been doing them and expect a totally different result. That's insanity. And that's what he was simply saying. That if you want to make progress, then the nation needs to begin to review how to change. And then he began to give examples of nations that have been along the same trajectory as where we are as a people. But after a while, they hit brick walls. They came back to review what they were doing and started making those changes. And those changes have served them well. He mentioned the Britain, where a gazillion of people here are living in. They've not gone home yet. They're in that Britain, but they're in the Britain, enjoying the Britain, but, you know, applauding the way the Nigerian system is going. He also mentioned the Belgians of this world, that these people have to sit back and begin to change. And then Switzerland begin to look for homegrown ways of improving what they were doing. And then he ended by talking about Rome, which for anybody who has read the Roman history knows is a fact. So I don't know, I don't want to spar with anybody. I'm not interested in that. I've moved on in the way I'm looking at life. I'm totally gone. But the point remains, he didn't say that Nigeria cannot make progress. He said if Nigeria continues to go about things the way it is going about it today, then that progress will elude the nation. I don't know how tough or simple that is for anybody not to grasp. So I'm not going to spar with anybody. The only thing I didn't agree with him was in the area of how he wanted he and his co-lecturers to be evaluated. And I still, his answer wasn't sufficient for me, because evaluative systems have moved. It is no longer a one-way. You cannot say because you don't have in his own qualification the caliber of students who come to the university, who do not want to do assignments, and because they don't want to do assignments and one lecturer gives them an easy pass, and that as a result of that, if you allow them to evaluate their instructors, they will favor the one who makes life for them easy and give the guy who is supposedly a good lecturer a poor rating. I don't agree with him when it comes to that. I mean, is this because that brings it back to the argument we make when it comes to certain things in the country. The world is moving. An instructor needs to be evaluated. And that evaluation, the feedback you give him will help him to be able to put up better curriculum or change his way of mannerism in the way he relates with the students. So it's a two-way street. That's the only thing I didn't agree with him. Otherwise, everything he said are things we know, are things we've been talking about on this platform for the last 1 year plus, or even before I joined it. Anybody who is trying to argue with it is just simply being either mischievous or blindly or intentionally trying to hoodwink the rest of us. So for me, he did an excellent job. I cannot wait to, meet with him next time and have another conversation. That's just my contribution for today.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you so much. And let's go to Righteous Man.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, thank you for bringing the professor that just left. And I must express my disappointment in forefathers. Forefather, I have great respect for you, but this night, you have reduced the respect to 5%. If it was 50 before, you have reduced it to 5%. The way and manner you insulted that man, you use grammar. See, there is a way of telling a man you are stupid by using the use of English language. And when you interpret it in our local dialect, it will simply means you are telling that person you are stupid. You insulted the integrity of that man. You insulted the work that that man has done. You insulted the years he has put in practice and research, of which I know, or I will seem to believe that you as an individual, you've not done such work before, and you have not affected people's life academically the way this man, from his biography, from his credential, what he has done. And it seems to me that some of us come to this platform just to buy political favor from those whom we are representing. I want to be proven wrong by you, forefather, that you are not an agent paid to fight against truth. Anytime truth is mentioned in this platform, especially when it relates to the Igbos, you attack it as if maybe those who were against your forefathers were Igbos. And I don't know your pain you have against the Igbos. I am talking to you as a man. And if you think I am lying, come down to Nigeria and face me. You hide in Europe, there you hide in Britain, and you will be seeing the naked truth. I will be using grammar. That's why I call you military contractor. Because you are not real. You are not real. You don't say things that you're supposed to say. Rudolph, I'm sorry, please. I am angry with forefathers. I am telling you, this guy should stop being a hypocrite. He should come out plainly and tell us who he is. I am from Imo State. I am an Igbo man. Tell me where you come from. Nobody knows your origin. Nobody knows where you are coming from. And you are insulting this man that have put his life on ground to make sure that the nation is salvaged. What did he say that was wrong? He didn't say Nigeria can never work. I was the one who asked that question yesterday. When you look at the things that are happening here, you live in Europe. Is Nigeria, is it like Europe? What you are seeing in Britain or wherever you are hiding, is it the same thing that is you are seeing whenever you come back home here? And we are saying, what is it that has made Nigeria not to work? And this man said, because of our foundation, and until we come to a round table to discuss those things that do not make us function as a nation, Nigeria can never work. And you are disputing it. I am ashamed. Thank you, Rudolph.
All right, thank you. Mazi Prince. Mazi Prince. All right, forefathers. Oh, okay. Oh, he's back. He's back. Hold on. Mazi Prince, what internet are you using today? Where are you in this?
Obama phone, Obama network.
Mazi Prince, go ahead.
Oh, were you talking to me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Did you hear us?
And probably OVA, you know, put some voodoo today. I don't usually have this kind of problem before, but you know, it's a simple thing. Okay. Good day once again. And then, Tim, I left you a message in the inbox. Just like I said the last time, guys, when we come here, it's not about fights. It's supposed to be we learn from each other. Oh, Tim, yeah, Tim, I left you a message in the inbox. I'll leave it again. I'll leave it again. I'll check it again. So for me, it's a simple thing. When we come here, so
All right. Sorry, Prince, we can't hear you. You have to come back in and figure out what's wrong with you.
I helped distribute that Obama phone in 2016.
I make my listen.
Okay, let me go. Let me go the other direction. Okay, go ahead. AJ, go ahead.
Thank you so much, and Ferrari, thank you so much. You nailed it, and the righteous man. Listen, the truth of the matter is that the prof gave us historical evidence. He told us, he called, this. You see, this is a challenge with the Nigerian society. Even when there's more than ample examples for you to see, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Nobody is going to do something that is nothing that has been done and not been done before. God in Genesis chapter, in Genesis, created Adam and Eve. The intention was not for them to sin, but when they sinned, he revisited the foundation. Why wouldn't Nigeria revisit her own foundation? Since a lot of people, or let's say not even a lot of people, one section of the country, which is also a large contributor to the population, is saying we're not satisfied with what is there. What is so difficult that whenever this is brought, there's a tantrums everywhere, okay? And then the person who brings it becomes the victim, becomes the enemy of the state. Look, until we go from there, we're not making any progress. And we have said that many times here. It's not because anybody's. You need to evaluate your situation every time. That's the only way a human being makes progress. You need to evaluate yourself. Okay? The Bible puts it this way, say, count yourself, check yourself whether you're still in the Lord. Each time, even though you're a Christian, you are asked to continuously evaluate your Christianity at each point to know how far you have gone with the work. What more of building a nation where people are different, tribes and tongues differ? Gentlemen, let us accept the truth when somebody says it. We don't need to come and try to tinker it just because it doesn't suit well with what your beliefs are. And the truth is the truth. Simple. Thank you.
All right. I'll skip Pansat and everybody.
I thought they called me some time ago just now.
No, I'm actually coming to you. I want to come to you for a reason, but I want to skip everybody and go to forefathers. And fathers, what's your take on this?
I think I've never
I was called out
more.
too. I was called out too.
Can I say something? I think I've never been more proud of Ovie, what he said today. I think the idea that what people don't understand is that we all seem to have latent tribalism in us. When I criticize Wole Soyinka here, many of the people that are criticizing me for calling out this professor were quite fine with it. If I go to One Man Channel and criticize Wole Soyinka, they will fight me. If I go to Nigeria Watch and criticize Ozekome, they will fight me. And the reason why they fight you is not because of the facts, because you notice that most of them don't even bother talking about the facts. They talk about how I'm an embarrassment and all kinds of insults all over the place. If you want this nation to work, you have to be tribally, politically, and religiously neutral. The idea that you can just start accusing somebody just because they questioned the kind of statement he's making. This is the reason why I said, Nigeria, we have one of the highest concentration of professors. Look at the state of our nation. That should tell you something is wrong with us. And some people come and protect elitism, and they will say they're against elitism and all the rest of it, but they come here and protect it at the same time. When somebody tells you that, when somebody is a nationalist, even if they are not highly educated, they contribute more positively to their system than the ones that are so-called educated, that are making us take, postal order for us to go and apply for passports in the UK. Is these educated ones that are causing this problem? They are the elites today.
You know Hitler is a nationalist.
Can you be silent, please? Because I really dislike this nonsense grown men do online. These so-called elites are the ones that are causing all the problems. I'm leaving the problem myself here. That's part of the reason why I'm in the UK too. Because I was also brainwashed. Because these useless leaders didn't know how to protect their own nation, to stop their people from rushing overseas to go and get educated and remain there. And you are protecting them because, oh, Ferrari come here and grandstand when we all have similar position on these issues. The issue I have with his comments was that he made it look like just because we are multi-ethnic, that is the main problem of the country. That maybe we should have a conversation. That's what's going to solve the problem. That is disingenuous, because let me give you the reason why. Because sometimes people don't like to argue with reason. Why is it that most black African countries are not doing so well? Is it because all of them have structural problems? You see, this is the problem with our people. Even deductive reasoning is difficult for them to understand. 40-something black African nations are all going through hell compared to other nations out there. And you think our constitution somehow is the magical one that is the serious problem out there. The UK barely had a constitution and they ran the world for hundreds of years. And you all know that history, but you divorce yourself from that history and say, I'm insulting him. What does that tell you? It tells you that all this talk we are talking about constitution is just a misnomer, and especially given the fact that the Nigerian constitution is evolving the same way as other constitutions. There is devolution happening every single year in the Nigerian constitution. Has any of you bothered to look at the amendments that are going on in the Nigerian constitution? How many of them are becoming more centralized or decentralized? Have you bothered to check? When you keep chasing the wrong tail, I don't even know who put you up to this. What kind of education people got? When you keep chasing the wrong thing, you miss the actual solution. Do you see the British arguing about constitution when they were building the world? Do you see the Germans and all the rest arguing what constitution is the solution to all our problems? They were busy kicking ass all over the world. Till today, they don't spend that much time arguing about the piece of paper, because that is what the true world represents. The Benin Kingdom wasn't created because they went and deliberated too much because of the constitution. Men build nations and they lean forward and reshape the world to their own image. And if you keep relying on education alone, that's what misses the point. And that's why I really like what Ovie said. There are nations that have evolved and developed themselves, including China, one of them, that completely went after their intellectual elites because of this. Because what they observed was that these intellectual elites were locked in a way of thinking that doesn't progress the nation forward. And Ferrari, if you want to respond, I will respect you a lot more if you respond based on fact, because I'm here to learn too.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on. No, he's not responding. Not yet. No, we have to hear from everybody. But I have a question for you, fellas. So there's something you said about high school level or something. Can you repeat that line?
I said that better a high school leaver that is nationalist than a professor that has colonial mentality, because they will use that knowledge to destroy their nation, like they have right now. We have the highest concentration of professors in Africa.
No, you don't have. I don't want to expand on that. I just want you to. I know. I just want to get it. Remember what you said. So, do you think it's important that it contributed to your question? Do you think that statement in any way contributed to making people understand your question, what you wanted to get to?
No, I wanted him to understand my mindset so that he understands how I perceive education. You see, so he understands my bias towards some educated people that are not doing the right thing by our people. They are the one. See, do you know how annoying it is? I'm in the UK here. I have to go to the embassy and they will tell you, you have to go and buy postal order. These are the educated ones that did it. You think it's Olodo like Ferrari that is just doing all this now that did it? It's these educated ones that created that system. Ferrari, you need to stop it. This is your face. It's very distracting.
Hold on. So this is this. I have to say this. I got a lot of people who didn't like that. And this is what I always say. I tell the guests who are coming that you'll be asked questions by people. I don't know who is coming that day. And I'll keep repeating this. But I don't think when we say somebody is a guest, and think about this, even though he comes here on the same platform, we see him or anybody we bring in here, it doesn't mean that we should. He's just like any other people here that you play along with. There's something that even if it doesn't contribute to your question, and I don't think that line contributes to anything you asked him. I don't think so. I don't think telling him that you don't need to, but you can ask any question. I always say you people can ask any question, but I think there's that respect that I don't see much of that. It bothers me.
Just one
No,
question.
hold on, let me finish, then you can, if I see any connection, if I see anything, any need for that to come in the question you asked, it will make sense. But there was no need for that. You could perfectly say everything else you said without that editorial inferring that a high school leaver is better than you, because that's what the interpretation. Even though you're a professor, no, that's how someone can take it that way. But let me tell you also that most of the people I've been bringing here, they are tough people. They can't take anything, but it doesn't look good. I'm just telling you, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't bring anybody as a guest and say to the person, oh, I know you're a professor, but at high school, it's not relevant to what I'm saying. You are the one who is reducing the way you are taken by people who are watching you. Not the person you are referring to. You think this person went to, he's a fellow from Harvard, he teaches in Australia. It doesn't reduce anything. The fact that you said that.
Dr. Damage, I beg to disagree with you.
Hold on. I disagree 100%
totally
with that.
Hold on.
This is what is wrong with us.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Okay. The point is this. You have a disagreement, idea about ideology. You do that, but not going personal to say. You don't need to do that.
There was nothing personal about that, Dr. Damage.
It wasn't personal. It was
there was
a
nothing
frame of
personal.
mind
Can I
of
respond?
thinking.
I'm raising my hand to be recognized.
When Fela sang about
I'm raising my hand.
Nobody said it was being personal.
Only two of you think there's nothing personal about that.
Okay, hold on. Pansa, hold on still. Let me hear from forefathers. I hear from Ovie. I go to Pansa.
Yes, thank you for what you said. But what I was saying wasn't.
I'm very upset. I'm very upset.
What I was saying.
Pansa, you spoke like 10 times already today. We've not responded to you yet.
I know. It's not personal. What I was saying was basically the same thing that Fela sang about.
No, the man was a professor. You knew he was a professor. You insulted him to a high school kid. You deliberately insulted him.
You and your elitism, please. Elitism hasn't gotten us anywhere. And people that are disagreeing with me, you need to seriously ask yourself the same question. When Fela was singing about this decades ago, and we have not changed, and it's very clear, we are the one enforcing it.
Fela was talking about
similar stuff as Fela said. You are fighting me for it. It's all fine. Let's move on, please. I don't want to take all the time. Other people are here.
All right, thank you. Ovie.
Everybody don't take that time to speak. Mona, allow me talk. I beg. Now, when I said I disagree with Rudolf about what you said, yes, even though I know the day when forefather actually make that, when he passed the question, I was doing something I don't know. But when he repeated it, exactly what he said, that comparing the high school to a colonial mentality professor, and you said there's no correlation, that boggles me, because those who are criticizing my question are criticizing the fact that I did not factor in the context in which the prophet later spoke on, because at the beginning he never put that context. I'll get to that. That I did not include that context, that it is because of the situation that is going to, that if not the situation, things will not work. That was the context, right? I agree with you guys. Forefather said a high school patriot, nationalist, is better than a professor with a colonial mentality. That is a context. That is a contest. For you to go hungry with that, that means you do have a colonial mentality. That's what it means. If you are angry about that statement, you did have a colonial mentality. Because there was a contest. So those who are questioning why I asked a question. Now let's go back to the question that I asked. Let us go back to the beginning of this conversation. Because I started listening when Rudolf asked him that question. In fact, his response was so profound that Rudolf had to actually say, even when we be smart people, they think like this. What will happen? That was to the shock of Rudolf.
It was later on that they brought Passant on to ask questions that the professor was now trying to contextualize what he said. Go back and listen to it. Now, when I don't talk, now you guys are just because the professor say, oh, those who are saying we should maintain this schedule are not better. Like, for God's sake, I never see anybody for this platform that totally supports this constitution. I often use an example, the Bible and Quran as an example, that our constitution is not the Bible and the Quran, that is changeable. It's a living document. I'm a student of constitution. When I take the professor back to what he said by using other countries example, I know what I meant. I was saying all those countries are still going through the same struggle in order to perfect their society as we do. But let's put it this way. If Rudolf come here and say Nigeria will never work, and no matter the context where he puts, the way I go take respond to him is different from the way Pansat go take. I will take respond to Pansat if he throw that question. The same thing regarding the professor. For God's sake, Pansat, when you ask question, boy, person in school, that's my professor. Don't use your standards to quantify every other person. That is my problem in this platform. No, they use where you stand, they measure other people. Everybody different, experience is different, qualification is different. Person they say, oh, an entrepreneurologist, somebody who is observe and participate. That is who I am. As a teenager, I give my sweat and blood to make sure green, white, green stand anywhere in that freaking country. Talking about patriotism. As a young adult, I was a civil defender. And in between all that, I opened a foundation with my resources and give back. We are talking about patriotism. And even the president, no fit can't use patriotism to do shakara for me. So if I ask question, I'll know who I ask question. We are talking about why our society is like this. We're talking about people who have influence in our society. Those who have coercive power, the military, who they use force in power. I talked about those that have persuasive power. That is where that professor lies. He is very important, not like any of us here. He has people that listen to him, and those people are the future of our country. I don't give a fuck what you believe. When you start your conversation that we never, man, you
I think he ought to be scratched.
Can you allow me speak? You spoke more than 10 times. Nobody interjected you. Okay?
You shouldn't curse on this program. Take that word back right now.
Which word? Which word? We are speaking English. I think that's my next point. Now, because the grammar where they speak, now they make us, they go gaga. If you come and explain what it means by that, as I said, I don't give a. Once you start your conversation that it will never, all your respect is gone. What are you going to tell me when you start to say it's never? What are you going to tell me? We all agree there's a need for us to recharge ourselves. This is a man who supported the Obi movement. With all due respect to Bumi, let me use your example that I used here. Bumi said that one powerful statement a couple of weeks back. He used two presidential candidates as an example to draw a point home. Showore and Obi. She said, Showore said, this system is bad. We have to get rid of it. Obi said, no. This system, we can fix it the way it is. Talking about patriotism. Talking about those who are saying, oh, if you decide if you are again, you are enemy. What kind of rubbish talk is that? On one hand, you say you are a Biafran. On the other, talking about patriotism. My guy, if I ask Professor a question, I am not asking just so you understand. I study communication. There's a reason why we all talk and what we say. If you cannot see those reasons, then you will never understand my question. It's not just bad enough that the word never appears in his phrase. But I am questioning him based on who he is.
All right, obvious.
And the role he's playing is as important as the governor of that state, if not the president of this country. So when you have those kind of words in your vocabulary, I beg to differ. We have to question that. We don't need you in our classroom. That's what it means. We don't need you in our classroom.
All right, Ovie, thank you. Let me say something. I laugh. You guys don't understand about what teaching is about. Teaching in universities. I teach there. You can't say you don't need you in your university. You can't control what people teach. Understand? They are not going to teach what you want them to teach. Hold on. When I was at the university, I don't know where you went to, There are people who believe there is no God, and they teach it. If you want, you listen. If you don't want, you walk away. That's up to you.
But do we have limit to our question or our response to that kind of teaching?
Okay, hold on. You are there to be challenged. University is universal. You have to hear all the knowledge. You can't eliminate, you can't say this is what you teach. Nobody tells me what I teach. Sometimes I get to the class and I start talking to them about Gaza. And I know the implication in America, talking about things about, and I put it out there. Students are shocked, but they are challenged. And I ask them, what do you think? Push them to places they've not been to, where they've not thought about. That's the job of the professor. The job of the professor
Rudolf, you are taking him out of context. You are taking out. That's not what I said. That's not what I meant.
No, you took it out of context.
Hold on.
You did.
Hold on.
You're everywhere, but nowhere.
Let me answer Rudolf.
Okay,
you want to know where I school? I'll go tell you where I school.
Rudolf, please.
I'll go tell you where I school. Let me no.
Rudolf, please, can I speak?
Let's talk about this. You are a lecturer.
Okay, I'll come back to you later. We've got to get out that point.
No. Rudolf, please. Let me make this point clear. You called me out.
You're gonna recognize him now? Or you didn't take him? You should remove him from the platform.
Look,
we're everywhere, but nowhere.
Rudolf, you insulted me. Let me respond.
Okay, if I insulted you, you have to wait now later on, because that would not work very well. Apansat, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, let me just say, I know that you've been here. These people commit all sorts of egregious disrespect on your platform, and you're diaphanous, silky, wispy, with your shy funny in the way you're handling them. Because people like me, like I'm here on this platform, you throw me in the backstage, you meet me, and you disrespect me because you know I'm gonna come back. That's what you think. But I'm not gonna come back after today. But let me say this before I go. And not just here, all the other platforms. I'm out. You guys could have it. To have forefathers here displaying anti-intellectual traits, talking nonsense, being Philistine, and you're only concerned because you picked out the area where they're talking about a professor in a classroom, right? They're over here insulting your guest, who was on point. He didn't say anything controversial. He qualified his statement on nationhood. If they don't change structure, it has to be structural change. Else we're going to go in the same trajectory that we're going. But you keep entertaining anti-intellectualism here. You have forefathers insulting, not just a professor. This is a professor of anthropology with specialty in the area of observing that society. And he came here, took his time, put a lot of energy into answering our questions. But it's like Dr. Rudolph and Mr. Hyde. When your guests are here, you're quite orderly in protecting the truth from falsehood. But once they go, then you're friends. Believe it or not, these are your friends. Forefathers and Mazi Ovie. You have a lot of Nigerians here. Righteous man spends a lot of money on his data to be here. He barely gets a word in. And he made an impassioned speech. Ferrari, a true Nigerian who's displaying the qualities that I don't know where the hell he's from, because he calls it exactly the way it is. I don't look at him with that lens. But we come here and you keep down. Look at the people next to you, closest to you, because I'm just on the top 10 here because I came early. I was right next to you, but you methodically moved me out until I'm not that close to you. You have forefathers and Ovie. And he's here insulting not only fellow panelists, but making an assault on the truth. And he does it whenever he wants to. He could talk all day. Either you have the impact, you have the audacity to throw me in the back. Now you and I will talk. That's true. You call me, I call you on the phone. Nobody probably knows that. I'll talk to you. But that doesn't give you the right to think that I'm putting an act. No, I'm not putting an act. I'm very serious about the country. And I'm quitting not just your platform, all these social media platforms. So this is the last you're gonna see me here. Go ahead, carry on. Have these imbeciles spin the truth. It's not like we don't have resources. We have
So
Chim here. He's
when
spoken.
insult allowed,
You see, Chim spoken.
Salut,
Ferrari
can I talk?
spoken.
Sorry, sir.
JJ has spoken. So many others. The professor
calling people imbecile, that's an insult.
Right. So he comes here and he's trying to make our country completely useless. There's no need to have people go to school anymore. We have a professor who knows he's on ground. They're not just attacking him, they're attacking both the fact that he did the noble thing, which is to move back home, like show what they did, go back home. People study here, they can make a lot more money here, but they go home, try to help these people. Now you're cuddling this guy right here next to you. We don't know where the hell's from. He could be in there to destroy our country. So let me conclude by saying this, and I appreciate the fact that even though I'm upset, irritated here and upset, you tolerate it, and that's fine. A lot of people like you because of that. But Rudolf, it's not a panacea just because you're a nice guy. That doesn't mean then that all your other faults here that you've been displaying is right. Now, I want to say that there's a paradox. Now, that's how you know when people are not educated. Because every time there's a paradox, something is supposed to be a certain way. Now, because you're not educated, you don't know that it's a contradiction in terms there. There's an inconsistency. It's an enigma. It's an oddity. It's absurd. Incongruity involved. However, right is right. True is true. You cannot be anti-intellectual, forefathers, and come here hosting a show. Not only we don't know where the hell you're from. You're talking nonsense. There's a little. Nothing is all bad. There's a degree of you trying to provoke the.
Not because na pansa, now I get 2 hours to talk or
No,
what.
but I'll be gone today. You're not gonna see me again. You don't have to worry about me again. So you could have it. So I'll end it there for now. But I'm saying, Rudolf, with all due respect, you have to change. Some of these people, they belong not even in the comment section, okay? Because there's nothing wrong with the comment section. I may come on the comment section once in a while, but I'm not coming on the show. And there is no reason to have people who don't know what the hell they're talking about elevated to this status. So bring these people down and bring Ferrari up, bring Chim up, Righteous Man, there goes there, or whoever else. Remove this.
How long? This is not acceptable.
Thank you very much. All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Pansa, before you go, I wanted to do something for you, in appreciation of your contribution to this platform and all because we value every opinion as far as I'm concerned. So let me, for a moment, put you very near me if that is the problem. But just so you know, I don't control this, where you stay. There's something you don't know about the technology. I don't control where people hang out. It depends on when you come in and if you're a moderator and other things, So, but we appreciate you, and just don't stop contributing. It doesn't mean you have to come here. You can go anywhere, but your voice is needed in the conversation. Everybody's voice is needed. But thank you so much. We appreciate you. All right.
Yeah, Fasad, please. I have left. If we can have your number, please don't go. We value your contribution, even though it can be, we value it. Everybody is important.
I bet let him go. Let's continue. Let him go. Let's continue.
You don't have to twist my arm. I'll think about it. I'll take care
Great.
It's just like Trump.
Wow.
It's just like Trump.
That's out there, man. Goodness. You really do know how to play. I don't see. Dr. Dasmejis, man, don't pander to Passan, man. He's gonna come back. He does that all the time. Come on, man.
Let me
Stop
address
doing that.
Rudolf. Let me address Rudolf.
All right, Pastor, thank you so much. All right, let's.
Rudolf, it's my turn now.
Rudolf, I need to address you. Let me change my mind.
Okay, you will.
Rudolf.
You will. I give you a chance. Let me see. There's somebody who is speaking. I can't see. Fix is not. Let me go to Fix before anybody else. Fix. I think you are in the dark, but I'm guessing you are in Abuja. I remember you now. Go ahead. Fix, unmute yourself.
Good evening.
Yeah.
To you all.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let me ask you this question first. I wanted to ask the professor, what is the business of professors and INEC? Yeah, because all these things that have happened in the last election, I think each and every one of them are called professors. I don't know. So I wanted to ask him what is the connection of professors and the INEC, the appointments of INEC and all that. So that's what I wanted to ask. And me, forefather, I was like, I did not like the way you presented that comment. To be honest with you, I felt bad, you know. So, but that it is what it is. I understand because the professor cited many examples. So I understand Ovie. You know, he shouldn't say it at all. But he cited so many examples. So, and if you look towards the examples that he cited, it is appearing that what he's saying is true. But it is what it is. Once again, thank you very much. I'm happy to to join you guys today. We don't have light in Abuja. Like in Abuja, we don't have light. Thank you guys.
Fix, before you go, last time we talked to you, you were in a storeroom or so where you worked and you didn't have, you were talking about not being able to go back home or something. How's the situation?
Yes. So they added my salary. So
good news.
So it is what it is.
Okay, now I like that. I like that. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so let's see. Eagles Air, I know. Righteous Man, did you say so? I think he did. I'm not sure anymore. You guys confuse me a lot. Eagles Air, welcome. What's your take on
thank you so much. The issue that I'm so quiet over what is happening in this platform that sometimes I get disappointed over some certain characters and behaviors that I find out in this platform. And I'm trying to make you to understand sometimes you have to fix a rule that need to control some certain things. But it's very painful to me that people who are so close to pioneer members of this platform are the people who trying to create a mayhem or disorder when there is a special guest among us here. You invite a guest for us to hear from him and learn from him and ask us certain questions for us to get some directions how to move the country forward. There is a saying that I want us to understand. There is a way that you will insult a man in a polite way. The man will not understand he insulted him, but you in particular know that he insulted the other person. For instance, you may tell the person, I feel like telling you to get out, but I will not say it. You already tell that person get out. But you politely have insulted the person. So we need to be careful on certain statements or certain words that we use whenever we see a guest here. Then when the guests have already go out on the platform, we may use any language you use. I can condone it, I can overlook it and go. So that Rudolf, you said this one time ago, to get a guest is not easy. You know what you pass through to make sure that there is a guest in this platform. And we need to appreciate that and value it, no matter whatever thing we are seeing in this country. Just one certain thing that I pick from these guests, and that is true. No matter how Ukraine and Russia are fighting, they will still go back to the roundtable dialogue. If there's no dialogue, the problem will continue. Then when there is dialogue, then what is the meaning of that dialogue? You have to come together. What is the main problem of this war? What is it that caused this problem? How are we going to handle it? Then when people come in dialogue and reason over some certain things, they come out with solution. The guest we have here, Professor Chidi, is trying to make understand if Nigeria continue the way they are going, they will never get a good result out of it. But if Nigeria come together and reason together, ask what is the actual problem of this country, then we come out with a solution for it. But somehow we misunderstood him, where he's going. Now, if Ovie want to understand what he's saying, or forefather want to understand, then next thing you need to ask him, please, this statement that he dropped here, please, we need a clarity. or over what he has said. Now he go ahead and give some examples and give a clarity over what he said, than saying some certain statements that in a way that is bringing his intellectual down. No, we need to learn some certain things. We need to be matured over some certain things we do. Then I want us to look into it. What is actual problem of Nigeria? Is it educational elite is the problem, or people that some of us here voted into the power are the main problem of what we are facing in Nigeria? Father, you are angry that you find yourself in the UK where you are now. I'm not happy as I find myself in India here with my family. I want to go back to Nigeria. But the present condition of Nigeria, people, the political elite in Nigeria are not listening, are not ready to listen, are not ready to come to a round table and reason over society things that need to be reasoned. That's what the professor trying to make understand. If we also move forward, we need to come together and reason and find out the main problem. Now, going to class to teach, he said that when he went to teach, and I end with this, say when he come to class to teach, he starts with a history of the topic I want to teach. That's where the history of Nigeria matters a lot. Nigerian history has taken away from curriculum. Then how do we expect the upcoming future, people who are coming up, to understand the problem of Nigeria, where the history have taken away? But when they know the history, because when you know the history of a thing, then you know where the problem starts from. But when you don't know the history of a thing, how do you know where the problem starts from? So it's trying to introduce history so that we know. For instance, some people are saying they want to fight, they want to engage in the Biafran war and all the rest of them. Let them go ask questions. People who experience war. It's, for instance, if you talk about a war, you find out that war is not something that we need to instigate into a society. But people who don't have the history, who don't know the history of the war, we instigate it. So let us be polite in certain things that we say to our guests, so that Rudolf will not be looking for a guest one day, like one guest that came to Arise News and said that he called the owner of Arise News to warn Rufai. In certain question, you need to ask him, so that we not witness this kind of thing here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Number 6.
Dr. James, let me talk now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Please, I just want to make a request, particularly for those people that will host. Can we at least know where they are from? You know, if they are not panelists and they are hosting your show, at least it's not. I mean, this is the platform is not conventional, but a lot of conventional arguments are being, pushed by somebody like forefathers. Fine, he has the right to his arguments, but at least can you let us know where he's from, just like we know, because he's a host, so that when he's making his arguments, we can contextualize it, properly, so that we know the angle where he's coming from. If it's coming from the place of bias, of course every argument is coming from place of bias, but what kind of bias? Is it narrowed bias? Is it parochial bias? Please do that for us. When you started this platform, I'm not always here, but I'm a pioneer member. So don't just push everybody aside, just like Mr. Pansad is saying. I'm always listening 24 hours even at work. This is the program I listen to. So please let him tell us where he's from, so that we can know exactly from where he's coming from which angle he's making his arguments. Then number 2, can you bring him up as a guest, so that because a lot of things he drops a lot of things that it does. But personally, I don't understand the angle he's coming from. Can you make him a guest so that maybe we can understand him better? Because when he talks of colonial mentality, what does it actually mean? Before the colonials came in Africa, here we have been fighting wars, tribal wars. Was it the colonials that that set us up on tribal wars, tribes conquering tribes? So let us know his qualification. Where did he school? What is his background?
The
So
fact
that you
that you
don't
are
just come and be
questioning,
dropping,
the fact that
you
you are
don't just come and
questioning
be
job.
dropping words like you just come, you talk to people anyhow. You see, I have nothing against you, but if everybody is telling you that you are doing something wrong and you still keep on, and you still keep on it, something is very fundamentally wrong, Dr. Damages. Don't take it lightly. I'm giving you a very kind advice. Don't take it lightly. This is a name you have built. This is a platform you have built. You have a reputation. Let us know what is his academic qualification. Does he have a PhD? Are you just going to read the internet and just come and be talking? I have a laptop here. Can I just Google something now? Just anything I see, something that's not has no academic quality, and just begin to come and talk here. Something that somebody else is right with his own bias, something that has no reference value. I will just come and read it in the internet and just come and tell you, oh, this is what I saw. Therefore, Dr. Damani, do yourself some favor, please. Do yourself some favor and make him a guest. I can even debate him. I'm not eloquent in my speech, but if I take time to settle down, he cannot stand me because a lot of the things he talks, I don't know from where it's coming from. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad that Olumide is here on time to help me. So, all right, to be honest.
So I just wanted to reemphasize the issue of proper listening. I know that there are times when in our conversations, all we're just trying to do is either try to show how intelligent we think we are, or I wouldn't even necessarily say because we want to hold a point of view. Sometimes some of us just simply enjoy being controversial. I think that's our brand. We've come up with the concept that the only way we can be of value in whoever it is we think we're trying to appease or appeal to is to, if everybody is saying, I tell people, if God suddenly says there's no hellfire tomorrow, the devil will say there's hellfire. I always say that. I tell people that, in other words, he must always take a diverse opinion. That's not for me. Personally, I don't think I have to argue with someone, even if it's somebody I don't agree with, if the person is making a valid point. Now, that being said, I want to repeat what I said earlier, and that has to do with, what the last host we had just said. Sorry, the last guest just said. I listened to him very well, so I don't know where anybody is coming from. The man qualified his perspective. He qualified what he was saying, because I think the bone of contention is he's seemingly sounding negative about the prospect of the progress of Nigeria when he said Nigeria can't make progress. He didn't say Nigeria can't make progress from the blues. I listened to this program. In fact, let me be honest with you. I listened for this program right from the shower. I put on my phone in the shower and was listening to two of you when you hadn't brought anybody on. I heard him well. That's why the only question I had for him.
In the shower, Chim, you are nasty.
Yes, I was in the shower. I put my phone on. I left it on my deck and went into the shower because I didn't want to miss anything. He started well. I was listening to him. I was enjoying him when he was asking about the universities, why the failings, and when you showed the picture of dilapidated photographs of structures in the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, I started watching from way before then. So I heard him very well. Listen, if as much as I do not agree with the Tinubu government, the day he does something fundamentally right now that is not pandering, I will be the first to say, I didn't vote this man, I have not agreed with this man, but he has taken the right step. So I want us to begin to move away from, because that's one of the reasons why I walked away for a while. I needed my sanity. I don't want to come here and be arguing with people needlessly, nilly. It doesn't make, it serves me no purpose. But I want to be able to make progress, contribute, even if I am not a core political actor back home to implement anything like the man said. But when we make these conversations and we're talking, I believe people are listening somewhere. People are taking us either seriously or unseriously, whichever the case may be. So let me repeat again before I end and say good night, because I have an assignment to go and do. This man said, if Nigeria continues to do the things it's doing, the way it's doing it, we can't make progress. I don't know why anybody's going to be arguing over that. It's just very simple. And he even brought it down to day-to-day relationship. If me and my wife are quarreling every day, and let's say my wife says, okay, Oga, come, let's sit down and talk about this, our quarrel. And I said, no, I don't want to talk about it. Do I want progress? Of course I do. It means I don't want progress. So the man is simply saying people need to sit down. The current president, with his own mouth, that's why when people are coming here to sound very patriotic, I laugh at you. The man who is the president said he doesn't believe in Nigeria. He said it with his mouth. Today he's the president of Nigeria telling us to believe in the same Nigeria. Can you see that people can be very dubious when they are looking for things? He said that Nigeria, and he fought for, he seemingly positioned himself as somebody fighting for physical federalism. The local government he so created that for which Obasanjo denied him money. It's not too long ago, so I don't know where some of us were when this man did that. He said he was fighting for physical federalism. He wanted to enhance his state, give autonomy to the local governments and everything. But anybody who is, intuitive enough knows that all those things were all pandering. So the point I'm making is simple. Whether it is the UK, is US, or Belgium, or Switzerland, people sit down to say, okay, we've been hitting a brick wall, we've been moving 10 steps forward and 1 million back. How can we restructure this? How can we make Scotland happier and not be antagonizing London? How can we make Ireland same thing? And they came to the table and said, okay, you know what? Give them their autonomies. Let them deal with themselves, and then we can have a central thing we relate to that is common. And today they are seemingly making progress, even though those entities are still asking for more. Nations constantly evolve. But the problem with us as a society, and I will end here, Professor Yusuf, the guy who was the former national health something boss, recently said that Northern leaders need to look themselves in the face. He said nobody's going to come and solve the Boko Haram issue for them. That in fact, he even exonerated the government of Nigeria and Tinubu and said the Northern leaders need to take responsibility, that is their region. For me personally, that was an aha moment, which means all this sitting that I'm blaming the federal government now, I said, oh, good. Now you're looking inwards. So my point is, we need to sometime begin to forget about whether you like the face of the person who is speaking the truth and look at the truth the person is speaking. I will end there. I don't think there's need for us to come here to come and defend any, I don't want to use any sly word, but I was going to say silly points sometimes we come to make. The point is Nigeria is not working. And Nigeria is not working because of the ways we are doing things and stubbornly fixated on doing it those ways. If we don't change those methods, which is what the man simply said, then the country cannot make progress. It's as simple and straightforward as even a kindergarten can understand it. So I don't understand why we keep going forth and back over this matter and going at each other's jugular. It doesn't really make any sense to me. That's just the point I wanted to make.
All right.
Rudolf, I want to leave, I beg.
Yeah, I know. Okay, hold on. Everybody, hold on. Let me just remind you guys. Last week there was a conference in Lagos. It was called National Dialogue, organized by Emeka Anyoko. I watched it from the beginning to the end. I don't know how many of you watched it. I think it was about 5 hours or something.
I did.
Okay. The conclusion was what? That Nigeria is not working. It won't work under this constitution. And who are the people who are saying this? Former governors, all of them lined up. They were all standing there saying, oh yeah, we agree. Yeah, we agree. All of them from wherever. I was surprised. Even northern governors. The same people who will say, if we put up an issue about how to restructure the country, they will vote it down. Everybody now is coming to that conclusion that this country cannot work this way. Everybody, no single person stood up there and said, we can make it. Apart from Amechi, who said, yeah, there's something he said, one sentence and left the podium. I know something is wrong with him. But anyway, but everybody agreed. And that was surprising to me. So I don't know. This is what I always say to people. People like Sonny Boho, Nnamdi Kanu, and whoever they are, who are saying they're going to tear the country down, they don't want the country to go ahead. I said they are doing what their job is. It's left for you. You believe in Nigeria, it's left for you to prove them wrong. Fix that. People are not going to join any particular group. And the Biafrans or the Oduduwa people said the same thing to me. I said, look, you do your job. You said you want your country, fight for it. Don't wait until everybody come together and join you. Fight for it. So the point is this, whatever you believe in, push for that. If you have the superior argument, if you are in a position where you can prove your point that you can make Nigeria work without any new constitution, prove it. That's all you need to do. But don't keep pointing at the other people and saying they are the people stopping you from achieving your one Nigeria with the constitution you have, or they are the people stopping you from achieving your do the one nation with no. Push for what you believe in. And about forefathers and his where he's from and all those things, his degree and his DNA and everything. This is the point, and I've said I've said this. People don't like this. I believe, and this is still my position, I believe that I don't care where you come from. It's not important to me. I care about your argument, your position. And I believe any day I feel that I cannot challenge anybody here, if I'm a panelist, if I'm anywhere in this kind of situation, I can't. That person has so much of superior arguments that I can't challenge them, or that my point, I can't make my point that will be superior to the person's point because I don't know where they are from. I'll quit. It's not important. The important thing is what I quarrel with everybody is not respecting, going personal, whether it's Pansat or anybody else, going personal on the issue. Discuss the issue, the point you are making. I don't have to say you are stupid or you should keep quiet or that I don't care whether you have a degree or not. It's not necessary. Ideas can come from anywhere. It's not important to be on a panel. It's not important to be. This is informal thing we are doing. This is not CNN. This is not like when you come to CNN, you can say, okay, a professional TV. You can say, okay, we want this kind of person. You have to have this background. You have to have worked in the White House, because we want you to be able to give us insight about the White House. But this is, we want to hear from people. Have your say. That's what we said. We're not saying this is an expert on education. Okay, so we're going to talk about education. We can't bring people who do not have expertise in that field. That's not what we're saying. And I don't want to make different laws for different people. But if you guys say that's what you guys want to do, but I don't think that's the consensus. All right.
As a host, I need to
respond to you before you go, Rudolf.
Just the host, at least let us just know where the host is from.
Okay, I will think.
For the panelists, it can be anybody. But if you are going to host this show, at least let us at least know where you are from. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But he talks like it's an expert.
Or your real name.
Of course, your real name. And he always talks like he's an expert. That's why I'm even asking about his qualifications. Because I'm not an expert in all these things. It's just current affairs. But the way he talks, and when he comes, he just begins to talk down on people. This is what I've been saying. You people, colonial men, let us do his qualification at least. They will grant him that right to talk to us like that.
What
you know what I mean?
did Fela have when he sang about colonial
we like to complain. Why?
All right.
Can I respond to you, Rudolf? Let me respond to you before you leave.
I'm not leaving now.
Why don't I want to leave.
Rudolf, this fella.
I will not forget. I will respond.
When I'm talking, then nobody will hear anybody.
No, sorry, sir. Rudolf, I just want to sneak in that. Why does he keep referring to Fela? Why not refer to Which Way Nigeria, sang by Sonny Okosu? And we are still asking that same question until today. Which way Nigeria? It's not
but it's still a valid question.
Rudolf, I won't
what
go
you
now.
said, and same for Fela too.
All right, hold on, guys.
It's about qualifications.
Let me hear Ovie, and then Alaba will speak next. Ovie,
Two things, Rudolf. You say, well, you don't know where I go school. That you na lecturer, you're the lecturer for class, and you are free to taught anything. You're right. Well, I go school for North Dakota, Dickinson State University. And in one of my speech class, I read communication and rhetoric anyway, so debate and argument is my forte. In one of my class, a professor stood up and used President Barack Obama as an example in 2012. Immediately, a student stood up and said, "Excuse me, sir, we will not accept that example. We don't want to hear that name in our classroom." That is the kind of school I go to. And anywhere I go,
hold on. Did the teacher stop talking about that?
Because... Of course, he stopped. But even though I disagree with that, because I understand the tension as at that time, I understand that. But everywhere I go, I engage anybody. I don't care. Town hall meeting, go to Rhode Island. I will mention more than 5 senators I actually engage in terms of dialogue with. Now, what am I trying to say? It is sad. Some people say, oh, I will call, and no will come here again. Some people will come and talk. Yes, it's an insult to actually debate some kind of people here. In the words of Harry Clark, I only debate my equal, the rest I teach. And that's why I see they come here at times. I'm not saying that to brag. Everybody has his opinion. So if you don't understand people's opinion, that's on you. The fact that we cannot question somebody because he has a professor under his name is ridiculous. And that's our problem. The fact
Nobody said that. Nobody said that. Don't change topic. I don't like it when we derail. Nobody said that.
I'm not addressing you. I am not talking to you.
I know, but you're everywhere but nowhere.
That's basically what
you're
saying.
Talk. I'm not talking to you. The father, somebody say, oh, in Nigeria, if we no address I no go work. It's not a big phrase that we never heard before. What a cliche. Is that
the same way hope is not a plan?
Just stop.
My guy, I'm not talking to you. When you reach your turn, speak whatever you want to. Rudolf, let me finish. Now, today, we don't hear that thing before. If we not change Nigeria no go work. Is it a new thing? Why is it that because it's coming from a professor now, it's something that we all should glorify?
But as a professor,
as a professor, don't come and tell me my problems. I know my problems. Your job is to provide solution to the problem that we already know. If we don't have a problem,
that's your government's job. That's not the professor's job.
Why are you so daft?
But Ovie, he gave his solution now. He gave his solution.
All right. I was about to say that Olumide has been quiet.
I never finished now.
Dr. Damages, let me just add something. Let me just add something, please, Dr. Damages. You see, Dr. Damages.
I'll run away with it.
Ovie, you have contributed once. Let people who haven't contributed contribute, Jare.
Rudolf, I've noticed this. Why is it that you keep talking me 2-3 minutes into a conversation when people like pass out and the rest are gonna go for hours? Why? Because I disagree with you. Are we here to agree on a family business? Is that what it is?
Okay.
We are arguing the fact that because somebody say, oh, if we not change, you no go work. For God's sake, the Oyibo when me and you they speak says that the constant thing in life is change. So nobody is agreeing to change. America is a successful nation that we are talking about. Up to today, they see the fight for their constitution. Things are not working well. So
I will change because people don't take action.
We should not be arguing on that.
Who wrote American Constitution? Who wrote Nigerian Constitution?
Now my papa and your papa write down. Now my papa and your papa now he do this slavery where they take right down.
We no get sense. Where they argue? What did they do you? Who wrote American Constitution? Who wrote Nigeria?
All right. Ah, wonderful people.
Please let somebody else take the floor.
Dr. Damages, let me just say something, please. Let me just say something.
If you don't allow me to talk, there's just about.
Ovie, you are
done. I'm not. This is not fair.
Ovie, you are done. You've spoken more than anybody else here. You see, when you say things like,
I have substance. Whatever I say, I have to give it a substance. Don't just talk like every other person will come here.
Ovie, we're not weighing whether people have substance or not. We want everybody to have their say.
But when you don't allow me to land my point, what is the point of coming there if I cannot finish?
Ovie, you spoke more than anybody else here. Calm down. So you guys are good. You guys are really good. But we have to.
Dr. Damages, look at what I'm saying.
No.
If somebody I want to say just 1 second.
No. I know it's important. No. Let's calm down. Wow, unbelievable. I enjoy this. You guys don't know. I enjoy this. It's better than food or anything else. But sure, stop making this kind of comment on the comment section. Come here and help me. You see, I'm struggling, and you're saying I'm enjoying it. All right. So thank you, guys. The thing is this: before Olumide weighs in, because I've not heard from Olumide since he's been quiet. So you have to give it to him today. He's been very quiet, compared to other days. So Olumide,
because if he won't repeat himself now, it doesn't have anything new to contribute.
Alaba came before me. I'll be honest.
Alaba has been talking. Okay, Ovie, let me just you just remind me of something. Okay, one thing I don't want here on any platform I'm part of is to start saying this person has better idea than other people or more education or anything like that. That's not the only thing I ask for you guys is the guest, anybody who is a guest. I don't care who he is. Anybody that we brought here and say you are our guest. Think of somebody visiting you at home. Think of you are a guest. You invited this person to your house. That's what we're doing. And it's not because we're far away. If we're open in the same room, the same space, you're not going to say certain things you say. Because you're in your bedroom, because you're in your house, and you are beamed into this space, you have to consider that this is like somebody who is a guest in your house. How will you talk to a guest in your house? That's what I'm asking for. I don't care what you say. I don't care the question you ask, how tough it is. That's not the issue. But how do you address somebody in your own home? Forget whether the person is a bricklayer or a professor or president or governor. How do you address them? A bishop. And sometimes you may not believe in all these titles. I don't. But I still respect the fact that they said you're a bishop. You're a bishop. I'm not going to talk to a bishop the way I would talk to my friend who drives me to the bus station. No. It's basic. That's all I'm asking you. You can ask any question you want. But I'm not going to sit down in front of somebody who is a guest in my house and say, I think, some of the things I hear here, I don't want to repeat them. I wouldn't do that. If you know the way you treat a guest in your home, that's all I ask you. It doesn't mean you can't challenge them in whatever position they hold. I argue with my guests here every day. But I'm not going to say certain things that I hear people saying here. And it's not because I'm better than anybody, because that's human decency. That's how I treat people. That's how life is. I don't know how that is difficult. Anyway, that's it.
Rudolf, for you to think better, think of that guy as the guest. Rudolf is the dad, and we are the kids. We have to behave well. Kids have to behave.
Oh. Thank you, guys. So let me go ahead. You have did you watch the interview, the conversation?
I think he did very well. He did splendidly. The guest was how he even kept calm, cool and calculated throughout the interview. For me, it was very awesome. I was in awe the way he kept especially when forefathers kind of came at him with his tirade. He kept calm and he responded appropriately. It was awesome, and it was a good interview, good session today. I just want to say, forefathers, when you say, the people who are here on this panel, you have to show respect that whether we go to school, whether we went to school or not, we are human, we are all adults, we're reason. And the country of building a nation is not kids' play. The people who are there who think it's kids' play are the ones messing it up. And we are not here to, let's be serious with each other. You can't come here and tell us, Nigeria is federating one by one. What do you mean by federating one by one? It's very upsetting when I hear that coming from you. Nigeria is federating one by one. So how many times are they going to federate before things become normal?
Until we get into satisfactory state.
I heard that and I was very upset. We are talking about building our society, building our country to be, and then Nigeria is made up of ethnic units. Whether you like it or not, these units are important. It's a WHO proclamation. The people who make up a nation have to be, the ethnic indigenous people have to be recognized. They have to be identified. When they are undergoing, what they are even undergoing in Nigeria is not something that you can wave away with the hand and say, let's keep on going on. People are dying every day. People are being kidnapped. And the government that is supposed to protect them are not. And people are talking, and you are saying they are raising ethnic sentiments. They are doing this. They are doing that. Is it going to first happen to a Yoruba community before I shout? When it is happening in Benue, when it is happening in what exactly? How do we then define this one Nigeria? What exactly is this definition of one Nigeria? It is not what you think alone. Yeah, I will identify with what you think. I don't have to accept it. That's why we have a democratic process of election where we choose what we want. If you want to form a political party where the ideology will be the North Korean Kim Jong-un ideology. Fine, form it, put it out there, let people vote for you and come and implement it. But you can't force it down people's throats. I mean, we are made up of different units, over 300 units, whether it is Yoruba, Fulani, or Igbo that are majority, those little units also matter. When they come up and talk about their problems, identify with them. Don't say, oh, it's ethnic sentiments. Go away. Go. What the question we should ask ourselves is, when something happens to a fellow human being, it's just like in the healthcare world, whether you are white, you are black, you are Indian, you are this, you are that, that pill that you take will affect the same human being regardless of your ethnicity. So how does that person feel? The army going to Otuoma, is it the standard that if we take it anywhere in the world, is that the way they should have acted? And then somebody will come and say, oh, it's the president of the country. You can do as you like. You don't treat your people that way. You don't treat your people that. Is that the standard? I mean, we are far from being a country. That's just the truth. And we should be honest with ourselves. We are far from being a country. And when we see the truth, and when people like that guy is even back home, and I've not seen people who are back home. Even I would say even the last guest before Okonkwo, I've forgotten his first name now. There were some things that he was afraid to say. That I mean, he would say that he was being kind of diplomatic, maybe because he's in the political terrain. He didn't want to offend the status quo, but this guy came out straight to speak out his mind, you know. And you don't find people who are that candid and who are that contraption, who are very candid. The estate is going to come for them. They're going to come for them. They're going to find a way to give retribution, you know, when they don't deserve it. Well, you need to calm down, listen to people, and if they don't buy your idea, you know, you may go research into what they suggest too. Does it work? Does it not work? I mean, why are people shouting this? You can't force down your school of thoughts or your idea down people's throats. You just can't. That is what is upsetting people. I mean, you can't do that.
All right.
So that's just my own piece there.
Thank you. Alaba.
Yeah, thank you. This time around, I'm going to be very calm, calculated. Although some people are still there upsetting me. Are we going in the right direction? The answer is no. If your answer is yes, we shouldn't be here talking. You shouldn't be here criticizing, condemning. So if the answer is no, that means we should still be talking until somebody listens to us. If our leaders, which we should stop calling leaders, they are ruiners, don't listen, we have to find a way to get them to listen. Now, the guest we had today was a wonderful guest because he did hit the nail on the head on several points. Nigeria, let me say this, and I'd like to repeat it twice. Even though we are very proud of our tribe, I'm a proud Yoruba man with Brazilian heritage, very proud Lagosian. We're proud tribal people, but we do not have a tribal problem. But we have thieves from every tribe. We have thieves from every tribe, 365 tribe or whatever our number is. And then our problem has been caused by the miseducation of the black man. Some people have been so educated that they are so poor in spirit that they think that the only thing that matters in this life is money. And that is why we are where we are. And some people are so corny. When they come and talk, they present the right word, they spin words, they spin the truth. Those people I like to group as the people who are peace evil, the people who compromise with evil, the people who are complacent with evil, the people who are responsible for our problem. We have all failed in all directions for Nigeria to be where it is today. Because if the journalist has done his job, we won't be here. If the Chief Justice and all the judges and the lawyers have done their job, we won't be here. If the opposition has done its job, we won't be here. If the army has done its job, we won't be here. If the police have done its job, we won't be here. If the custom officer has done their job and done it right, we won't be here. So where are we? We are in a state where those who speak big English will call a state of a feudal system, where the haves have and those who don't have nothing. A state where the citizens have no citizenship, in the sense where they provide food for themselves, they provide road for themselves, they provide work for themselves, they provide hospital for themselves, they provide electricity in terms of generator for themselves. And citizenship eludes them, while their counterpart who lives in the high-class areas can travel abroad, send their children abroad to school, enjoy the life of the Westerners, but don't think of even providing any for those that are at home. The pain is huge. And when we are here talking, we're only mirroring the pain of the people back at home, because we are not feeling that pain. But we do a great injustice when we come on here and defend insanity. And when we allow our conversation to degenerate into a shouting match, because some of us just want to be controversial for the sake of being controversial. The country is in a crisis. We have to address this crisis. God has given us a mouth, and we talk about this crisis. We talk about solutions. We talk about everything. But for those who think because we are talking, we are unpatriotic, or because we criticize, we are unpatriotic, or because we say something is wrong, or we demand true citizenship, we are unpatriotic. They need to have a rethink of their position and ask themselves, who are they? What do they want? Do they want this to continue? Well, fine. Everybody is free to have whatever they want. Or do they want a change? Or is it because it's benefiting them now? They would throw every spanner, every stone into the gari that we are trying to soak here. That's what I see. And that's why I fight so hard. That's why I get emotional, and I have the right to be. And that's why I scream, I yell, I come here. I upset my wife by not being with her. I'm here. But the last thing I want to do is to engage in a frivolous, unreasonable, intellectual discussion with people who lack intellect. I'm not abusing, I'm describing. Hope is not a plan. That man, yes, he might have said maybe we won't work, but he laid the basis for which he says we won't work. For that to tag him Kolo mentality was an insult. The real Kolo mentality are those of us who see the problem but don't want us to talk about it. That is the real Kolo mentality. Those who see the pain of the children kidnapped but don't want us to talk about it or want us to get on a dialogue on the table. Those are the real problem. Those who say we need to keep hope alive, we need to preach hope. Hope is not a plan. Hope is not an action. You can be the giant of Africa all you want in your mind, but if you are a generator nation, you are a generator nation while your colleagues have 24 hours electricity. Yes, you're the giant of Africa. That's hope. That's been talking big. But the reality, what I call pragmatic reality, you don't survive in this life if you don't assess your pragmatic reality. Biology teaches us you assess your pragmatic reality, you adapt, you adjust, and sometimes you change your genetic code to pass it on to your offspring. That's your pragmatic reality. You don't say because you are allergic to heat, you just ignore that heat and you keep walking towards the sun. This is what the argument here, and that's why we scream. And my forefather I don't know your objective. I don't know your plan. I don't know who you are. I don't know. I don't care. But think about the things you say, please. Please, for the sake of those being kidnapped, for the sake of those who haven't eaten in Nigeria 3 square meal, for the sake of those that call me from Nigeria every day begging for help, please, when we are here, have that compassion, have that humanity. Think about them. This is not about APC, Tinubu, Obi, or any of those slogans we've been pushing. This is about us. Our people are in pain. I had the opportunity to have a dialogue with a pastor, and I was trying to make him see that as a pastor, he has a podium. Why is he not talking about the kidnapping of the children? And I was shocked to hear a man of God tell me, well, you have to understand, those people who kidnap those children are kidnapping them to make them suicide bombers. Oh boy, I weak. That's a man of God talking. This is how insensitive we have become in that country. These are children who have parents. If you, who call yourself a man of God, cannot speak on their behalf, if you cannot advocate on behalf of the less privileged, the Bible says the least among us. I'm sure the Quran says that too. And when we're here defending insanity, who are we advocating for? Are we people who want to perpetrate the pain? I sound like a preacher, but I don't want to preach. He said they are being trained to be suicide bombers. That person has colored his vision with religion. When you come here and defend insanity, you've colored your vision with classism, with elitism, with whatever word we want to use. But please, let's be mindful of what position we push, because people are in pain. Please, I'm begging. Let's be mindful. It's not for the sake of argument, for some intellectual fantasy. Who gives a fuck? Excuse my language. Who cares whether how smart you are, how best you can Google, or what words you can pronounce? But the fact is, people are suffering. And we have a voice. We live abroad. We have internet. We have YouTube. We have Facebook. It behoves on us to speak on their behalf because they cannot speak for themselves. This is why we come here. That's all I have to say for now, people.
Thank you, Alaba. Thank you. Thank you so much. There's something you just did here. You said, who cares? You used the F word first, and then you said, who cares? You corrected yourself. And I always think, did you think that who cares was not enough? And you needed to use something else that would be, because I always wonder why people choose some words. Anyway, Chim, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to address this fella, concept that forefathers brought up. I don't have a problem with anybody referencing fella, but fella was a musician. Fella was singing. Fella was not having a face-to-face conversation with someone in a forum like this and asking the person question. Fella was singing. So we need to realize the platform that when a musician is singing, or an actor, a director decides to subtly pass a message to the generality of society, perhaps the target audience, the producer producing that movie are politicians. He decides to guise it in that way to project it. Those things we must, when we say context, I don't want to overflow that use of the word context. When Fela was singing, Fela wasn't standing in front of an Obasanjo or Babangida having a conversation and then using lewd words or using, derogatory statements. Fela was singing and the message cuts across. So it's now left for you, wherever you are, to underpin the message he's passing. But when we're dealing with people, one-on-one, I mean, the guy who ran for president, what's his name? The lawyer that you brought, he insulted me on this show, but I took it and I quietly ignored it. I could have returned fire for fire the day he said it, but he said it in a joking way. Probably he didn't understand that I caught what he was trying to do, but I accorded him the respect as a guest and let it slide. So it's left for him and whoever was listening to him who also understood what he did to say, come on, that's not a cheap shot. So my understanding is that when we have a guest, and we emphasize this, and I can't overemphasize it, is there's a respectable way of trying to ask them questions, understand them, disagree with them if you want to disagree, but in a very respectable manner. And so that you don't take away a sense of pride from the person, and vice versa. And then we go, because you never know where you're going to meet again tomorrow. And that person, perhaps, if it's the kind of person who recalls events to say, my last interaction with this person used, and that could just be the deal breaker and all that. So I just wanted to throw that in. Sometimes we don't realize these things. It's acceptable to disagree. I don't have a problem with disagreeing with anyone. I tell them, my children disagree with me every day. Sometimes I feel like using a stick on them, but I realize that, okay, I'm also encouraging them to be able to be bold enough. The only thing I disagree with them, and I tell them, you can't insult me. Once you insult me, I call it out. But to disagree with me, they are at liberty. I registered my daughter for a program that was supposed to run yesterday and next Saturday, and she was complaining that I didn't ask her, I didn't seek her opinion, and I laughed. I registered her for that program because out of love, and I thought, oh, this will benefit her. So when her mother was like trying to make appeasement to say she should go, I told her, hey, don't force her. Don't go and do the program if you don't want. I'll tell the organizers you're pulling out. It's okay. And that's what we did. I respected it. So it's her view. But maybe later on in the future, she'll come back to say, oh, Daddy, I realized that was a good program. I was saying "Toh" at that point. So but on the point I just wanted to make is,
did you pay for the program? Is it free?
It's free, but there is these are people I know. It's like a bit of an impression on me that she's pulling out, but it's okay, no problem. I understood where she was coming from, even though I don't agree with her. She could have still done the thing and go do the other thing she wanted to do, but she just wanted to emphasize that I did not seek. This is a 12-year-old saying I didn't seek her consent.
I like that.
Okay,
I like that.
That's where we live. Those are the kind of people we're grooming.
There is hope for the country.
Yes. So I just wanted to put that out.
Nigeria.
Yeah.
Can I respond to that briefly?
Okay. After KJ, then you respond.
Chim, tell her next time that you call her uncle to give us some, because anyway, you see, I just want to buttress what Jim has said, and sometimes it doesn't even. Sometimes a guest is not telling you what you want, but because you already called him a guest, you just allow the person to say that. You can send a reporter a little bit, but to make sure and try to use words. Look, you British, you know how to insult people with English. I mean, it is you people who invented the thing that you should know how to tell somebody to go to here and go with joy, because when you threw that, we're all English speakers. We're not like Americans who don't speak. Everybody here learns English. The British English. So we know when they're insulting, when they're trying to be, insolence, insult to say. Remember, there was a guest that Dr. Rudolf brought, the guy who was very close friend of, what's his name now, the president of Nigeria now, who was telling us that he saw Tinubu in the University of this thing. That he was there. In fact, he contested as student. What we knew, at least some of us knew at that point, that the man was lying, because we have seen other documents that said he never went to the school. But we accorded him that respect. He's an elderly man. He's a guest. Okay, all we need to do is just ask for him to continuously to say what he's saying, so that in the future we can say, Oga, maybe you can look back now and see that what you are saying was totally, fabulous. All right. But it would have made sense for me now to start shouting, Oga, look, I have the redacted document here. I'm holding it here. That says that the guy never went there, or what you are saying is not true. It's just for us to all be at one, nobody is trying to try anybody's. I mean, Dr. Rudolph is always in the classroom. So at least he's, unlike some of us who no longer participate in everyday academic work, he's sharp, or, he's also a sharp individual. He can pick up those things, And this other guy, my only challenge is that, what I felt a bit concerned about was, he's in the field. Just like me, I'm not a practicing journalist now, but the journalist in the field is telling me something, and I'm the one arguing with the person. It doesn't make sense. He's in the field. Tomorrow too, maybe tomorrow if school is tomorrow, he's going to be in the classroom. He's going to look at material that you and I may not be privy to. And so sometimes when we argue with such people, we're just doing it because we want to put ourselves forward, and it doesn't pay. It doesn't help us. It doesn't pay.
KJ, I will even say you have the right to argue with him, but the one I say that is not, that doesn't make sound right is to start belittling the person. And you know when you are doing it, you know what you do, that you intentionally wanted to do that, because you can make your arguments without trying to make the person think you are making the person look small, because I don't think you can. Anybody really can. You know, it's like people who call KJ, and actually you're a victim of this. People come here always say, "And you're a journalist, and you're a journalist." You know, I hear that. I know what they were doing. You know, but I know that you can take it. But these are the kind of things I'm referring to. You don't have to say it. If you disagree with me, disagree with me. Don't say, because you teach in a college, how can you be talking like this? Or because you're a journalist, how can you not know that the governor of Alabama is? I don't know. That's it. I don't have to know everything. You know, but those are the kind of things that people do, and they do it without thinking that they think it's a smart thing. I think the main thing is really, there's a writer that said that each time he wakes up to write, he will dress up, put on tie and suit, even though he's at home, and go to his study to write, because he takes it seriously. I think part of the problem is that because we're at home, maybe we're eating and drinking and our children are running around, we don't see this as something that is formal. I'm thinking that I've gone to events where Nigerians meet their government officials, Nigerians who are angry, and you see them on programs, they're angry. But when they see the officials, you're not going to go in front of them and say, "You're a thief, get out from here, get out from America." You can't do that. You know, no matter who they are, even if he's the biggest thief you can think of in Nigeria, you're not going to do that. And that's how it should be when you're on a platform like this, when you have a guest. The fact that whoever the person is, whatever you think about the person, there is that element of this person is a guest. You can't go to Hilton's in New York and meet, let's say, who is the worst person you can think of in Nigeria now, and think of Bojabi Amela, for instance, come in there and you start screaming, "You're a thief!" You can't do that. That's it. All right.
Yeah, can I? You
Okay.
see, the thing is, if somebody makes a contextual statement implying that if somebody has colonial mentality, they are less valuable than a school leaver, that is a contextual statement, meaning if the person that you're referring to doesn't have those traits, has nothing to do with him. And even if the person had those traits, that is my opinion, because I consider people that are nationalists more valuable to our health than people that have colonized mentality. And there is a reason why I want to respond to what Chim said. There's a reason why Fela encoded it into songs. Fela wasn't just saying these things, he was acting it. He was also an activist. He did things. And he encoded into song because he knew his time would be over before our people woke up to this truth. And that is what people do when they feel that the time that they are in is hostile to their ideas.
Please, can I just ask one question for that? What do you mean by colonial mentality? Can you just expatiate on it?
By colonial mentality, I mean some people that subscribe to the colonized way of doing things. Like people that believe that we should keep, like judges that believe that we should keep wearing the European headgear that they handed down to us, or don't want Nigeria to have a native official language, and don't want us to rename our country, don't want us to defend ourselves. They are they subscribe to everything Western, and they take our resources and put it in Western hands. They see us as an extension of the West.
So how does the professor, how does it fall into that mentality that you were espousing?
You see, what I said didn't call him that. What he says made him that, then that is the opinion. Then he fell into the bracket. But he didn't say anything that said, okay, we are about to sell Nigeria to colonizers. I just want you to understand that we have a lot of problems in Nigeria because we have a lot of professors in Nigeria. But look at the state of the country. We've wrecked a country whereby a country of 6 million people exports more than the entire African continent. Nigeria is like not a blip. That is how badly we performed, and that's where this is where I depart from this in Dr. Damages on this. There is an urgency to our situation. We are not like America that can print currency as they see fit and it doesn't affect their exchange rate. There's an urgency. We are in a totally different state, and if we don't question everything, this is why I even question people that just come and make some proverbs and that doesn't even make sense. I question it because these are things we are putting amongst ourselves, and it's affecting how we perceive reality. And you have to question everything because look at where we are. It's so terrible that we should outperform where we are easily without even breaking a sweat. But yet we've wrecked our country so badly that the simplest things are almost paralytic. We can't even move at all. This is why you have to question anything anybody says. It's not an insult to question. It's trying to push them to the limit so that they can give you the truth of where they stand.
Can I say something about so far to you? Even you talking, you have colonial mentality because I can see you're wearing glasses. Is the
That's not colonial mentality.
Cultural thing.
Sorry, I was even KJ. I was even
Yeah, on Zoom. Using camera.
KJ,
you wear shoes.
It's a technology.
KJ, I was even going to add KJ.
Ice cream. You lick ice cream. You go buy ice cream. You eat. You eat hot dog, sausage. Is it your cultural food? Is that not colonial?
KJ, forefathers, I was going to ask you, does colonial mentality include living in Aberdeen, in London, in St. Andrews, or wherever it is you live? Is it part of colonial mentality? Because
it depends. Like when I came to the UK for the first maybe even 16 years, you can say I was very much in the colonial mentality mindset. It depends on what you do with it.
No,
you're not living in Benin or Lagos or where you're living in the UK. So
that doesn't make it that. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Mr. Pofferdas, how does the wig that they wear, how does it affect dispensation of justice?
Because it affects it, because clearly we know that the justice system is messed up, and it also it implies the mindset that you have. You have a mindset that preserves something that
no, you lead mindset now. How does the wig
mindset is at the core of our problem?
How does it affect dispensation of justice?
The mindset I just told you. Because you
how does the wig affect your mindset
let me give you an example. If let's say you are from, let's say, Southeast.
You see the problem when you push all this theory too much. You don't even have any legs to stand.
You're not letting me answer.
No, let me help him, because I think I've never had that question asked. It's a very intelligent one. I know I argue that Nigerian lawyers or judges should not be wearing that stuff, but the question is that there are judges in Kenya who do things. They wear the thing. I think they wear it in Kenya, but they dispense justice better than those in Nigeria, Malawi, other countries. So why are we thinking that is that thing that is the problem? You know,
Rudolf, that's what the professor answered. Remember the question I asked him? He said we have refused to decolonize our thinking, our educational system. That it is individuals that are doing that right now in Nigeria. Like he gave an example that sometimes he takes his students to the market and ask them to observe and come back.
Okay, to be fair, it was me who was asking. I think what you just said, you partly answered the question by saying even the professor acknowledged that colonial mindset is there. Because what that mindset tells you that you have a limit to your imagination. That's what it's telling you. And the so-called this in the Kenyan system, Kenyan is just as bad as most African countries. It's not doing that well. I know somebody that is Kenyan. I talk to them all the time. He says he's been accused of stealing something that he didn't steal, and he's stuck in the country, and he has bad belly against the police that they planted stuff at this thing. So African countries are rotten to the core. There is a reason why the African countries themselves put together, the black nations put together, their exports is not as high as that of Singapore. A country of 6 million. Many of them, but if you look at South Africa has struck out recently, but they don't use that colonial headgear anymore. Look at what they did with this. South Africa is speaking its mind more than any black nation out there, because they are able to stand on the world stage and say what they want to do, and they join the BRICS. They are striking out and doing their own thing because they fought for it. My point is that it's not an insult to question people.
I didn't say you're an idiot. I don't. By my statement, even it implies that if he was a professor that is a nationalist, his value is highly elevated. That's what it means. But if you're a professor and your education is limited and you are limiting the psyche of the people, that's what in America they call gatekeepers. They block people's mindset because they are educated and they have authority, and they tell other people this is how you should be, and the people fall for it, and they are very, very destructive.
All right, let's go to other people, get them involved in the conversation. Righteous Man, after you, Flagship.
Yeah, I will soon be saying good night. It's been an interesting evening. You know, I've really listened to every contribution, and I want to say thank you to everyone here. Chim, I've been asking of you seriously, because I really miss you, my coming diplomat and senator. How are you doing, sir, and your family? Really miss you.
Well, good. I'm doing an academic work, so I can't. I just decided I'm even taking a risk. I have an assignment that needs to go in the next 2 hours. So, but that's okay. I'm around.
Okay. So something happened between Benue and this state that is very close to Benue. They are coming to Ondo. I think people were in this mass transit bus heading to Ondo. When they got to the boundary between one of these northern states and Benue, these gunmen stopped them and took how many, is it 10 or 15 captive? I don't know whether any of them, you know, were neutralized or thereabout. So I saw Janaban, just saw a flash of Janaban, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and it disappeared. So I wanted to ask him, what is going on in Benue State? You know, why are every time in Nigeria the news is about Benue State is not something to write home about? Anyway, my brother forefather, you see, it's not as if anyone hits you. And I don't think that anybody that appears in this platform hits Nigeria. We don't hit this country. In fact, those of us that took the pain to remain here were paying price that ordinary human being living in diaspora will not be able to pay. And so when you want to analyze the issue of this country, please, sir, with all due respect, put us into consideration before you begin to paint a color that seems to you to be right when it is not right. That professor lives in Nigeria. He had lived abroad, came back here. He knows everyday activity. He knows what is going on here better than you. And I didn't like the language you used on him. Even when you want to question him, you question with respect, not making him to look as if his academic record is nothing to write home about, or he's just a professor by theory. You know, that I consider it an insult, you know, to the academic work. And I do sincerely hope that we learn every day to change from whatever that is considered to be wrong. You know, I have discovered that you have read so much books, and one of the things I came to realize in the recent time is that you behave like the British. They are very cunning, very conservative. They know what they are looking at, but they will pretend as if they are with you, but they have their target. I think having lived in London or in Britain for the number of years you've mentioned here must have affected your way of reasoning and your way of seeing things, which is well understood. You don't talk like those who live in America at all. Most of you that lives in Britain, whenever you make your presentation here, it's quite different from those who lives in USA. So I can understand that. But please, sir, before you analyze Nigeria, before you condemn people that are living here or take side to whatever you think, please remember that we are suffering here. And this suffering is not something that any human being should pray for his enemy or our enemy to encounter. No light, no food, no security, no work, no medication, Medicare. There is nothing. You graduate from the university, you're rotting here. There is no good road, nothing. And so please, sir, with all due respect, refrain and retreat from those comments you normally make. Thank you.
Thank you, Righteous Man. I like the power of Nigerians. I don't think Kenyans or Malawians will be talking and saying refrain, and but Nigerians are wonderful. Righteous Man, what's wrong with us who live in America? You mentioned something. It's something very insulting, like that UK are the right people, Canadian, but the Americans. What's wrong with us? Anyway, you don't have to answer that. Before I go on to the
he didn't say there was anything wrong with you. He said that Americans are more straightforward than.
Oh, is that? Oh, so that's a good thing. Okay, forgive me. I was expecting bad news from you when you talked about America. We defend America to the end. I just wanted to say something that next Sunday will be off for Easter, but we'll be on Saturday with the normal Have Your Say. But on Sunday, I go to church once a year, every Easter. so that's it. The flagship, go ahead.
Dr. Damage, so you are going to church. We've deceived most of us now. Most of us have found our way to hell. I mean,
once a year, just to check and make sure that what I thought.
Once a year, you go and pray for forgiveness now for the whole year.
Make sure what I thought is still going on, and I'll come back and say, okay, it's still the same thing. It hasn't changed. Go ahead, flagship.
Thank you. That was hilarious, Rudolph. It cracked me up a little bit. I think that again, I'm sorry I stepped away for a few minutes. I have to attend to something, and I've heard the last few minutes of the conversation admonishing forefathers. But I want to go back to. Oh, by the way, Chin, good to see you again. I want to go back to the guest that we had today. If I sum up what he said, my impression or take home from it is that he's resigned to himself and resorted to self-preservation, if you will, because it seemed like there's no hope based on what the true situation and picture is on ground in Nigeria. And it surprises me that men of his caliber and status at the height of his profession in the academics have resorted to this fate. That paints a very, very serious picture that Nigeria is almost at the point, if not at the point of no repair. And other alternatives need to be used or implemented. Again, it also showed me when I hear him speak and say he's resigned his approach to trying to design methods by himself on how to approach things and work them out in his own way and to the best of his ability to try to help the students in his institution. It tells me that the academic staff union of Nigerian universities are not together. So even if he has a great idea and tries to put it forward to the rest of the union nationwide, it still will hit the rocks and there'll be no results, good results that will come out of it. And it reminds me of the thing that I've always said, that the people in Nigeria are pretty much almost at a helpless position. I use the word almost because the gun is pointed at them. Everything is against them. There is so much they can do. That's why I don't like to lash out on the Nigerian people. In my opinion, they have done so well. They have really tried. They came out against all odds when it was election time. They muscled up their energy from the north to the south, east, and west. to try to redirect the course of Nigeria. But of course, the people that are there now, in the words of the professor, as he mentioned, that the people in government now are people who really do not understand policies. They are just like grab and take, and let me use a local word in Nigeria, agberus in the motor park. They don't understand what good governance is. So it's hard for you to talk to them. It's hard for you to approach them with ideas. I mean, if a professor of his caliber would resort to that, it kind of makes me wonder what else is there in terms of resources and solutions that could be provided to these people to take their knees off the neck of Nigeria. But there's still hope, I believe. Whichever way it happens, whether Nigeria sticks together and we try to get sane leaders that will be leading us, or it splits apart, or we go back to the confederation system where everybody minds their own business in their own regions. Either way it happens, the big goal or the main goal is to give the people a breathing space so they can get their lives back together. There was so much that he said, which in my opinion, doesn't look like he's blaming the Western folks, but he's only trying to tell us that the agenda behind closed door is really not what we are seeing that the cameras are showing to us on our screens. So there's a lot that's happening to Nigeria, our country as we know it, that we need to really go above and beyond to try to figure a way out to get some help to them. And lastly, I'll direct this to you forefathers. You got great ideas. When I listen to you speak, I could pick out in one sentence what you're trying to say in so many words. But you seem to misdirect it. And you use the wrong pronouns and adjectives a lot. You are lashing out on your panelists. You are lashing out on the people in Nigeria who are trying their best as much as they could against all odds against that is standing against them, and making it look like you have the solution, but everybody else is the problem. And nobody seems to want to listen to you. Like I said the last time, your ideas are great. You can package it together and send it to those in your constituents that are your reps, that are your senators. You can request to meet with them. If you can't meet with them, look for them on social media, drop it on their pages. I believe you some way, somehow, they will get the message and they will run with it if they are good-minded people that listens to people from their constituents. So please ease up on lashing out on Nigerians generally, ease up on lashing out on your panelists, and present your ideas and use the right pronouns. It would be great if you can call names. For example, you could say the Obasanjo regime, the Jonathan regime, the Babangida regime messed up Nigeria. It's not me. It's not you. It's not the people out there in Nigeria who don't have any role to play or didn't have any part at all in decisions that were made. The most thing they can do is protest. But as it is right now, that's been taken out of them. If they do it, there goes the gun and the nozzle pointing at them. They make any step further, 6 feet below they go. So please, your ideas are great. Present them in a more friendly way so everybody can get the meaning and maybe think about it, pass it out to those that they know in government, and hopefully someday somebody will get their minds together and say, let's listen to this guy. He's got some great ideas, and find a way to make it work. Thank you.
I think people are taking me too seriously from the point of view that what I'm saying is like too big. I have to present it to people. What I'm just arguing is I'm here to go through the ideas and see which one holds up to evidence. And when I present it, I don't know why people say I'm imposing it on people. It's my opinion, and if you want to challenge it based on its merits. Sometimes people come after me I don't go after people individually. You don't see me say, oh, you're an idiot, or this one is it. I'm going after your ideas, and I said, let's debate the idea itself. Because if we get the idea right, we are going to provide better solutions to our people. I'm in contact with people in Nigeria. I'm talking to people in Nigeria as not everybody else is doing. I'm not any special. I'm just saying, I don't know why people think I'm imposing. It's just, how do I do it? I just give my own opinion. Go after the opinion. That is what I recommend.
But
Thank you.
forefathers,
If you listen, so I think sometimes if you take a minute or two to go back and listen to the broadcast, you know, and just assess it, see how it's said, how you said it. If somebody was to say it that way to you, would it make sense? Would you listen?
Can you give me an example? Say it to me, please.
No. I think forefather. I think the way it comes.
Say it to me
very
the way
strong,
I say it to people. Let's see what I will
the
find
way
it
it comes
offensive at
strong
all.
to most of us is the fact that you double as the panelist, and you double as the anchor, and your opinion kind of counts. It's the same way you kind of want to pick an editor's opinion. You understand? Your style is different from Rudolph's style. We don't get to hear Rudolph's opinion most of the time. He allows us to talk, and then maybe once in a while he weighs in, and the way he puts it is different from the way you put it. You understand? So as an anchor and as a panelist, the way you wield that, I don't want to say power, but that influence, sometimes we take it the wrong way. You understand? So maybe if you want to be an anchor, be an anchor. If you want to be a member of the panelists, be a panelist. And then we know, as panelists, we know how we engage each other. But when you come off board as an anchor, as a panelist, and then you brush it down, when you give that idea, and you the way you pass it across, it's like you're forcing it down. You like Four Flagship said, watch it over and over again. You will see.
Maybe I am pushing you to defeat
Rudolph,
it
can I
with
say something,
logic,
please?
so that I too can, maybe if you are right, may change my mind. But what I find is that if you can't defeat the idea, I find it frustrating that people just fight for the sake of it.
Sorry, Davidson. Sorry, I just wanted to say quickly. Don't be offended, Davidson. I don't mean to take the floor. Okay, so Forefathers asked a question to Flagship. He said, "Say it the way I would say it." Okay, I'll give you a typical example, and it has become sometimes there are behavioral nuances, idiosyncrasies we exhibit. We all have it, but we are not observant that we are doing that thing. It takes a third eye to be able to point that thing out to you, and then it's up to you now to accept and go and do an introspection and make a change. I'll give you an example. In the course of this, and this is standard you Forefathers. You say, you know, when you may start quietly and you're going, then you just say, you know, this is about our people. This is not say about our people. This is not about our people. About our people. So about this our people start wondering, okay, so like Flagship said, so the rest of us are the problem and you are not. You're seeing, you have a larger, you know, you have a bird's eye view that we can't see. And people are beginning to wonder, okay, what superior view is this in? Because the mannerism at which you have projected it becomes an issue. Now, like he rightly said, it doesn't mean that the body of what you're saying is wrong in the sense that the idea. It's just that how you have quoted it becomes a put-off for people, and are like, what is this guy talking about? How come he's pointing fingers at the 240 other people and minus himself? Do you understand? So maybe you need to, I don't know, I do this, I go back and I see, in fact, there are times Rudolph will send me snippets of the program, he cuts it into bits, and sometimes he sends me things and I'm like, oh, I said this, oh, that was terrible, you know? So I don't know, this is just me. I don't know if what I said aligns with Flagship said, but you need to look at the way you present it. Nobody is saying it, nobody wants you to be Rudolph. I don't want you to be Rudolph. Be Forefathers. But in being Forefathers also, Forefathers needs to begin to evolve. Forefathers needs to begin to make changes. Forefathers needs to begin to like transform, look at things from a different perspective. That's what is going to make you not just a panelist that you are right now, but also the anchor that you are on when Rudolph is not there or when you're managing things. I don't know. This is just my 50 cents.
It's funny you said that because I agree with part of what you said. But when you said then I start saying you people and all the rest of it, somebody criticized me. I think it was Jagun that criticized me privately about this, and I disagree with him at first, but because of the context of the argument. But later on, I thought about what he said, because he said sometimes you just come, you start saying stuff, then later on you just raise your voice. And I understood. I said, maybe there is some truth to that. I have to check it. And when I found that that was true, I actually apologized to him. I said, okay, that what you said before was actually accurate at that point, but I was being a bit obnoxious because of the context of our argument. See, like what you just said just now, that sometimes I come across as saying, our people, our people. Sometimes I do that, and it comes across as if I'm being condescending. But when other times I do include myself, I make clear that I am one of them. Like I said, 16 years in this country, I was like colonial mentality kind of person. I am one of them. So I'm not exempting myself from being, like I think, who did I say this to yesterday? I said, you are now a man. You can't keep blaming what the
Profiles,
old
you need
men
to move
did.
to US.
We have to change things.
You go growing.
See, forget USA. You see, Alexander Gomez, don't make me come for you. This man, see, he called me a mentally challenged person once. See, what he did, I don't like when people do that, because you're attacking the person, you're not attacking the idea at all. And now he said it again. You never really go after the idea, you just don't like the person. How are we so kind of, we don't follow the thrust of the argument, we follow the way the person said it. I am not a very confident person. That's why I would rather be timid, maybe sometimes offensive, and just say the stuff that I feel, because I feel like the ideas are actually quite important. But what I find is that people miss the thrust of the argument and they go after the person. And that is, try to understand where I'm coming from. It's about the ideas. And if you shoot my ideas down, I will change. I will change. I will not hold it like as if I'm hugging a transformer.
I wanted to ask you, forefathers, the last time you changed your idea, any idea?
I just gave an example of Jagun. I literally just gave an example of Jagun.
That's a private conversation. I'm talking about in public arena like this,
I'm sure I have changed quite a few. I think I remember when somebody's on the panel, they corrected me or something, and I said, okay, you are right. And you know why people don't notice it? Because I kind of give ground very quickly. So they don't notice it. It's when I hold my ground, people notice. You see that? And I've seen that in other moderators where I go online. See, KJ, can you stop? KJ, all this, KJ, stop it. See, when I go online, I've seen another moderator that does that too. And I actually complimented him for him, because like he will be on the side of the crowd having a go at me. Then when I challenge him, and he will back off very quickly and say, oh, you are right, move on. And I respected that, because because he recognized where he went wrong. Because I would do the same. And people don't notice when he does that, because he does it so quickly.
Well, can you remember why you did one? Just one,
I can't I can't remember one. The one I remember is with Jago.
All right.
It's with Jago, the one I remember.
That's okay. We agreed that you'll be a guest, and someone raised it. I think it was number 6. We actually agreed that he will be a guest, and that any Sunday that we don't have anybody, most of the time, sometimes we have challenges with people canceling on us. Not that we don't have anybody booked, but last minute. So you'll be a guest, and maybe to help you to flesh out your ideas, and people will get to know you more, and and they will have opportunity to challenge you and see what you are made of. So that's on the line. So we would get that done sometime before the summer. So
that's fine. I'm not like Panzer that keeps running away. I'm not going to run. I'm going to stand my ground.
All right, Davidson.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hope you can hear me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank Mr. Flagship, because whenever you talk, I listen. As in, you
don't listen when I talk. All right.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Rudolf, you and I, we met in New York, and so I do listen to everyone seriously. And I remember the last time, about a couple of days ago, you said so many things. As in, I keep listening over and over. You have a very great idea. You have a very good solution for the country, Nigeria. I hope if you can, come up with a paper, articles, maybe our government will listen to you more, you know. And I just want to let you know to keep saying what you are saying, fighting for the people and for the well-being of our nation, Nigeria. Rudolf, we also want to beg you for a favor, because these the professor you invited today really done a great job. But the question I wanted to ask is not really for him, because as an individual, he has done his part. I want to speak to the policies maker in Nigeria, people that make policies and all of that. These are the problems we are facing in the country. Today, we are talking about educational system is not working. And the reason why we are having this issue is because of the people that are making policies in our country, Nigeria. Over the year, you can remember maybe 20, 30 years ago, the Chinese, they were facing issue, the Indians and all of that. They keep sending people to US to go and learn, you know, coming back to develop their country. As an IT specialist, I work in the US. Some of my colleagues, they will travel to India, they will stay there, having their internet like fast the way my own is fast here. But my friend traveled to Nigeria recently, trying to connect to our VPN here to work. He couldn't do anything. In our educational system, just like what the professor said, the major issue we are facing in our country, Nigeria, is the lack of human capital development. In order for us to achieve that goal, you have to look at the people you are grooming, the people you want to develop. I said something that the way forward is to democratize our educational system. I must not need to go to the four walls of the university. I can learn at the comfort of my home to become who I want to become. Why? I have access to internet, access to all the resources and light and all of that to be able to achieve all these goals. So I would like to speak with the person, especially the educational sector, the Minister of Education, that, okay, our curriculum is no longer invoked. It's no longer meeting up with the world standard. Are we going to remain like this, hoping that change will come? You know, in today's world, we are talking about artificial intelligence. Look at computer science faculties, engineering. Is it working? Is it meeting up with standard? Recently, I see the Minister of Works and many others inviting Indians, Chinese to come and help us construct our roads. We have professors in Nigeria. We have civil engineers that are graduating from Nigeria University. How come we are not inviting people to come and construct our roads for us? So these are the questions that beg for answers. It's so fortunate that, okay, look at you are having a curriculum. After graduating, we cannot team up with the professors in our country to construct a simple bridge or whatever. So we are hoping for a nation to develop. That is why I support what the professor said. If we continue in this trajectory, hoping for change to come, it will never come. Many of us are victims of Nigeria happening to us. We have so many talented professors, students, and all over there in the country. They don't have access to resources. The individual you are seeing making waves now, maybe they have the money or they have person backing them up from one or two places. So please, if there's any way you can invite maybe Minister of Education or anybody, let's have a conversation with these people. Because they are the policies maker. You know, they are the one putting us where we are today. It's so fortunate that in this 21st century, we are still inviting people to come and help us develop our nation. Remember, we have the concept of taste for foreign goods. When they finish developing, we pay them that money. They convert it to dollar and take it out of our economy, giving back to what we call leakage. There's no injection. Please, we as a people have done our best to develop ourselves the little we can. We need the government to give us the necessary tools to be able to keep growing as a nation. Like what the professor said, if we continue this trajectory, I bet you we will never get there. We will never get there.
Davidson, thank you so much.
Rudolf, can you give me maybe 2 minutes to respond to Davison?
Okay.
Davison, first of all, thank you so much. I feel very humbled at your good words. I appreciate it. Davison, you are on the same, you're having the same thought that I have. My biggest project for Nigeria is the educational sector. And it has been, and I've made moves. It has been my project to find a way to get to the Minister of Education. I'm talking to people who knows somebody that can get me to where he or the minister is. And my proposition is exactly what you just talked about, looking at the curriculum. But here's how I've started, and I will share it with you and to everybody else here that is listening. Until we get to the Minister of Education to have that conversation, what I'm doing right now is to visit the primary school curriculum in my locality at home. And we're trying to redesign something for them and present it to the Commissioner of Education in our local governments. Please do the same. The goal is this. If we pick out what we see the Asians do, the Americans do, the Europeans do, the Japanese do, we're examining all of these curriculums. And from what I've seen so far, if we take it to our kids, it's possible for them to catch up to it. But I'm talking about quantum mechanics being taught to kids that are 6 years old at this point in Japan. That means we have a long way to go. But are kids able to do it? Yes, they can do it. And here's what the Indians are doing, the Asians are doing here where I live. Their kids are within our educational system. My whole county here, if you split it to 4 parts, I would say over a quarter, maybe a quarter and a half of it are Asians, Indians, Chinese, Koreans, Japanese. They are everywhere here. Do you know what they do? They brought their educational curriculum from their country down here. While they are using the American educational curriculum to educate their kids, they have after-school programs where they teach their own curriculum to their children. So it's like a double-barrel gun that the kids are using. That's the approach that I'm working on, to get this curriculum, look at all of them, put something together, take it home. If our commissioners of education will not accept it or doesn't see sense or make sense out of it, we want to introduce it to the schools, the primary schools, even if it means to get the kids to stay at school for 1 hour extra every day to be taught in this elementary status that every kids in other nations are learning. Let's begin to introduce our kids to them. The next step is to gather books. And we're working with organizations now who give out free books. We want to gather them and ship them back home. Open up a small library where these kids can go to learn and read these books and at least get a chance to stand toe-to-toe with their counterparts from other countries. Lastly, I said 2 minutes, but I know I'm over. But lastly, today, poverty is what our government is using as a weapon against our people. And you and I see it. But do you know another dangerous one that is looming that none of us are paying attention to? Wrong, bad education. If we continue with this curriculum that we have and the way education is going, that even the IMF and the World Bank is suggesting to Nigeria to do away with polytechnics, that is the craziest thing anybody can ever think of or hear. You're talking of vocational training that people who do not want to go to the four walls of an academic institution can go to get training on based on their skills. They are asking our government to do away with it. And guess what? They are doing away with it. We're being disadvantaged. Tomorrow, I'm talking 15, maybe 20 years from now, we're just going to be sitting ducks. Our people will not be able to measure up anywhere. The ones that are able to run out of Nigeria, I guess they call it jackpot at this moment, they run out to other countries to seek a better life. So please, work with people from wherever you are from to begin to put this curriculum together for these little kids so that at least we can start to grow and groom these young ones between now and the next 15, 16, maybe 20 years. They too can stand a chance to rub shoulders with their counterparts from the rest of the world. We cannot let this bad education that we're getting hurt our children, that they will now use that also as a weapon against us that in the face of other countries, we can't speak because we don't know. There is AI right now. Ask the average Nigerian child. Do they know what AI is? They don't, but they all have smartphones. So please, begin to think in that line, and you're thinking about it already, but please begin to work on curriculums yourself. Join with people that are from your place. Put it together, take it home, and begin to implement it in the government schools as much as you can. Thank you.
Please, can I just add quickly to what he said? You know, I've thought about some of the stuff you said. One of the bottlenecks is that the Nigerian space doesn't necessarily have the relevant infrastructure or tools to be able to translate the gains that are being made in the West technologically to the Nigerian space. And if we could work out the best way to translate the technological advancement in the West to the Nigerian space, that would be, and actually selectively do it too, in such a way that you go after the strategic ones that make the most difference and then translate it to the Nigerian space. I think that would be quite critical. And personally, if I had the resources, I would be carrying out a research first to target the specific ones. And I think the current digital minister in Nigeria was talking something along the same lines in terms of doing AI in Nigeria. But I think it has to be broad scope in terms of the approach. You have to look at it from the point of view that how do I get what those people have, the most important ones, and package it in such a way that it can be taught to Nigerians or delivered to Nigerians in the current state Nigeria is in. And the population that is going to have it, whether it's everybody, whether it's specific group, how protected are they, how is it going to endure? Those type of thinking is needed. But I 100% agree with you. That technological aspect is very, very important.
And let me tell you how we do it. One minute. So this is the next approach. We have several things that we're working on. It's not me alone, but I'm sharing ideas with people who are from my part of the world. We are asking from where I'm from, our kings. They have big voices, all right? And our local government chairman, they have big voices. This is our proposition. Give us a land somewhere. If you want us to buy it, we will. We are if I can get 100 people from my place, of which we are way more than that, to commit a certain amount of money, buy this land, and build a vocational center there that we can computerize, that kids can come to. I'm talking of where we can put computers. HP as a company, they have computers they give away. They have programs that they run with third world countries where they donate these computers. We're going to approach them. We're going to ask them for computers. We want to digitalize a section of our community back home. We're going to build this center, and we want to put these computers and equipments there. So these kids can go there at their leisure, after school, on weekends, on Sundays, whatever time, keep it open. Power the place by solar panel and put constant electricity there and expose these children to what the rest of the kids in the rest of the first world nations are seeing. Even if it's for them to just come by, sit down, and watch the videos on big screen. We're trying to jumpstart their brains to begin to think way ahead of their time. If we can provide this and give it to these children, we stand a good chance to give them a better tomorrow. So we're hoping that our king will give us some land somewhere. We're going to build it. It's not going to cost us too much. $20,000. We can make it happen. And then we seek out for these computers, send them home, computerize the place, and open it to the public school children or to any kid who want to come there to learn so they can see what the rest of the world is seeing that's beyond what their little digital phones that they have using to watch skits at home is shown to them. I believe with this, these are one of the many ways that we can begin to get our children to start to think beyond where they are, and hopefully they too will be able to stand and begin to challenge the status quo and make a better tomorrow for themselves.
Wow.
Yeah. Just a minute, please. I just want to quickly respond to Forefather. Thank you for that great idea, Mr. Flagship. And regarding to what Forefather said regarding technological transfer, that what they have in the West, we can bring it back to what we have in Africa or Nigeria, as the case may be. The truth of the matter is that we have everything in Africa. Connecting the dots is the problem. Today, we are talking about artificial intelligence. What is artificial intelligence? It's just a simple calculus, simple mathematics put together to form one or two. You know, Nigerian professors in the mathematics engineering, they all have all these things they taught in our university. But using all this mathematical knowledge and all of that to form a simple product or software or whatever is not there. A good example, if you talk about linear algebra, I can quote linear algebra, for instance, from beginning of the course I was taught in Maths 317 to the end. Without looking at book, I will teach that course. In Nigeria, I just do it without knowing the usefulness of those components. Coming to America, and I find out that the y, the x, linear, all those, the number of a matrix and all of that. Simple matrix, the dot product of a matrix, ing values and ing vector is what we use for all these like recommendation system that Amazon is using today for their product recommendation. So my whole point is this: if we can work on our education curriculum, not just focusing on grade, I made first class 2-1 or whatever, that okay, project based, you know, will help us. We have the tools, we have everything. You talk about quantum mechanics, quantum computing. If you go to physics department in our university, when professors in those universities talk, as in, I was in a class here in the United States of America. When a professor was talking, and I listened to one professor in Nigeria, he said they don't match. The one in Nigeria, I bet you, it will beat the one that was teaching that course. But there is no connection between what is happening in the real world and what is happening in the classroom in Nigeria. So the point here is that we need that synergy between what is happening in the industry and what is happening in the classroom. A good example was this. I came to the US. The first project we did, the community was having issue with their water drainage, their wastewater disposition, whatever. They come to the AR lab. I was among those they selected to go and work on those projects. We fix it, we do everything, use all those anomalies or whatever, tools, whatever. So what am I trying to say? I found out that the university in that community was the one that helped them to solve that problem. We have everything in Nigeria. Connecting the dots is the problem. And I wish our policy makers should come to the realization that our university needs to be upgraded. Our curriculum needs to be upgraded to be able to fit in with this current dispensation. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, are you Tiobala?
Are you after me?
No, you sound like him. That's why I've not seen him for a long time. I've not heard from him for a long time.
Okay, KJ,
you sound like him.
Before KJ speaks, let me just say this. Just based on experience, what you guys are talking about here is very important. And I think instead of waiting for them to reach out to you, I think the approach is to reach out to them. I'll give you an example. I when we were at Sahara, after the Sahara period, I met a former minister who told me that we did not know what we did for her. It was a woman. We did not know what we did for her. And people like her who were in that government, I don't want to mention the name of the government, that they were inside trying to push for change, that we were like outside force reinforcing what they are trying to push for. So she was thanking me for what we did, certain things, you know. So sometimes you may not know. There are people who want reform in the educational system in Nigeria. They may be alone. They may be pushing this idea and there's nobody who is listening to them. But if you go there and approach them and find avenues to reach out and put that idea forward, you might reinforce someone who is on the inside pushing for those changes, and they might take it up. I'll give you another example. I told forefathers privately, I think I can say here, that some of his ideas, he could articulate them in articles, and we get it published in newspapers. It will reach more people. Somebody can hold it on and read it and say, okay, I read something like this somewhere. Whatever it is, that's how it spread. That's how people pick up ideas and run with it. So don't underestimate what you can do as an individual. One of the ways is just to put it out into space, and then some other people, like-minded people, will read it and we come to the conclusion that I'm not alone. I've had students at universities in Nigeria read my column and say, "Oh, I think like this, but I can't say it in the university because they will call me this, they will do this," which worried me, because universities are now places where you can't have an idea that is different from the general idea out there, But anyway, so I'm saying this to say what you guys are saying discussing is very important. But I have to leave. I have a conference that started 30 minutes ago, but I have to join them. And but thank you guys. And on Saturday we do have a say and take Sunday off for Easter. For fathers.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Yeah, I think KJ wanted to say something. The journalist.
Thank you, Mr. Forefathers. Thank you, Rudolph. I just wanted to say, on a lighter note, maybe we should wait and source out education also, as we are sourcing out crude oil refining, and then bring back the finished product, so that way we don't have to spend money on the universities and all that. Anyway, can we move on to the next topic, because I don't want to say anything concerning what you guys say. You guys have great ideas. I wish you all well. Unfortunately, I've lost the contact with the former person who was in the educational ministry. I would like giving it to you guys so you can try to get in contact with them. If you let me suggest, I will say to you, Flagship, your best idea is that best idea of starting from your local government, because the Nigerian system, the schools, especially universities, well, maybe now that government have changed, Tinubu will come up with different idea. But before now, the thinking of the government was not where you're going. And that's why they even removed cutoff marks from the Nigerian university. They bastardized the whole thing. The intention was to crash it. So, but now maybe with the new leadership, that will change. So I wish you well. But if you ask me if I was your position, like I said, your state is your best shot. When it picks up, and then they may see it and they may decide to adopt it. Remember that there was a minister called Fakunwa, Professor Fakunwa, who said that the system should be 664, which means that your first 6 years you are taught in your mother tongue, which is what most of these Chinese and other places do, because you tend to think much better when you speak your mother tongue. Your processing is different from when I can say that because I do not necessarily process my thoughts in Igbo. I process in English, and I know the advantage and disadvantage of that. When I have to, your the richness of the culture which you come from does not most of the time impart in your expression and even in your writing. And if you want to doubt that, you look at people like Wole Soyinka. All of Wole Soyinka's writing is mostly, his based on his culture. It's not, nothing outside of that. So, but when you process your thoughts in your local language, your mother dialect, you have a better, rich understanding, and your expression is fuller than the one who thinks in English. You are kind of limited when you have to, conjure your thoughts in English. So I wish you guys well. I'm just, I like the ideas. I just pray that the country will welcome it and make progress with that. Thank you.
I think you are correct about that. There was one program I just saw just today on TVC. They were they were showing this lady that was like a Yoruba chanter. That's what they call it, a Yoruba chanter. So it's like a dying culture. So she started chanting, and she went to Yoruba people, and started chanting. And it's very interesting because the way they responded was it's almost visceral. And one of the young ladies, teenagers that don't care about all the things, when they started chanting to her, she was in tears. And it tells you that there is something we lose when we start thinking in foreign languages. And but nobody has bothered to look into that. And I think, if you look at all the people that have these native language as their first languages, they tend to control and develop a lot faster than the ones that don't. Chim, you wanted to say something?
I just wanted to say to Flagship, very good idea. But my little input would be the less bureaucratic processes involved in it, the better. Why am I saying this? I've tried some of the things you're doing, and I don't want to sound negative. What you're doing is very well accomplishable. It's not something that cannot be accomplished, but the bureaucracy always is the problem. I've had doctors who came back to Nigeria and tried to contribute, and they were impeded by the bureaucracy. So I think the local government process, perhaps, which is less bureaucratic, is a very good level to start with, especially if it is homogeneous, like you said, it's your local government, and you can easily sell the value in what you're bringing, and perhaps, hopefully, that these people will be people who are open-minded to see the value and to be able to look long-term and see the benefit to the community. And then, maybe if it's working in that little community in Delta State, somebody else in Imo State will see it and say, oh, I love what these people are doing in that local government in Delta State. How did they accomplish it? And then becomes a multiplier effect. Because that's what I've realized. Once something starts working in one very little portion of the country, there's always this multiplier effect. Somebody suddenly sees it as something good that they want to replicate. So don't take it to the federal government. Don't look for, in fact, if you can go to wherever there is no bureaucracy at all to start it with, the better. The bureaucratic system is always the issue. That's always where things die. And I don't want to mention some political officer's name. I just want to be respectful this afternoon. Otherwise, I would have told you lofty ideas we took, and some bureaucracy, for selfish reasons, just poured acid on it, and everybody walked away. So the less bureaucratic involvement, the better. And for KJ, lastly, it was not Fafunwa that brought 633. It was Professor Jubril Aminu. Actually, Professor Fafunwa came and killed it. If I must be honest with you, he came and he destroyed it. So I needed to say that. I need to go. I have an assignment I need to submit. So it was nice being part of it.
Thank you, Chim. I was going to say before you leave that well said. The meeting that I'm seeking with the Minister of Education is just to have a conversation. The big project is from my locality. That's what we want to do. And you and I see today that, and you're right. If it starts from one small place, everybody else wants to jump on it. Take a look at Abia, for example. It's doing good. The Oni of Ife has gone there. Obasanjo has gone there. Every other state is clamoring for their governors to go there and look and see what's happening there and try to replicate the same in their home state. So yes, our big project is from our local place, and hopefully everybody else will catch up on it.
You see what Kim said just now is one of the areas you can say, maybe I changed my mind a little bit, or I never really firmed my opinion on that. And I agree 100% with him, because the evidence suggests that it's true. Because if you go through the top, they have a way of killing the idea that you have. Because they will invite you, bring documentation, do this, they will kill it. But if you start doing it yourself, and you start succeeding, they will come for you. They will be the ones asking you, come and contribute and all the rest. And I've seen that happen. And I think that is actually quite an insight, actually. And it's something that, it's something that I'll have to make because while I was working in Nigeria, I'm actually busy in Nigeria right now doing stuff. I've always wondered, maybe I should just go through the top and all the way down. But the way I practice it right now is the way he suggested. And it's reaffirmed my faith in that approach. Because if you build yourself, they will come for you. Not the other way around. If you go through them, they will kill it.
For further, can I quickly respond to one comment?
Yeah, please go ahead to Ibala.
Okay. When I make reference to the issue of artificial intelligence, I heard somebody write, say it's not calculus, it's not mathematics and all of that. First of all, let me start with machine learning. These are algebras, linear, what's it called? Linear regression and all of that. Then the concept of deep learning. For instance, when you are teaching a child to learn something, so use all those learning rates, use the YDS. Then sometimes the process of learning along with data might not be able to work. Then you do what you call the derivative to be able to learn. What is artificial intelligence in general? Is the neurons, just to mimic human brains. So I'm just paraphrasing the whole thing together, just to mimic human brains. What are those nodes connected together? Please, when we talk about something, I'm not just saying it because I'm saying it, I just want to talk. I'm saying it because it's the feed I am. It's what I'm using day to day. Nigeria have everything, what it takes for us to be at the forefront of all these technological advancements. All we just need to do just to connect the dots. Please.
I think you have a point that there is calculus and linear algebra involved in machine learning. It's just that most people learn machine learning from the point of view of specific, like, I think which one is it they call local language, this thing, translation, and then
it also use the concept of reinforcement learning as well.
Yeah.
And if you go to the current one that is even in vogue right now, there's a generative AI, we call the Gen AI, that use all this large language model. Before now, we use all these probability concepts.
Let me add to what you were saying. I think the reason why they are disagreeing with you is because, like when you said that, what you are describing is the very, very base of machine learning. But generally, machine learning is a procedure whereby you do operations to meet a specific goal. Then you carry out a different operation, and then you fine-tune it based on the weighting system. So like an example is the one they call convolutional neural network that is used for computer vision. They have stages where they process things. So, but at the core of it, a lot of matrices is happening there. A lot of my calculation involving
you're right,
calculus is
100%.
involved.
Yeah, so I see no reason. And this is the major problem.
Both of you are correct. Both sides are saying similar stuff. It's just that you are talking about
Nigeria,
it from the very base.
also Nigeria influencer. We still need to do more. We as an individual, because somebody was responding to Flash just now how we can go about it. If you go to Indian platform majorly, you'll see the major discussion they are doing. You'll see having a discussion on maybe the topic. People will be learning from there before they are generating revenues and all that in their country. We also need to do more as an individual, creating a platform whereby people can learn back home. And to crown it all, I just want to use this opportunity to beg the federal government to work on our lights and on, as they say, the internet. Those are the two things that will drive this development.
Yeah.
Does anybody know this Starlink thing with Elon Musk? How much does it cost to acquire one of those?
I looked into that some time ago, and one of the bigger problems you're going to have is you might be able to, you can afford it, but the problem is sometimes you may not have, you may not be able to, depend on the area you want to get the connection. If you go in remote areas, you probably get it. What I found was that in the Abuja area now, you can't because it's saturated. So they'll say you have to register, maybe even pay up front. Then when there is slot for you, then they will give you a slot. So that's how much Nigerians are using it. But if you're using the remote areas, you have free slot, and I think it's around $100, $200 a month. You could be as high as 300 if you are, depend on the package you have. Some of the packages is so big that you'll be able to distribute it to other people. Other people can use yours to have access to the internet. So it depends on the package. But personally, if it was $100, given the speed that they describe, I think it is worth it in the context of if you are in a remote location in Nigeria. It is worth it if it's $100 dollars a month. But that said, anyway. What do we want to talk about? Do we want to talk about Easter? Whether it's good for us? We want to talk about technology. You want to talk about technology, or we could go with technology? How to what direction we can go in Nigeria in terms of technological revolution. Personally, I believe in technological revolution where everybody has to be trained in technology in Nigeria.
Forefather, you've not gone wrong. And you just asked a question and you jumped on it right away.
You are Mazi now. You are Mazi. You don't need
Jesus Christ.
Forefather, can you bring me backstage for a minute?
All right, then let me do that. Yeah, Mazi, thank you for joining us. Sorry about that.
But what I wanted to talk about, I think everybody have, they've touched on it. Okay, it's not that you are, there is always there's something a professor of mine told me one day, and it's all about. I won't mention his name. It's about we were talking about a laptop, and I just received a laptop then, and I was asking him what are the possibilities that since the laptop is slow, can I change the hard disk and then it will perform optimally? And the next question he asked me is that he said, look at himself. He's an old man. He said, if what I'm saying to, what I'm asking him is kind of like having him go to a theater and having them remove my own hat to his. He said, now when they give him my hat, there are possibilities that he will not be able to withstand it. Being that he is older than me, mine will pump faster than his. There is also a possibility that his was way that didn't need to be touched, just had to be left alone, just in its own way. What am I saying in essence? You see, we all come here every time and we all talk and all that stuff. Believe you me, the one thing I love is that sometimes I might not be on the panel, but I listen to everything that people say, especially when you guys have that idea of you can talk while driving. If you see I parked and you know where I came to, where I came to is what it's known as Oakland. This is a crazy area, but it's okay. I don't live in this area, but because of the fact that I really wanted to make my own contribution, that's why I said, okay, well, I will take some time and I will wait here. Yes, you said something about standing your ground. We can disagree without actually disagreeing. You understand? And whatever other person said to you, that's right. An example, a critical example that I could give you would be yesterday when you said something about, oh, there is a report that there's a lot of shooting in America. I don't know who gave you that report. I don't know where that person lives, but where I live, we've never heard a gunshot. We don't do that. But that doesn't mean that they don't do that in some other places. But I cannot generalize and say because that other places that they do that, I don't know. I have lived there for over 20 years, and I will make bold to say that things happen. Most of the places where all these shootings are happening are even where they are more conservative. And why do those people do? Nobody have the answers to why they do what they do. But one of the things that keeps coming up is that some of these people that do all this shooting is boredom. It's because where they live, they believe so much in the fact that it's their right to own a gun. There was a time I worked in an area. I was their manager then. It got so bad that I actually went and I bought one. But what I find myself doing is that every time I come to work, I don't want to park at the same spot. And when I'm leaving, you better not follow me because it keeps coming to my mind. It's kind of like this person is about to do something. Should I him or defend yourself, do something. At some point I thought about it and I came home, I said, you know what? I said, this is crazy. I'm gonna do this thing one day and then I'm gonna shoot somebody who is not even coming to attack me. And what did I do? I willingly went to the the police department and I gave it to them. No questions asked. I gave it to them. And I resigned from that place. I said, you know what? If you guys don't move me, I'll move myself. Because I don't want to be here to one day, kill somebody for no reason. That's what it is. And the thing is also this, like I said, more listening does greater good than even talking. Especially when you're a moderator. Yes, you're a moderator. I understand it. You have your own opinions, but sometimes, most times, allow the people, let them talk. Let them talk. They can talk as much as they, because I know most people who are, I won't say they're attacking you, they're not attacking you. Most of them who feel that you're not letting them talk feel that that particular time that they have to talk, you take it to also express your own views, which is relevant. But at the same time, they are not looking at it in that way. They're looking at it in another way around. And I know that without you telling me, you've had a profession in military. Most of the stuff you talk about is always about security, 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 all about, military stuff. Some of us, like I said, I'm a Libra. I don't believe so much in violence. I don't believe so much in the fact that, because this session is, I think I said that to Pastor yesterday. I have an open mind about anything. I'm a Christian, but I have an open mind. I take anything. I take anything. What I'm not gonna do is to judge anybody. I will not judge anybody. But the thing is, whatever the person is doing, as long as you don't bring it to me, then that's fine. If you keep it to yourself, it's okay. But I will have a problem when you bring it to me. Okay? Then I will have problem. That's what I can say for now. But
Thank you.
you do a good job. Please listen. That nobody's castigating you. It will really help. All right.
Thank you.
So
Yeah, we are only. Sure, let's put it. I'm a work in progress. Let's put it that way. Augustine, thank you for joining us. You appear you came from service today. You came from service today. I'm sure the coming week is a big week for you. So, what do you think about the conversation so far?
Oh man, I really enjoyed what the prof that came in today did. The guy I love the way he spoke about his own environment. He didn't just say, I have the opportunity to sell my environment. And from his background, you see what he's saying reflects whom he is. So it's not just that saying, oh, this school is so grounded and the person presenting it doesn't look grounded. So the school passed through him and it flowed in his conversation. But just to make a comment on what Mazi Prince said, I was having this conversation with a couple of friends within the week, because most of people back home, when you mention America, they will tell you gun violence, gun violence. But this week I was discussing with a friend, yes, there's gun violence in America because every single gun violence is reported. Imagine Nigeria, if we report every gun violence in Nigeria, or just imagine kidnapping. If every kidnapping in Nigeria is reported, imagine what will happen. It will look as if the whole Nigeria has been kidnapped. Underreported information back home is far, far, far compared to any other place. So when we say gun violence, because look at the population, 300 and something million, and everything is reported. Every gun violence makes it to the news. Thank you.
But the thing is, the Nigerian space too, they do report. If somebody is kidnapped, you have to report it. You don't have a choice. If
somebody shot in Nigeria, you definitely would notice it.
So
In the context of
millions
Nigeria.
millions of it don't make it to the news. They don't make it to the news.
No, it's the police report. That's where the statistics is taken from.
Sorry, forefather, where do you get police? How many people go to police in Nigeria? I
Oh,
have seen a friend. Many people have lost their cars. I know that they didn't even care to go to police to report it. Losing your
okay.
car. So I mean, who trusts those people?
To be fair, car is one thing, but if people die, I don't know whether you know of anybody that has passed in Nigeria and they didn't report it to the police.
Oh yeah, sure. Okay,
I don't know that.
Even death. At a point of death, if somebody dies, where do you report it to in Nigeria?
I think you are required to write because they have to have a death certificate or something. You have to report it to the police.
Yeah, so but they don't.
I think I agree with you. Some cases they don't, but generally, if you are shot, chances are that maybe 5% of them are not reported, but 95% is reported if the person has been shot.
95. See. Okay, in my community, I have a man that locally brings out bullet. So how many people make it to the hospital? It's only when you go to the hospital that you think about going to get police letter. How many people make it to a hospital when they have gunshot?
The one we are in America, the data we are looking at is the one that results in loss of life. 43,000 last year that result in loss of life of those 43,000 people. Not just gun violence on its own, it's the deaths. And that is what, in the context of Nigeria, they too generally report. If somebody dies, over 90% of them are reported to the police.
What's the population of Nigeria?
200 million on average. What
so,
are we?
Sometimes when you mention that 200, and is it convincing in your head that is correct?
Do you think it's less?
Personally, sometimes I feel it's less.
You know why it probably is correct is because if you look at the bank accounts in Nigeria, if you look at the BVNs and NINs, if you take all those into account, and anybody that is in Nigeria that knows all the numbers of all these things.
How many bank accounts do you have in Nigeria?
Sorry, sir. Nigeria is 230 million people. This is, in fact, we're even more, but officially we are 230 million people. It's not and 230.
KJ, with all the people that they've been killing since, it has remained like that.
What about
all the people they've been killing?
Okay, relax now. You have asked me a question. Let me answer.
I know.
Remember, the northern border was opened up by APC, where they imported a lot of people from Mauritania, from Mali, from Sudan, and all that. So we don't even have an accurate account how many who have died and how many have come in from the northern border. So, but officially, Nigeria number is 230 million people. And now
sorry, KJ, thank you for this information. If you are saying this, why were we talking about census last year? If you are giving official report, how did you get it?
Hold on, sir. The reason for the census is that Nigeria have not really had any accurate census done anytime. All the census have been fake. Remember that Mr. Ojukwu was removed from National Population Commission because he went there and discovered the anomalies they've been committing since the very first census, and shouted out and told Goodluck Jonathan that these people running this organization has always lied about census and was about to expose all the shenanigans going on behind the scene. And certain group, I will not mention them so that it doesn't now look one-sided. Certain very important people in Nigeria went to Jonathan and said, if you don't remove this man, you will not have our votes. So Mr. Ojukwu was removed. This is our official record I'm talking about. But Mr. Ojukwu was removed from that place. And so he didn't have the opportunity to expose those anomalies, were removed. And the person who came to take over, of course, other things followed. That's always been the Nigerian situation. When we bring, if we bring Augustine now into that place, and he want to set the record straight and say things are right, some people will go behind at midnight and go and meet the powers that be and say, look, this man is now the national issue. he must be removed. And so they will remove him. Sometimes they remember that Brigadier General Hejrika, Major General Hejrika, was going to end Boko Haram. I want to end Boko Haram. But he also, campaign of calumny was taken out against him, and he was removed. Okay? What about I can go on and on and on. So, but the question have been answered. And I'm saying again that we have never had any proper census. It has just been cut and joined. So maybe that time they were planning to do a proper census. That was what the Goodluck Jonathan government wanted to do. Unfortunately, time ran out of him. I handed over to Buhari to do that.
Okay, but the size of people that vote though is a bit concerning though. Is that not why some people can argue that how can we be on to 200 million when 18 million is voting also?
Forefather, you said about, but KJ came with certitude. KJ, how did you get the statistics?
Yes, before now, remember that there's a time they one of the census they are calculated at one time. I think I don't know if I was in the university then or just outside of the university. It was calculated that Nigeria was 180 million at that time. And going by their own projection, I'm talking about National Population Commission now, that Nigeria was progressing in this order. And so by their own projection, not me put the figure, Nigeria is about 230 million now.
Okay, about. Okay.
Yes.
So the issue of
Sorry, let me ask again. Sorry, I missed the people you said that did the calculation. Who did the calculation, please?
The Nigerian Population Commission. Remember that the last census, I don't know if it's 1988. I can't remember the last time they did it. But there was a calculation a census that came up to say Nigeria was about 180 million. Okay. And then after that, and then they moved it up and said because of that and because of so and so, there was some kind of calculation they used to arrive at the fact that we may be around this figure right now because of the project of progression they were envisaging after the last census. If I do my research, I can give you actual figures.
Wow. Okay. I think Augustine wanted to ask you something.
Yes, sir.
Yes, because now I'm looking at from population, they're saying 2021, 213 million.4. So when you don't have, okay, now I know so many people that have died and still get their pension and still get their allowances. When you don't have way of checking this, how do you come with that figure? Because it baffles me. Even birth, even there's a birth certificate. There's no birth certificate in Nigeria.
Here is the situation, and it's a sad situation. It's not something we should be talking about maybe in international media.
Okay, sorry.
The record keeping in Nigeria is very firm. There was a time when they were going to do this, and it's because of personal reasons, not because they want to help Nigeria. It's personal reasons totally. We said if people in Nigeria have bank accounts and they use ATMs, and nobody has ever gone to the bank and collected your money instead of his own money, why make voting card special? Why not just make voting card the way the banks have made it and use the same system that they use in the bank for you to vote? If they do that, we all know how many people are in Nigeria, whether in Ogbomosho or in Ejegule. We will know how many people live in Ejegule because when you put your card in, it will tell exactly where you are coming from and where you live. Okay? But they refuse to do that because you see that will blow all these paddings that we have done, both in population and otherwise. Okay, they refuse to use that ATM system to do the voting card. That will have simply given us a population of the people above 18 in Nigeria. They will deal with only 18 and below, which can easily also be ascertained. Okay, but you see, there have been this, that. Even the population forms are manipulated because tribe, religion are removed from it. Okay, so if tribe and religion are removed from it, what then do you want? You don't know how many people are Igbos, you don't know how many people are Yorubas, you don't know how many people are Hausa, you don't know people are Jukum, Tiv, Angas. Okay, Is that how it's done in other places?
I think they are using states, isn't it? By states, you can estimate the
No, but
size of the
why do we
specific
need to
tribes.
estimate when we can do the proper counting?
To be fair, I don't know how they did it, but in the Nigerian census that I saw, they gave number for the Hausa population, Fulani, Ijo, Igbo. So there may be somewhere where they do tick to indicate what tribe they belong to. That's I don't know which census they did that, but I don't know where the Nigerians are getting the values then, except it's a false value, but it's online there. So somewhere along like they're doing it.
I can assure you that I haven't lived in Nigeria almost all my life. There's nothing like that. I've not even taken part in any census as old as I am now in Nigeria. Okay. So anybody tell that there's something that they wear there's nothing like that. They will just sit down somewhere and look, if we wanted, you see, the system is that I don't know any father that will be telling his children lies. That is that's how Nigeria is. The people in authority be lying to the children. That is their own people. To whose benefit? To whose benefit? Let me give you something. Every year there are people who they call the immunization people, that the UN, that goes around to give these children. You see, those people go to almost every locality in Nigeria, immunizing children. All you need to do was to attach people to them. As they get to every compound, they take note of those who are there. They fill out the forms and everything. But we don't want to do the right thing. Not because we don't have a system to do the right thing. We don't want to do it. Those people go to every locality. They trek. They trek to every locality. They know every point in every state where people live, because they have to go there and find out whether you have young children who have not been immunized, so they immunize them against polio. Okay, those polio guys go around everywhere.
Taking this, but I think it shouldn't be that difficult to know the population of Nigeria. Even the current digital minister, which I find quite impressive in the way he looks at things, he actually said it that soon we'll not even need to do census. If you digitize the economy so well, you will not need to, because people's phones are linked to their identity, they are linked to their fingerprint and everything. You can just know the amount of people in the country just based on that. And obviously the children too, if you decide the schools, the hospitals, you will just know the population that you have in there. I think that's how they do it in the UK too, if I'm not mistaken.
No, but the UK, because you get health insurance.
Yeah.
So you must go to the council to register.
Yeah.
So what do you get from the government?
Nothing.
In Nigeria.
Nothing.
You do get bank accounts. You get bank accounts, phone lines.
How many people do you think have bank accounts in Nigeria?
Okay, not everybody is true, but there must be ways people have contact with the government.
But do you know that the few that has, one person might have up to 20 bank accounts?
True, but you can estimate the people that have more than one bank account and use that to calculate the numbers.
People who live in Nigeria who do not have any contact with government whatsoever.
Sure, many.
That's true. I think that is what is up to the government to fix. If, like, let's say if I was the one in charge now, ensure that every town, there's going to be a process by which they all get captured as part of the community, no matter. And obviously, you have to also capture the ones that are passing on, because if you don't do that, your population is just going to be going up, and you don't know who is dying and who is in place. So all that too needs to be captured.
That is going to be difficult. Remember that, because we have different system of religion. Some people believe that once their people pass, in the next 3-4 hours, the person have to be. So which time are you going to go and do all that?
No, KJ, is very this idea of burying somebody everywhere. Do you imagine the disease that can affect? So if you have it that before you bury somebody, the place must be certified, or the person must have this death certificate before you conduct any burial. But the only problem you have in all these things is that anything you enact in Nigeria, they will move it with corruption.
They may not even follow it. That's the problem.
Just like in America, if you lose somebody and you don't have money to bury the person, you walk away. Number of days, government will claim and bury the person. So if you do it in Nigeria,
I think that is why you have statisticians. They
Yeah.
can do analysis models to know on average how many people die a day. So even if there is a little bit of problems with the way people report deaths, they can still have an estimate of how many people, at least to the first 10,000 or 20,000, this in the error rate. And in terms of capturing information, I think we give us, if people are doing the right thing, this government does the right thing, within 5-10 years you capture almost everybody. Because I think from a child now you have to get NIN even. So soon you won't be able to get anything without NIN.
The local council, the local council, what do they do? The local government, what do they do?
Let me ask.
And remember, in the local government, there are
Governor
wards.
controls local government these days. Governor controls local government.
This NIN you're talking about, is it the one that the Fulani herdsmen are holding? Which one? Which are you talking about?
How about the ones that the people with everybody has NIN? It's not only Fulani people that have NIN. They have to.
No, now. Oh boy, listen.
Sorry.
Are you saying they don't have it? Are you saying they don't have it?
The wrong word. When you mean Fulani, you mean people that are not Nigerians.
I live in Abuja. I know what they did during the registration, the political registration. Okay. And how people got NIA numbers. So leave that one. You see, look, if any government is serious, I want to really find out who are the real Nigerians. It will even be more difficult because a lot of people now in Nigeria has NIA and they're not Nigerians.
Yeah, but NIN is backed up with something else, and I agree with you that some people that may not necessarily be Nigerians may be part of this, but I think it's a tiny amount because by that standard, if you say Fulanis are coming, how about the people in Benin Republic? I know people that say that they are the front of their house is in Nigeria, the back is in the Benin Republic, and then you see people in Cameroon. The people in Cameroon too.
I had a bricklayer. That he's from Togo. So while he was working with me, he brought all his people and they all had driver's license. So I was speaking with him last month. I said, guy, where are you? He said he has gone back to his country. I said, why? He said, our money have lost tremendous value.
What is he gonna do now? He has no power anymore.
Nigeria, he doesn't make money again.
Did you not see that one of those kids that the Cameroonian guy made? I was laughing. He was telling Nigerians that they should come. It's now their turn to come to Cameroon, because before now they used to, when they come to work in Nigeria for 1 month, 3 months, they come back with plenty money and they are rejoicing. Now their money. In fact, he called one particular one which was like 1,500 safer, was down almost 20,000 naira. He was just laughing. They laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed. You know, they say, "How are the mighty falling?" You know, so. That's the funny thing.
But do you think that we can never claw this back, this Naira problem? Because one of the things he did is it destroyed a lot of businesses from the point of view that they don't know how to make decisions properly anymore. Because every time you buy something, the price is going up. So the currency is going bad. You have to act all the time. So how do we? Ghana. What Ghana did was they just remove zeros from their currency,
which Soludo wanted to do, which they did not refused. Okay, but here is the thing, why it's not going to be easy, or why those in power don't want to do it. You see, up to this moment, I keep saying something. How much does government get from NNPC on a monthly basis? Nobody has been able to answer that. How much oil do they extract from the Nigerian oil wells? Nobody has been able to answer that. Are these things impossible to measure? No. Are they willing to do it? No. Is anybody ready to probe into NNPC? No.
Exactly. So even if you know the number, what good is it? You can't do anything. They will take the money and spend it as they like. That is the problem with Nigeria.
How then do you now build up? Let me tell you. You see, like we discussed yesterday on this program, and I said, if money coming from you and I, the diasporas that are sending money to help the people, that's what they are taking and saying, oh, the foreign reserve have done this, foreign reserve have done that. But after a while, you keep printing money, it's still going to drop. It's still going to drop, except you keep lying to people. Look, most of the airlines have not been paid, and some of them have said we're not going back to Nigeria. Okay, so if you are shutting down those things, at the end of the day, it is the people that will suffer it. You can't run away from it. So why not sit down and tell yourself the truth? Where do we generate revenue from? What is happening to NNPC? Any serious government will sit down and say, okay, this is a major source of revenue. We need to find out what is happening to the finances. How much comes in? How much crude oil do you take? But if they do that, all of them who are benefiting, who are now leeches on the Nigerian economy, will be exposed. And they don't want to do that.
It's really bad in Nigeria when you have padding and nobody is held accountable. But to be fair, what one man said on TV today, he said if those padding they go and do what they said they were going to do with that padding, then Nigeria will be one of the best countries. But they are going to go and squander the money because the padding is meant to carry out these projects in their local areas. You see, but they don't do it. They just go and squander the money. That's the way the problem is. Maybe the locality, local people should be holding them accountable.
But look at the level of myopic mentality we have. Now, as a senator, you are buying 300 sewing machines to distribute to people. Why don't you open a fabric company cluster? Why don't you now take care of sewing the school uniform of your local government?
Imagine.
Just get these people, place them on salary, let them sew this uniform, you buy it from them, distribute it to school, and parents will pay. Now, if somebody sends money from there, the person can now go and move into something else. Why they are doing there, you bring people to train them. From there, you go into exportation. Look at the money you're distributing. You're sharing people, unemployed people. You're just one time, you're sharing them 5,000. Why don't you open acres of land? Let them go there and farm. Let them farm for 1 week and you give them that money. In the next 6 months, you are producing from that farm.
See, look, even what forefather you are just saying now. Sorry, remind me what you just said something. I want to make a point on that.
No, what I said was that someone on TV said if the padding, they could use it for something positive.
Listen, forefather, if Senator Ninge didn't expose that, would Nigerian public have known there was padding?
Not at all.
So, since you and I were not privy to it, who told you that we have the right to demand that those projects will be there?
And now that we know now. And Ningi, they said the reason why Ningi revealed it is because they gave him very little share.
Yes, they gave him very little share.
They didn't give him enough, so he decided to cut.
$500 million.
That's why it's crossed.
Just this one. Okay.
So they gave him 200 million, so he's not very happy.
For since the Nigerian Senate started running, Obasanjo fought it, Obasanjo could not defeat it. Okay, since that time they've been padding till today. How many projects is there have they built in their local governments or their constituencies?
But this same thing is happening in America. Is a feature of this type of democracy, isn't it?
No, you see, they keep running to America. America, the senators don't get the money given to them. You can influence a particular project, but not that when the money comes, it's given to you. It's sent to your account for you to now.
I think you may have a point there. Actually, yeah, I'm not sure. Are you sure it doesn't go to them?
No,
that pork barrel thing that they do.
No, sorry. They get it indirectly, but the level through which the level of what they do, at least they come with something.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Something like they might say, okay, they are running a factory or they are opening a mall. So from there they have a percentage, but there is something engaging people. It's not. Imagine what.
So they get the money. People, they award a contract. The contract is awarded to government
and stack money in their houses.
Yeah,
you stack billions of dollars in your houses, and that is a dead money. So use that money and open a factory. Take a percentage, and people will be employed.
Do we think like that? The way we think, you are very rational now. The way some people in Nigeria
get that position tomorrow.
Suddenly they start thinking, that's why that man wanted to buy sewing machine for people. He sees it like everybody should be sewing individually, but he doesn't understand the concept of scaling. when people work together, the output is a lot greater. Like you can now sew the uniform of the entire school children in the state, which is going to make it cheaper. It's going to bring the price down for them, and which means the school can even start having free uniforms and stuff like that. But they don't think like that. They want everybody to be sewing individually.
You know why they don't think that way? If they have to do it as a company, they will not get a lot of money because they have to build a factory where the people will meet, get some furniture into it, and get probably set up electricity for the people to work and pay them some months. They don't want to do that. So give them 5,000, let them go, and then you write it down that you gave them. If there were 10 of them, you put 3 zeros behind it. Okay, and you say, so instead of saying you give 100 people this, you say you give 100 million people, 100,000 people 5,000, and you calculate them. This is the bane of Nigerian society. And until we decide to say no, it will continue to go on. I'm telling you, both north and south. You see, the reason why we are even complaining is because the north is even more affected. Look, I went to work somewhere and called Katakura or somewhere like that in the Zamfara, between Zamfara and Katsina. Okay, you don't go even see road. Look, the motor went with after a while. The people we saw just tell us say Kabina Haka. In other words, just keep going. We just keep driving on very open field until we now appear in the village. That's how we appeared in the village. It's Nigeria. And that, in fact, when we got there, they told us, oh, if you want to go to Nigeria, just just walk through this way and they are in Nigeria. But what am I trying to say? Those people are Nigerians. There is no police. There is no post office. There is no hospital. There is no electricity. There is no pipe. There's no even water. Okay? That is Nigeria. And they have representative in Abuja meeting and talking on their behalf. They don't care.
What a shame. What a shame for human beings to be doing. You see, this kind of stuff, people say, they start blaming me for being a little bit angry with some of all these people. This is why I get cross with them, because some of this you are saying now is the reason why a professor comes here, I frown my face. I was like, you are in that country and all this mess is going on with all your brains, all these apps. It annoys me that they leave the country like this. That tells you that something is wrong.
What can you do, Godfather? What can you do?
I will be upset. At least I can be upset.
Look at the
That's
point.
the least I can do. Be upset.
The crop of people that are in leadership position is our greatest problem. Now here I have met so many people that are doing political science. You know why they are studying political science? They have things they do with politicians. They run projects with politicians. They do some sort of data collection with this top, like I have two people here, they work with senators while they are still in the university. Now, look at our own politicians. From 5 a.m., they will start drinking. They will start making noise. There is no point. They don't have people around them that reflect, that brings, look at all their PAs and SAs. They are a group of people that drink together with them and do all sorts of trash with them. So there's no deep thinking. There's no deep reflection of leadership. Nobody is thinking about what am I going to do about where I am leading. There is no public fund. A governor does something and say, I have done this. So there is no difference between his personal fund and the public fund. And look at office. Just look at the president, look at the governor. He moves around. He goes to office only whenever he wants to go to office. There's nothing like calculating the number of hours you put to your job.
So much culture of complacency and just partying.
Are you the one who's going to come and calculate it? You? Now you won't calculate.
But what do you want people to do now? You are the one spelling out all the problems.
What I'm trying to
and when people want to do something about it, you say, why are you being so
aggressive?
What
I'm trying to let you know is the way the system functions. When you have been given the authority, you are all at all. Nobody can tell you anything. In fact, if you put an idea on the table, anybody who opposes you, you kick the person out. I've suffered these things. So I'm telling you, you can't even bring a contrary idea to the one the chief executive has put on the table. Who are you? If you know better, why are you not sitting here? That's what you hear, my friend. Okay? So nothing is like tinkering or trying to say, Oga, with due respect, what you are saying will not work because of A, B, C, D, E. No, you are now an opposition leader trying to lead the rest of people against the chief executive. That's how the system works.
So the good thing is the question you asked, forefather, what is going to happen? The good thing about this is it has exposed Nigeria to a very critical point. Where you will see real problem is when they come up with this minimum wage. When they come up with this minimum wage, you see that this money they think they are making, the civil servants will engulf it and they will remain poor. So come 2027, people will not just come and share bread. They will come and debate. 2027 election, not everybody, not people, because people are going to suffer the more. There will be hunger in the land. Look at up till now, no serious agriculture. So there will be hunger in the land. So by 2027, people that really know what they want to do will come on board.
Listen, today I was talking to a friend of mine who is in Benue. And he was saying that even in Benue there's hunger. Because the Fulani didn't allow them to go to farm. Sorry to use the word Fulani. But they didn't farm. And now, even now, they can't farm. Okay?
The
So
herdsmen, the dangerous herdsmen.
Yes, the herdsmen didn't allow anybody to go to their farm. So the people who are supposed to be producing food that's coming from the rural area into Lagos and all the rest don't have it.
Nigeria is one very frustrating environment. There was this one I saw again where they seized these. I think that's the video Dr. Damage shared last week, where a long trail of trailers that carried natural resources. They seized it in Benue State. The governor put a moratorium on mining and all the rest, and the local people are saying they are stealing their resources. The Chinese man that was present, they said, you have seized my goods. No. You have seized my goods. Now I have to pay all these trailer owners, and their price is very, very expensive. That you can seize it one time, you can seize it 2 times, 4 times. It's like it's frustrated.
Now,
it's frustrated. Even smuggling is not easy in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Well, let me shock you. Now certain people now are fighting that governor. Certain people now are fighting that governor. This is a state.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
And they don't pay salary before. They don't pay pension before. This young man have come in. He's paying salaries at the 25th of every month and paying pension at the 15th of every month. Yes, some people are conspiring to fight him because he's not bringing money to be shared among those that powers that be. So now they are organizing. Anywhere you go, it is him they're talking about. He will never win a second term. Because why? He's not bringing the money to be shared. So this is the system that we have built over time.
Nigeria is so dysfunctional that even Chinese people are crying. It's not easy to even smuggle.
Because if you go and check, the Chinese man must have settled some people before we
Yes,
do
now. Yes, now. Like, what is this? Even when I've done all this, it still doesn't work.
Imagine what we export timber. We export timber in trailer loads. Then they take it out. They will now construct seats, chairs, and bring them back, and we buy them in millions. We buy them in millions. What will it take? What will it take to establish a good factory that produces this we call turkey chair?
You don't even need to go faster. Benin here in Benin, whatever, if you like, whatever, I can beat my hand on my chest. I tell you, any furniture you can bring from anywhere, if you take it to Benin, they will give it to you even much better.
So one of my governors that became senator, he does the table in his office. He bought it 60 million, just one table. So he visited another senator. The senator told him that he bought his own 80 million. He called the guy that was delivering that table, say, hey, don't bring that table. Go and get this one of 80 million just to sit down and write. They don't even sit.
I say, if you go to Benin, whatever it is, Benin City, those timber guys there, they will carve that thing for you. Whatever I say, I beat my chest. Whatever you see in wherever you think it is, Italian whatever furniture, take a picture, go there and give them. It's just like same thing they do in Abana. No matter what your French suit look like, no matter what suit you are wearing, take it to Abana. They'll give you 3 hours. Enter the market before you finish shopping. They'll come and give it to you. In fact, with better sauce. You see, but the government knows this one, but we don't want to encourage them. Because if we encourage them, the money that we're going to spend on ourselves and our family will be less.
That's how they think about it.
Yeah.
They have to care for themselves first, and they need more to care for themselves before. And part of it also is that many of them that make it to that position, they have to settle people too. So by the time they give you your share and you start settling people, the objective you can't even meet it. Like many contracts that the government give out, that's the same thing that happens.
But Father, how would you think? How would you think when every month you just go and lobby and make more money? If you can lobby, your state will get more money. How will you be critical? How will you watch here? If they hire you as a manager, they're giving you target. And every 3 months they will ask you, what are you doing? So you must think on how to make the place to work. One of our directors lost her position because she was owing the department. The department was owing about 40-something million. And because of that, she stopped paying overtime. And when she stopped paying overtime, most of the medical personnel stopped working. So instead of paying more money to get more people to work, to be able to pay that money, they were like, oh, what kind of miscalculation is this? You would have engaged more people to work and you make more money. They have to remove her.
You see?
So
personally, I think the way to a little bit change it for better is what OT is doing now, where he shames them because he reveals that certain things can be done, but these people are not doing it. So he's going to be shaming them and saying that. I think just one good example might be enough to change one specific region. If you pick one governor like OT now, if that power supply spreads all over Abia and it stays throughout this time, I'm telling you, the other governors are not going to have it. They will not be able to sleep.
But the problem will be sustainability.
That's what we have to watch out for.
Sustainability. I remember when Amechi was in River State and he started this library, this book competition. It was making rivers. It was booming in Port Harcourt. The moment he left, that one is gone.
Yeah, the government said that we are going to get another 6 gigawatts of electricity in the next 6 months. Maybe they are beginning to move towards this mobile power plant thing that I was talking about, because to be able to generate that in the next 6 months, either it's through the Siemens deal that they have or it's through mobile power plants. That Nigerian discos have to be prepared to distribute that. I hope that they are all listening, because right now in Abuja we are getting terrible power supply. Terrible.
Listen, Father, and this is probably my last contribution today. When I was in university, Abacha was in government, and Abuja had standby generators. It was that place, if you know Abuja very, very well, the place they call Beggar Junction. Those generators were mounted to the right of Beggar Junction. Okay, there were many of them. There were about 20 generators. They work in sets. Some work in the morning to the evening, other ones work in evening till morning. There was steady light supply in Abuja. The Abuja light never blinked. And the fees for it, that is the charges, the tariff, never went high. But Abacha ran that thing. Everywhere in Abuja had light, including the villages and the suburb around Abuja. Now, when Abacha left office and subsequent government came, they started by stealing those already. I don't know, let me not say, but those generators started missing one after the other. Eventually, one day, the whole of the generators were cleared from that place. Whether they went to private hands or the owners took it or whatever, me, I no sabi. But like I said, that is when the light in Abuja dropped. That was when the flowers maintenance in Abuja was ended. That was when the street lights, if you land in Abuja, before now, if you land in Abuja from the airport to the town, it's like daylight all those lights bulbs, those light bulbs started dying one after the other eventually. And now just one or two that are light. In fact, some places don't even have light. That was when the city gates began to look like a desert. Just that was everything. That was even the festival street with the artist area 1 to area 10 that used to be so beautiful with flowers. That was when all the flowers started dying, no maintenance, everything till now it looks like there was never any flower around there at all. Gentlemen, things can't work like this. The same Nigerians that were working in those companies at this time was going on. The same company is still there. The same Nigerians are still in Abuja. But nobody cares to supervise, just like the foreign companies were paying and demanding for the jobs to be done. You can't give a man a job and not demand that you get results from the job. If you are giving it back to the Federal Ministry of Works to do for you, someone needs to supervise and make sure the work is done.
Yeah, the people need to watch them now. Let me show you something. I think I made a mistake. I said Nigerian government wanted to generate 6 gigawatts in 6 months. Actually, that's not it. They wanted to generate from 4 gigawatts to 6 gigawatts in 3 months. So in other words, add extra 2 gigawatts to it. This is the oh my god, man. Oh my god. You see, now I think now you begin to see why I'm angry. Oh. Now you begin to see why I'm angry. Look at this now. This is 4,000 megawatts of electricity. The entire Nigerian state is generating. Do you know India generated 20 gigawatts in 3 years with solar power alone? Not if we mention anything else, it's like crazy. Just solar power alone, they were able to generate 20 gigawatts. This is entire Nigeria. 4 gigawatts of power. Now you see why I'm angry with all the so-called professors. How did they leave our nation like this?
See, but so,
who will fund it? Who will fund it?
Are they not the ones dedicating all these useless leaders? Are they not the ones sitting there acting as if nothing is happening?
The wrong people.
I'm angry with all of them. Everybody.
You're angry with wrong people. What are the Nigerian people who have been cheated? What have they done? Have they risen up to the occasion? Have they gone to sit in the street? See, just like that professor told you, in the universities alone, they have people who have been able to invent things that can help Nigeria generate power if they wanted. Universities can, for instance, you can say every university town generate electricity for the town in which you live. It's possible to be done.
And they won't do it all.
We have universities of
technology
in Benue there. You have many universities of technology in Nigeria, more than how many of them? About 9 of them. What are they doing? What's the technology they're developing? What the technology they're developing? So nobody wants to.
Forfeit. There was in Abia State, there was one commissioner when they wanted to, there was money that came in for agriculture. So they wanted the money to disappear. The commissioner refused. The commissioner disappeared. Hi. So if they replace you, what will you do?
No, man. If somebody wants to, let's say, put me in charge of electricity in Nigeria, I would say, give me control of securing those things. Give me control of the people. Don't do anything. If anybody goes, my goodness, my God, I will be so ruthless about it because this is awful. What this is, I'm not even sure. This is so bad. People don't know how bad this is. Nigeria should be somewhere around. This is 4 gigawatts, isn't it? We should be looking at about maybe 200 gigawatts of electricity. And we have natural resources to be able to generate it. And we can't even do that. This is so terrible that it's not even enough for Lagos. That's what the lady, her finding is that the power we generate is not even enough for Lagos. How can I look at Olumelu as the same anymore? How can I look at Dangote and think these people are very, very nice people? This is what gives me trust issues.
You want to tell me that at artisans, if you gather artisans in 8 months, they won't be able to know how to produce solar panel?
They can. That is my problem. I think what we have is that we have people that just move. They don't know how to move at scale. To make things big. They always make things like, oh, everybody buy your own generator. Everybody live in an estate. Everybody do your own thing. One of the places the federal government could start from is ban individual generators in the estates. You can do that. And sure, they don't want to do anything. If they wanted to do anything, why do we still have this number as the power generation in Nigeria? It shouldn't be the number right now. If Tinubu wanted to do something, He could have doubled that one right now easily, because
Very
there are
easy.
mobile power plants out there that you can buy and they can deploy it in 3 months.
Just
But he wouldn't want to do it.
the envelope that was sent to senators would have doubled it.
Yeah, it would have. That's exactly. I think that number is about 20 billion. Look at it. Let me give you the number now. 20 billion. Let me calculate how much it takes to mobile. Let me show you so you see what I mean. Mobile power plant. So you see what I mean. Mobile power plant cost. And did I type mobile power plant? Cost of mobile power plant. Yeah, this one is I think this one is a mobile power plant. This is about 18 million, if I'm not mistaken. This is about $18 million for mobile power plant. This one is Africa. Let me see. Mobile power plant. Mobile power plant. General Electric. Let me say GE. I think GE, they have their own. Okay, that's the GE one there. And cost. Let me say cost. When I checked it the last time, it was around 20 or so million that they were selling it for. And if it's 20 or so million, let me just go with that. I don't know why this thing is giving me a different result here. 20 or so million, I think that's them there. I think that's it there, if I'm not mistaken. But they didn't include the cost there. So if it's 20 or so million, and these people spend 2 billion on padding alone, $2 billion. 2 billion divided by 2 billion divided by 20 million. That gives you no 20 million. Let me put million. That gives you 100 mobile power plants, and each of these mobile power plants can generate each of them can generate this in 25 megawatts. 25 megawatts. No, 25 times 100, isn't it? That's it. 2,000. So you get 2,500. No, 200 and sorry, I missed 10. That's 2,500 megawatts. So
2,500.
yeah,
So
and that is
just
almost doubling what we currently have, isn't it?
Yes.
Where is the one that we have? It's almost doubling it. That's what we're talking about. That is the money they want to use for padding.
Just padding alone.
That's just padding money.
And this is the money he just gave out.
That is the problem we are facing. These people are not serious about
now when
their
you
own
produce
country.
this, put this money and produce it locally, you get more.
Easy. You can be able to generate your power supply so that you can power all your cities 24/7. But they refuse. They like this. I don't understand this side of human beings. I really don't understand it. They don't understand that they have more power, they have more money.
Oh, sure.
They are already in a position of privilege. So they are already in a position of privilege. So they still get the pick of the projects.
Yeah.
But they can't even think. I don't understand it, man. You see why sometimes I come across as being rude to people, because it makes me angry when I see this. I'm like, how did these people manage to screw their country up so badly? How this is the lady said, you know what this lady said? That is one of the worst in the world. This is not like anything like the world. It's like he said the current 4,000 megawatts of electricity generated and distributed to Nigerians daily remains one of the least in the world and can even barely power Lagos alone. The Association for Energy Economics has said. Oh my God, it's devastating. The whole report tells you the sorry state of Nigeria. And every time I see these sort of things, it makes me angrier and angrier. Because it's so bad. It's not like halfway to other countries. We're talking about really, really bad. It's like it's so low that it's like you don't even know where to start from. How can we run a country this way? And all these big belly men, they will show up with their big cars and with their egos talking garbage.
Yeah.
Man, that is what annoys me. And I hope people try to understand sometimes when I am a little bit short with guests here, because I'm a little bit angry with our elite class. I'm one of them that went to Igbo country to go and enjoy myself, thinking that, oh, that's the way to be. And while our own country is left underdeveloped terribly. And all these people that should know better didn't educate us well.
The issue is that we left our resources on the wrong people, with wrong people. Why would you be distributing that money?
I don't know, man. I really don't know
Why would
how they
you
could
be
let it go this bad.
just like you see somebody that every month you distribute money to your family members, they will just fold their hands. Wake up by 10 a.m. in the morning and food will be already in the table.
There is no shame.
No.
Do we not have shame in that country? Hi. Do you know how embarrassing this is? If anybody, thank God that Nigeria people in the world now listen to Afrobeat and Nollywood, because if they notice that this number is there, this kind of number, let me see how much UK is generating electricity. Let's see.
Oh my God.
Total.
Just no, check one count. Check one count. Don't just embarrass. Let's check.
What am I going to
Liverpool.
do?
Check Liverpool.
Generation. I don't know. Generation in UK. In gigawatts. It's just embarrassingly 76 gigawatts of electricity. That's what they generated in the UK. And if you look at it, let me see what they say. Total derated generation capacity dropped to, and that is a drop. They consider it a drop. That is how many times more than Nigeria? This is 76 divided by 4. 19 times more than Nigeria. So, and these people are their population is 66 million.
Okay.
This is the magnitude. So if you look at this one, their population is 66 million. So 19 times 4. That's the magnitude that they are ahead of us. Times 4. That is how bad these our leaders are performing. If it was a 70-something times per individual that they are generating for their own people.
Mm-hmm.
That is how useless our. If we're in a classroom and this is the kind of results you are coming out, like your people that come first comes 100, and you come 100 minus this thing. Oh no, I don't even know. I don't know. This is not even second.
The person that came out first came 100 with 98 point. 98 point. Then you came second with 13.
13.5%. It's like that's how bad it, like 5% is what you got. That is so bad. I don't even know how to, and that's why it bothers me that these leaders don't have shame. They go out of that country and go and shake hands with their compatriots out there, and this is what they bring into Nigeria. They really don't have shame.
They jump train and tell their odd list, don't call my name, don't mention my name here.
Hi, man, I will be embarrassed. I will be embarrassed because if you go for a competition now, you make something, and other people are showing their own. Look at what we've done. You'll be like, you know what? I'm not attending. I'm sick. I'm not going to be part of it. So I don't get embarrassed. That's how bad this our performance is.
Okay. For further, the hospital I work, the president of the university, on Friday, we had a conference on internal medicine. The president of the university sat all through that conference, where both students, both medical doctors were coming to make presentation. The president sat in that conference throughout. How many VC in Nigeria, a polytechnic rector, will do that?
Imagine. I don't know, man. Our people.
So they dress up, they come to work, but this ordinary VC will go like with 15 security, and nobody is pursuing him.
See, these are numbers. It drives me mad. I don't know how to contain my anger when I hear these sort of things, and it drives me mad. This is why when I saw the number of Singapore, a country of less than 6 million, exporting more than the entire black continent. That's, if you should take it, okay, only African Americans, if you include African Americans, if you include all the black people around the world, excluding African Americans, including all the black people in Africa, the amount of exports we generate is not close to what a country of 6 million is generating.
Okay, the question here now is why is the production low?
Because somehow our intellectuals and our elites have compromised our system so badly that they can't even recognize the right thing to do for their own people.
When you say the intellectuals, how?
what I mean by that is I can start from the idea that when we got became decolonized, as they say, the people that they handed over to have already been groomed to see themselves as an extension of the British Empire. So they don't see us as their subjects directly. They see themselves as subjects to the British Empire. So they don't. Their ambition is limited for us. So they don't want to do anything to annoy the powers that be. Let's put it that way. This is why they've not defended the country. This is why whenever they do
When you
anything,
say the powers that be, who are those?
Well, I'm talking about like the Europeans and the Americans, the British, because they are the ones that train them. They are the one that our military is trained by them. They train our politicians and all the rest of it.
How come it's only affecting Africa countries, not affecting the Asian, the Indians, or those people?
You see, you're asking. I really like the kind of questions you're asking because I've asked all of them and I've made an effort.
So we are all asking that question. But forefather, just to add to what you're saying, there is one thing we fail to understand. Education must be localized. Knowledge must be indigenized. Like, you can't be in Abia State and you're learning to work, to be with somebody in London. You must learn how to turn Abia State and be able to speak the language, to be able to meet, to be apart with any other person elsewhere. So the problem we have in Nigeria is that we import and export everything, including our thinking.
Yeah.
There is no indigenization. Like this insecurity. Nobody has come up to say, what is the cause of this insecurity? How do we handle it? Look at, we're only throwing money. You buy fighter jets, they shoot it down. The money you're using in buying those fighter jets, do you really need them? Or you can do the little things and solve that problem?
Of course you need them. Now look at Russia was just attacked. Russia has far more resources to their people.
No, you need them. Russia don't need them for internal security.
They just attacked Russia internally. They just attacked Russia internally, and if you look at the people that probably caught them, something tells me it's not the police that caught the terrorists that went and killed the people in that arena.
They attacked Russia internally. Russia is already at war, so there are people that are against that war.
And we are at war. Maybe people don't know we are at war.
Fine.
If you look at the way we are right now, we are at war.
Niger, the people that attack Russia, or as in, I think you can see the footage of how the event took place, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The people that attack our soldier, and the soldier that also went to go and attack our citizen as well. Yeah. Did you see any footage of how all those events play out?
No.
Okay, fine. These are the problems we face in Nigeria. Security is not just you having a gun or having other things. Security, there are so many mechanisms if you want to protect your territory. We are not putting this thing into consideration. Every day you just want to go and keep Boko Haram, you want to go and do this, you want to go and do that. Where are the intelligence guidelines? How do you mine your data? You know, these people that make calls, right? Do you trace all those calls? Do you, as in, have any footage of their movement? How can 200 people with bikes enter school, kidnap thousands or hundreds of
and release?
You don't have the route or where they go, how they move from one point to another. Then, see, the problem we are facing in the country called Nigeria are the leaders, whether we like it or not. You know, we live in the US, in front of your house in the US or in anywhere we are.
No, Father, you need to warn Roland. You need to warn. He shouldn't be doing this.
Look at that. Oh my God, that's painful, man.
I mean, this is
oh my God, 4,000 versus 1.3 million.
You see?
Funny
enough, with regard to this comment,
that's painful.
We have sunlight that we can use to generate electricity. We have winds. We have all those lake or whatever. I don't know how to put it. You know, whereby other things that can help us to generate light. So,
but do you know that? Do you know that even our soccer ways are individually? There is no gathering of this, even in the series.
Everything is individually based. They make us operate in the most inefficient way possible we can operate.
I went to the farm where they where they process the waste in my locality here, I marveled. I marveled.
Imagine that. Because everything is scaled. Everything is
Everything
scaled
is
for
here.
efficiency
So
here.
there are acres of, if you see land where they use the last of it to manure in order to produce hays, which they sell in ton. Then the first level of the manure, they send it out. They will send it out for farmers to buy. Now they process it and return the water back to the tank.
Imagine.
You know the issue, eh? In Nigeria, we just believe everything is just rocket science. That is the word. When I use that word artificial intelligence just now, that there is nothing special in it. It's just a combination of mathematical concepts that make up that one. I went to Google again, so just to clear my doubt. Not that I'm even giving the wrong information. I asked, what make up of this? You see what the response are. People often think that AI is magic, but it isn't. It is mathematics that create the magic behind the invention. Finish. So we have the knowledge. The leaders are not making the right policies that can help us grow our nation. That's why oftentimes I always fought to Nigeria that the West are not responsible for our failure. We are, as a country, responsible for where we are today. We are, not the West.
No, I agree with you on that. We are ultimately responsible for our fate.
To some extent, I will agree with you to some extent, because this inducement, you see, inducement has a level of reducing your capacity. And not everyone, most people are gullible by nature. So when they get the gullible ones,
I wanted to add some flesh to what he said so that he understands where I'm coming from. It's like when you have a child, your child or any child, and you see a snake. What you do, you tell your child that snake is dangerous. Now that is your duty to inform that child that the snake is dangerous. And the snake will do what the snake does. Some of them are not dangerous, some of them are not poisonous, venomous, while others are. But your job is to warn your child that if you see that snake, worry about it. So our problem is that our leaders don't define us against our potential rivals or enemies. They lure us, they make us think that that snake is fine, and none of us rush to them fine. Like compare a Nigerian mindset to a Chinese man's mindset when they arrive in America. When they arrive from China to America, or a Russian arrived in America, they have already been told that country is not our friend.
Yeah.
No matter what mindset they have, they know full well what they are there for. At least most of them anyway. So that is the thing we lack. And it means that our people are so vulnerable to being exploited because they are not taught to guard themselves. And that is where I agree with you that we are the ones that should be teaching our people these things. That
it's not just
the world
enough
doesn't
to
owe us a
teach.
living.
To Nigeria, it's not just enough to teach. Your action matters. You're talking about the Chinese when they send them here and all of that. Is the Chinese system not working? That's the point. Are they not developing economical wise? Are they not improving? So no matter how you try blame people, or you try to scare people away from
Repeat what you
other
just said, please. Sorry, repeat what you just said.
My point is that it's not just enough to say people or whatever to teach them to be scared or not to be scared of some certain country or whatever.
To be aware.
To be aware. But most importantly, what are you doing internally to grow your defense? When I mean grow your defense is that at least economic wise, military wise, educational wise, in all forms. What are you doing?
You see, that is why I agree with you. Because before you can tell your child your child that kind of information, you are already self-aware. And that is that's why I said our leaders are not self-aware. They were the ones that were handed power. They handed power over to them. They see themselves as an extension of the British Empire. They don't see themselves as free people that can determine their way in the world by themselves. This is why they behave that way. Pardon?
They lack vision.
Be a renegotiation.
Many of us are like that, to be fair. Many of our own people are like that. They don't project themselves outside the scope of... They don't see us. Let's face it, most Nigerians don't even see us
as a nation, when you mention to become nuclear power, they don't see that. They see it as something belonging to other people. That is not for us. We are like just there for the British and the Americans, working with them.
So when you talk about nuclear power, you're going to a tertiary level.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, the primary level, we've not even taken care of it. This profiteering mentality that, okay, now one of the scandals I got in America was you go to a mall to buy something, they say, oh, we don't have it. Opens the phone, go to this mall, you will get it. Who does it in Nigeria? You go to a shop to buy something, the person that don't have it, go to my neighbor. It is rare. So it is always, so instead of asking you to go to the neighbor, he will go to the neighbor and add money. When he adds that money and sell it to you, he will still go to the neighbor and get a percentage from the neighbor.
Yes.
But here, they are seeing it as if our community can be served, if you can be served and be comfortable, you will remain here. So there should be a renegotiation. So these guys run Nigeria as a company, making their money. And they handed it over to those that took over from them and continued. And that's why you see politicians with excess money, because they continued with that profiteering mentality. These guys were using our money to build, and they were comfortable building their nation with what they were making from Nigeria. But our politicians get the money and
give it to them anyway. They hand it over to them. Most of the money is in their account.
Funny enough, when these people were built, these people we are even blaming now were in Nigeria. Go and see the structure that these so-called white men or whatever build in Nigeria. Today, they still standing. Go and see the structure that we call ourselves the time we regain independence from these people. Most of them are dilapidated. So, if you like in my university, for instance, in Nigeria, the structure that was built by the whites, see strong stand, the connectivity, everything, the way they even connect the central AC, everything put together, is still massive. But look at the one that is being built by us, you know, as in with fake materials. Within a space of 2 years, the roof will just go off, the building will just collapse for no reason. Then I keep asking myself, why are we still blaming the white for our problem?
You see, I've just told you it's not about them necessarily. We are ultimately responsible, but they are a problem to us. If
it's about them that what they left with us.
Yeah,
it's about them that what they left with us, it wasn't good at all.
Two things can be true at the same time. You know that two things can be true. You can be responsible for your home, and that an arsonist can set fire to your home at the same time. That doesn't mean you shouldn't hold that arsonist accountable. You understand what I'm saying, Tiobala?
Yeah, I'm trying to learn because I'm learning seriously. Like, do you mean in this 21st century that we are still blaming the West for our problem, for what we are facing today?
No, I just said it that we are ultimately responsible. We should be changing our mindset. This is part of why I am having some of these conversations. That's why one of the most offensive statements I made today that people were concerned about was that I said, better a school leaver that is nationalistic than a professor with colonial mentality. Because that is what our leaders had when they decolonized the country.
People were concerned about that.
They were crossed. They say, how dare you tell that to a professor that is it's an insult. I said, it's only an insult to him if he's a colonial mentality kind of person. And even then, that is my opinion, that I feel a nationalistic school leaver is
what
better.
Makes you professor if it is not localized? You're not a professor.
No, look at the point here.
Okay, now look at a professor in Spanish language staying in Yoruba land. What can he do?
No.
Can he teach Yoruba?
No, the point here is that the man said the trajectory we are right now, if not changed, Nigeria will never get there. So that was the major point.
No. Everybody agrees with that. What he said, that I fear that people do a lot dangerously. He said because we are so diverse that if we don't go and have a conversation, that in other words, he made our diversity the issue. Is the reason why we have to change something. That is dangerous. He linked it to something that it is not. Because many countries that are diverse out there, they go on to do very, very great things. America is one of the most diverse nations.
No, for further, the usage of that diversity is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, and that's why he linked
the way we
it to
use
our
our
problem.
diversity. I was like, what happened in the Senate? I cried for Nigeria that day when this guy said it's about the South, it's about you from South. That was the worst thing we can say in community like that. The way we use our diversity and religion, and that's when people, I'm a priest. When people talk about religion is one of the best gifts we have. It is the usage. Diversity is one of the best gifts we have. It's also the usage.
Yes, and that's true.
Today, where I work today, they respect me because of my cultural value. So when there is an issue, they ask me a question, and when I bring a submission to that, they see it from that lens. They were like, "Oh, we have never thought about it this way," because I give you a cultural view, but we use it to suppress ourselves.
I think, and that's something that many people that make that argument fail to understand. You see, this guy now is saying dangerous diversity. Look at Somalia; they are not dangerous diversity. Somalia is one tribe, one language, one religion, and they've been fighting for decades. Till today, it's still not even over. To the point whereby some part of Somalia is declaring itself autonomous. This is the same people declaring itself autonomous. So this is the thing that people don't understand. If you want to fight, you will fight. If you want to settle, you will settle yourselves. And until good people, the great men of that community come together and say, you know what, we are going to fix our country, and they gather themselves, nothing is going to change. Because look, see, if I look at the numbers in Nigeria, it scares
but that's what the man said. What you just said
belief.
is what the man said, literally.
No. That is what you are mistaken. The base of what he said was our diversity. That is what he made wrong.
Can we mention two things that builds our nationalistic idea? Anything at all? Anything? Look at even our military.
Exactly. There's nothing. Maybe Hollywood and Nollywood is trying, and Afrobeats they are trying.
Nollywood is not trying in terms of a nationality. What are those?
The
what can we do now?
Afrobeat is not even striving. Afrobeat is not even striving because of nationality.
Exactly. Who are those making up the Nollywood?
It's all those what they call them. All these songs. Is it not because of Nigerian traditions and behavior?
Which festival do they come together?
Okay.
See, I'm not here to take that as a big deal. That's just a form of
no. All we're doing is processing it. It is the responsibility of the leaders. It is our responsibility to define things that will be national. That once you get to this point, everybody will converge. Once you are discussing this, no matter what you're saying, everybody will converge. So we need to make such
I like the way you didn't see that statement as being insulted in any way, but you need to see the uproar that he created here.
Like if you just like me, if you tell me that if I don't forgive somebody, I'm not a priest, is that insult?
Imagine that. Imagine that. You say you are telling him that his school leaver is better than him. I said that is a little.
No, that's not what you said.
That is not what I said. And I was so proud of Ovie today when Ovie came and defended this statement, and I made that. No, that is the right thing to do.
You were wrong in your opinion. In my
you see that? That's what I'm dealing with.
Yes, you were wrong the way you know. See, it's just a simple word. This professor said that the way our composition of things in regard to national growth, and it's not leading us anywhere for the past decade now. It's not even a decade, as in. I don't know how to put it, has not given us anything. So we need to come back and re-strategize. If we don't do that, we might not get anywhere. So that's what the man said. You say, but
yeah, but I also you keep repeating it again. You keep repeating it again. I also told you that is not the reason why. If he had just said that, I would agree with him.
If you talk about diversity,
yeah, and he went on to say, "Oh, the country is this, the country is that," and all the rest. And you know what I find concerning, because I've had someone like Nnamdi Kanu define certain false narrative as the reasons why Nigeria is not functional, and I feel it's misleading to people. because you are telling them that their diversity is the reason why they can't function. It's because these colonial mentality leaders. Did you hear Fela complain about our diversity? Because he knows it's these people that are causing the problem, and the people themselves, instead of them to be picking up on it, they don't pick up on the fact that these people are compromising us. There is a reason why it's not only in Nigeria it's happening. It's happening in almost all black nations. That should tell you that it's not our diversity. There are black nations that are less diverse, but they still have similar problems. Why it's not only in Nigeria it's happening. It's happening in almost welcome, doctor. I don't know whether you're a doctor. You look like a doctor. Black nations that are less diverse. You do look like a doctor. Please turn your TV down. It's echoing. I don't know whether you're a doctor. You look like a doctor. Black nations that are less diverse. You do look like a doctor. Please turn your TV down.
Somebody like Sunday and the Carlo. I don't even see them as people that I don't see them as people that are against diversity.
Yeah, I don't think he is. I think there was something he said that it reminded me of the way this professor was sounding, because one day, and he was part of anthropology. He tried to make it look like we are stagnated. I tried to let him know that even the countries he described, many of them didn't have a specific constitution that they didn't change. They modified it. He tried to create a narrative that everybody, any nation that is out there that are diverse, they have a loose confederation system. I said the UK still has a centralized government, even if they devolve power to the different region. The UK government controls the oil resources in the country, even if it is in Scotland, they control it. They control everything. Anything that is found under the ground belongs to the crown in the UK. So the idea, and that's what I don't like when people, and he's highly educated, he should know that. To paint that kind of narrative, I just felt like that was wrong. And
you didn't get his message clearly. That is why. Maybe let's hear from.
Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't.
Yeah.
Welcome. Let me grant you, Professor Ewesi. You look like a professor, I must say.
I don't want to be a professor in Nigeria.
Akakbu, thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, I've been following you for some days now. It's just sad. It's sad that so many of us, just like Augustine and Davidson and you, and we all live in the civilized world, and we still don't understand what's going on, because apparently we don't get what's going on. The very first time or the second time I came here, I said it clearly, because there are certain things that Davidson said is accurate. There is a way the world works, but we don't want to understand how the world works, and then we want to plug into the world. The world is the one thing that you're going to understand about the world is that it's already a competitive place. You cannot change that. Both competitive in ideas and competitive in material.
Yep.
Secondly, there's something Augustine said that is very, very important. At the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, when the powers that be, or when the existing developed world, when they created education, they choose the utility education against the classical education that came out of Italy and France. Mm-hmm. They choose the utility education that came out of Great Britain and Germany. And what is education? What is university? University is to train you how to get a job. It's not to make you an intellectual to know everything. It's a job creating entity. It's a career education. So because you did the computer science, you don't know anything about the world. You can be just a very good programmer. But in our head, not only us in Nigeria, but most black people in the world think as soon as you're educated, you are just smart, or you're a medical doctor, you're never. No. If you're a medical doctor, go and start reading books about how the world works. Or else, the only thing you can do good is in surgery. And when I get sick, I come to you. When I want to know how the world works in marketing, in economics, or in philosophy, in history, I'm not going to come to you. And that's why what Austin said is very, very crucial. Do you know in Anambra State, where I come from, the most popular department in our university is what do they call it? Mass communication. And that's suicidal. Why should a professor or a lecturer train young people in mass communication in digital era, instead of giving them just Microsoft Suite, how to do word processing, Access, and then the other ones in the Microsoft, or even how to go to Google and do Google Drive, Google Documents, and all those kind of stuff and everything. They'll be okay. They'll figure it out. You go give them a degree in mass communication for what? That's wickedness.
For 4 years.
For 4 years. Listen, teach them how to bake cake. Teach them how to sew, how to patch somebody's trousers. But you're going to keep them in university for 4 years, collect their money, and teach. That's suicidal.
Which one is mass communication? Is it like journalism or?
No, you just use it as an example. It's not just only mass communication.
It's not only mass communication.
No, you just use it as an example.
Yeah.
Okay.
And secondly, there are certain things you're saying I like. The day you were debating some people, forefathers, about whether the professor should know better after we have tried strike in the university for so many years, and then the powers that be are not making it better, that the professors should do better because they are the ones that passionate about education. But there is something, you were right though, but there's something that's missing in the discussion. What was missing in that discussion was that the professors and the politicians are the same kind of people. The basic point is that and then Davidson was mentioning something like that, which I like so much. The basic thing is that the colonial masters have gone for a very long time. And when you said that they handed the system to the people who will take over and they guard Africans for them, it's not even true, because my father retired from police service in 1962. My late father retired from the police service in 1962. Do you know why my father left after the white people left? Because as soon as the white man stepped out, they started selling positions. The black people took power and started selling rank. There's an amount you bring, they make you an ASP in the police service. The same thing in the customs. The same thing in other in railway systems. Just like Davidson accurately said, the last time there was running water across Lagos, because I grew up in Lagos, I'm from Anambra State, I grew up in Lagos. The last time there's a water was the one built by the whites.
Okay.
Since the white people left. So there's an inherent problem with the black people consciousness, not their intellect, because we're very, very intelligent people.
Yeah.
But our consciousness is where we have problem. And what do I mean by that? Let me unpack that. We are not pushing ourselves to learn. And if you go to Onitsha market, those Onitsha market traders knows how to do that better. We're not pushing ourselves to know how to beat our competitors in their own game.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the only way you can overtake somebody who is beating you in the market. You'll be like, where does he buy his good? How does his goods sell cheaper than mine? By the time he come there, I put 25 cents per product. He's putting only 15 cents. Everybody goes to him. You have to come up with an idea. You said something that's very, very important in psychology. And then some time ago, Godfathers, you said, can we have a quantum leap to overtake them with a new idea without coming to? And the answer to that is categorically 100% yes. However, we must know inside that where they are first. Mm-hmm. We must know what they're doing first. And we must know how to beat them in that thing they're doing in order to quantum leap. Yeah. You cannot quantum leap to where you are not. Please let us stop, because anytime you say that the West is our problem, you are making us look like victims, and victims can never be victors. We cannot be victims. We are not victims.
I think I'm misunderstood when I say that.
Listen, I've been watching you for the past 1 month. You always insert that. Kill that, because
I have to insert it.
No, you know why I say you cannot kill that? Because it's a mindset in its own. Your mindset. Your mindset.
Actually, that's where okay.
Listen
Make your point,
to
and I'll
learn.
make my
It's very
point.
important.
Hold
I'm
on
sorry.
now.
Let me give you.
I'll make my point after
Yeah.
you.
Let me give you one thing. Your mindset, the way you think, the way I think, the way you think, Davidson or anybody else, it does one or two things for us. Whatever you hold in your mind either pushes you forward or pushes you backwards. Even no matter whether it is true or it is false. Let me give you an example, a typical example. There was a woman who was raped by a man. A man raped the woman, and in the end, after raping the woman, killed the woman. But when he was in the process of raping the woman was scratching all over him and dip his fingers inside this woman and inside this man's body to the extent that he pierced his fingernails inside that man before she finally take the last breath and died. When they found the dead body, they tested the DNA in the fingernails, blood, and that woman's. And they used the blood in the fingernails DNA to catch the rapist. And what is the meaning of this? The woman refused to be a victim even in death. Yes. And it's a psychological standpoint. So the way somebody argues their point is always, your psychology is always included. It's not. That's why we have different way we come into it, because we have different psychology of our.
Your school of thought is ADREM, which is psychological perspective. Yes. But there is also a historical perspective, and that historical perspective reminds me of the book of Numbers 21. Okay. When Moses went to God and pleaded with him about the snake that was killing the Israel, he said, go and mold another snake and hang it on the sandal. Whoever that is beating on that snake, let him look at that one. So a reminder of where we are coming from is also not out of the case. But I understand when you say it makes us a victim. And when it makes us a victim, we remember that it is difficult for us to have that quantum leap. And this is exactly the problem with Black Americans, because they have always seen things from the marginalized point of view, and it gives them that difficult energy to escape from that point.
Well, let me just tell you one thing about Black Americans, because I think
am I able to respond?
Let me, Fofara will give you a chance. Let me tell you something. You said about Black Americans. I deal with them as well. The Black Americans are the most sophisticated Black people on planet Earth.
Oh yeah.
We have a residual number of them in the lower income level who don't want to do anything, who want to go down.
I believe you.
And have everything. But because they have been exposed in the civilized environment and they have been forced to compete in this. The one example, Ketanji Brown is the youngest woman in Supreme Court, appointed by Joe Biden. Ketanji Brown, the Black woman, is more experienced in legal system than John Roberts, who is the Supreme Court Chief Justice. Ketanji Brown has done more in the legals before she finally ended up in Supreme Court. Secondly, if you go and watch Eric Holder, Obama's first Attorney General, put a presentation. If you go and watch Neil deGrasse Tyson, the guy on the guy on what do you call it, astrophysicist, you see that when they study something, they are not studying it for the makeup. They go inside it to be part of that concept. But you see, for us, we've not come to the point where anything we study is part of us, because most of my friends here in the United States are medical doctors. Some of them have PhDs, some of them have double master's degree. You're never going to find two Nigerians who, after they left school, pick up a book and read for anything. Obama still finishes a book every week. Ronald Reagan was the president of the United States all the way having a career as an actor in Hollywood become the governor of California, and then finally become the president of the United States. The forefather, you like to go to Google. Go and Google the speeches of Ronald Reagan. He only had 2 years community college education. And Ronald Reagan finishes a book every 3 days. So the point here is this platform should be for us to, every time we keep saying our leaders. No, most of the people who are the leadership, they're about most of our age. None of them is older than you with more than 10 years or 12 years. So they are part of our generation. Tinubu was a part of Nadeko who ran away because of bad governance. So it is not the white people handing over anything to anybody. The problem is that we have a system among black people where we don't care for ourselves. We don't care for our people. We don't care for each other. In Seattle here, I live in Seattle. In Seattle here, where we are in United States, there is no one umbrella organization for the whole Nigeria. It's either you have the Yoruba on one side, the Igbo on one side, and when you go to the Igbo, you have a Were on one side, have Umuahia on one side. There is nothing that brings us together as a whole number, just you guys were saying. That is not our diversity. Yes, forefather, you are 100% right. Our diversity is a blessing, it's not a curse. The only thing we have to use is understand it that way. Because at the end of the day, you want to have your children to have good education. I want my children to have good education. You want your children to have a Nigeria that functions. The Hausa man, the Yoruba man want the same thing. You want a society where they can go get a job. Everybody wants the same thing. But when we start looking at this diversity as a problem, it's because those people don't read any. They don't understand how this world works. And the major problem that confronts us as Nigerians is we are so intellectually lazy. It's sickening. Yeah. Intellectual laziness is our problem. Do you know that if you go and watch Pat Otomi, I follow him most of the time. If you watch Pat Otomi make any before he said 2 things, he is quoting a book that was released last week in the United States. He's quoting information about something somebody is doing that relates to what he's doing in political economics, because that's his field.
Can I respond before we go too long?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just learned just about 2 weeks ago when America wrote a documentation defining China as the greatest threat to them. And France, this in the British, is preparing for war because the Russians are a threat to them. So all nations, any nation that is worth the assault, define themselves as against the potential threats that they face all around the world. They do their threat assessment very well. One thing that is almost universal, including part of this conversation, is that our threat assessment, if there's an antenna or picker, is completely broken. Because we don't see others as threats. We think we are living. One moment you did make a statement that the world is competitive, but the next moment you are saying, "Oh, don't mention other people that are potential competitors." That is not consistent behavior. Let me explain what I'm saying here.
Okay.
Even in animal kingdom, this is in the nature of the world itself. It's so fundamental that if we cannot even meet that standard, we are in serious trouble. In the animal kingdom, you can have a lion taking care of his cub, but if he turns his back and is careless enough, the hyena will take that cub and that lion will be childless. So when that happens, what you are seeing there is the lion is responsible for caring for his child, but the hyena is also a threat. 2 things can be true at the same time. And that lion is meant to teach his child never to stray away from his path so that it can survive in the world. And that is how we as a people, that is where we miss the point. When I try to say that if you see Westerners exploiting you, they represent the hyenas. It still doesn't mean the mother of that cub should not do his job to keep the cub in line. So the mother is ultimately responsible, but there are enemies out there. To pretend as if that doesn't exist in a competitive world.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
to say that that doesn't exist in the competitive world is a kind of this is contradictory. You see what I mean? Competition means you have to compete against those groups. You know, I'm not defining them as a problem, but you have to win against them. Otherwise, when they win against you, there are consequences, and we know what the consequences are. We see it in the American continent, we see it in the South American continent, we see it in the Australian continent, and we see it in New Zealand. What the consequences could be to lose. And that is my point. It's not that I'm saying we should just keep blaming foreigners for our problems and all the rest. It's our mindset. I agree with you 100% when you said that nobody teaches a parent how to care for their child. We all know that. We do it instinctively. Why don't we care for our land? Why don't we care for our own people? That is the part that is broken. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know if you can see the title of this book. Did you read it? Yeah. Did you read this when it came out? It came out probably like about 15 or 20 years ago.
I think that is a figure of speech.
Okay. Yeah, it's a figure. You're right. Thomas Friedman is a writer. He's a writer with New York Times. Go and read that book. It's an old book though, but go and read it. When this guy wrote this book, he was putting us in the same category with Brazil in the future of Nigeria. When it comes to competition and when it comes to advancement, based on the technicians we were training at that time. Because when it comes to this engineering training or medicine, dude, Nigerians got those things covered. We got the good grants on those areas. When it comes to computer science technicians and everything, we do very well in that area too. Our problem is that we are not looking at things holistically, whereby in our mindset, we're going to fight, just like you are saying something, you say something. When you call somebody a competitor, it's not the same thing as saying that they are your problems. A competitor can be a collaborator at the same time. That's what Chinese do with the Americans. And don't forget that we are talking about China. China is China because of the investment done in China by the West. That's how those are the people that grow China to what it is. China did not grow itself. If you go and read them, I don't know if I have that book over there. If you go and read how China became China, it was the Western investment.
China was a nuclear power before the West even got there.
No, it's not just about nuclear power.
No, we're not talking about nuclear.
It's about nuclear power. Why do you
not just about nuclear power. Okay, can I give you an instance?
If you keep thinking like that, you wonder why we don't have a chance.
From what he's saying, I'm only picking something. When the West they went there because of advantage of labor. And China turned their own advantage to be their own advantage.
Thank you.
And also, when we talk about the enslavement and the colonialism, at least they brought education to us. How did we use that education as an advantage?
Thank you.
That becomes a line of thought to develop.
Just in addition, just a minute. In 2020, during coronavirus, then I was in Nigeria. Trump wanted to deport many immigrants that are schooling in America then back to their various countries. Then, when I look at the ratio of Nigerians that are schooling here in the US, then, as in just 16,000 people from China, I'm talking about 2020. Meanwhile, as I then Chinese China have already developed as in way back. China was about 300 and something, and Canada follow as many other. I'm not talking about India. Don't even go there. So my point is that, okay, fine. Instead of you to use this disadvantage to your own advantage, you are not capitalizing on it. That is the problem we are facing in the country. So we have not been able to localize our education to suit our purpose. Now the world is leaving us behind. If this trajectory is not changed,
can I just add something to that? Like Brazil. If it was 2003, Thomas Friedman was trying to compare Brazil to Nigeria. Yes. I really feel bad because Brazil was well ahead of Nigeria as of 2005, because Brazil had by that time already one of the best manufacturers in aircraft, just in aerospace engineering. And regarding the China, in 1965, China became
2005. So
Yes.
when you point aircraft, there is an aspect of Nigeria also ahead of Brazil.
Like
by 2005.
During the Civil War, I think Nigeria manufactured their
in technology, nothing.
No, I mean
They've never been ahead of Japan,
economically.
Brazil. Brazil would have been a nuclear power right now. It's America that contained them and told them not to do that as long as they are not going to attack them and stuff like that. But let me just see the idea of China, America going to China has nothing to do with just because they want manpower. That is just a benefit. But they wanted to pull China away from the Soviet Union because they understood.
No. You're not.
Let me explain.
Okay,
I can give you my reasoning here.
Go ahead.
See,
no, don't give me your reason. Give us. Listen, let me tell you something.
It's my opinion now. Isn't
I
it?
know it's your opinion, but
and it's a factual one to be fair.
Okay, listen.
It's written out there.
Yeah, listen. Let me say something because this is something people talked about. That's why you don't see a lot of people come here who can contribute very. When you want to give something that when somebody Google it, they will actually, or if they want to find a book or they want to find an information based on what you said, it will rhyme with.
I agree with that 100%. Did I give anything that is not like cannot find?
Let me just add to what he just said. The idea of here, one of the things that makes me not to always frequent here is I see it as a research center. Research center where we bring in ideas and bet new ways of looking at things. But the moment it begins to turn to be a place of argument, where people taking that their own opinion today is a superior opinion, I find it uncomfortable. I see it as a research center. So let me just go on with what you're saying.
I think the way to make it a research center is when somebody contributes to opinion, then you check it out whether it's correct. And we can do that. Let's carry out that little exercise right now. When I say something, check it. And then when he says something, he can check it. Please go ahead and respond. Because I wanted to read the list of reasons why America decided to cooperate with China. One of them is containment of the Soviet Union, which is very important. Balance of power. And I can read what comes out of ending the Vietnam War. And economic opportunity came as on a very, very lower aspect of this. Because the strategic importance of China to the Soviet Union was very, very heavy. If China was cooperating with the Soviet Union would not have fallen. And so America succeeded in what they did by pulling China away from the Soviet Union. And now, why do you think that they are beginning to hate on China? China is no longer useful to them in terms of containing Russia anymore. So China is now a threat to them. So it's not because China attacked them. China didn't attack, they didn't do anything to them. But just because China is too developed now, they want to contain China. And guess what? They are using Taiwan, India, Japan, and South Korea to try to contain this in China.
Okay, let me see, Augustine. What's your take?
Yeah, so Fafara, look at the point you're making here. When you use the word competitors, I see anyone that is coming to you having an interest. And remember, this is not a religious organization. The marrying of countries are always interests. And when you see a higher interest from the other side, you also come with a higher interest of your own. Once you get what you want, like Brazil, okay, you don't want us to have a nuclear war. Do we really need nuclear war? No. Let's take advantage on our economy. Since let's calm down on our nuclear war and build our economy. You have advantage. This is the problem I had when Nigeria was clamoring our fuel is being sold to other African countries. What is wrong with that? It's business. Now, how do you set up fuel and make more money in Nigeria? That's a question that would have come up and not cutting it short.
True. Oga, Chief, I'm waiting for you, Doctor.
So let me go back and respond to so many things you said, right? If you go to YouTube right now, you can read about a lecture a guy gave about the beginning of China. Don't forget, it was an American president that was the one that invited the Chinese to the United States. And then because they wanted to open up the market to the China because of their number. It was American president, it was Nixon. And when they invited
Nixon went to China.
Nixon went to China and then invited what is it? It's not Xi Jinping. It was Xi Jinping, I believe so. He decided Xi Jinping to come to this thing. When the guy came into the United States, Do you know one of the things he insisted? He insisted that he must visit Seattle and go to the Boeing industry where they make aeroplanes. And from there, the very first thing they did, as soon as he got back home, he changed their economic policy. Started from Guangzhou, because Guangzhou is on this other side of, it's the last side of the China closed than the water before you go to Hong Kong. Hong Kong, which was a British territory. So he first of all opened up Guangzhou for the people who are dismantling or old ship. The old ship, when they scrap old ship, he opened that place for them to use it to scrap old ship. Old ships that see when they are old, they are no more seaworthy ship. They're just gonna have to they scrap everything. You're going to use a lot of welders, a lot of workers, and they brought a lot of businesses in that area. From that, they move gradually to open up their country for Americans and the Europeans to start establishing factories. And that's the beginning of the economic boom that you see in China. Today, the people that are now luring the American company are the Vietnamese. Joe Biden just visited Vietnam not long ago because the Vietnam want all that interest that was given to China to be transferred to them, because they need the market, they need the manufacture, they need their job for their people. And let us not forget about the Tiananmen Square demonstration and what was aspiration. I was in school with a lot of the Chinese. What you think about the Chinese is not what is going on with the Chinese. Most of the Chinese girls, when they come here, they want to get married to the Americans, mostly the white people, not the blacks, because they don't want to go back to one child or two child policy environment. The younger generation of the Chinese want what you want. They want freedom. They don't want to be held back, and that's the truth. You can read about any books you want on those things. You can read about any information you want on those things. So the interest where you are saying that it will be good, yes, there's no wrong. There's nothing wrong from what you said, that it will be good because they believe, the Western world believe, that the more a society become capitalized as a capitalist system, the less oppressive they become and want to go to fight. Because don't forget that the Western world wanting alone. They want that, what you may call it, hegemony. But what is that, the hegemony? The hegemony is a world controlled by liberal democracy, where people can fight over policies and issues. They don't want, they are not fighting to be this, because they believe that if it's a liberal democracy where ideas and their accomplishment will prevail, they believe that they will always win, or they expect that they will always be on ahead. So that's why they are fighting for the environment of liberal democracy, because they say, oh, if it is in this area where we allow the talents to flourish, do as much as you can do, we will beat everybody else. Because it makes things, they don't want a society where dictators or oppressive governments run the whole world. And who doesn't want that? Who wants to be oppressed? Who wants to be under a dictator? Nobody does. Because all of us will be fun. If you go to Nigeria, he said if you talk too much, they push you off the window, just like they do in Moscow area and all those kind of stuff. And that's why. So even when you're talking about the West, you're never going to see a professor, Pat Utomi talking about West being an issue with Africans. The only people that make those statements are people who don't read any book. People who cannot tell you, if the West is the problem, how do you counter that problem? Because you can't tell us a problem without giving us a way to the solution. And the people who will never spend one day to go and volunteer or go and demonstrate or go and call a meeting on how to make Africa or Nigeria a better place. Most people who will use their time to do any of this will never point finger to anybody else. They will point finger to what they can do, not what anybody else is stopping them from doing. And that's a mindset on its own. Because the mindset we are having now that is our leader is actually a very wrong mindset. Because when we say it's our leader and the guy who we are calling, most of the guys who are in the leadership in Nigeria, I'm older than most of them.
When you talk about that regarding leadership, I think
hold on, let me finish. So the problem, what we should be doing on this platform is how do we counter them? How do we stop them? How do we challenge them? Because there is something, I don't know how many of you who understand Igbo language, there is something in Igbo, they say that Ejirombobo. Do you know what that means?
No.
You don't use the excuse of being killed to avoid going to war. That's an Igbo proverb. You do not use the excuse of being shot dead to avoid going to war.
Wow.
So do you see that we don't even have any excuse anymore? So the only thing we need to do, just like Jagu always stress on this, we need to use this platform to start organizing and mobilizing ourselves. Even if we don't fight them with weapon or anything, we can start putting up, maybe collectively, we can pay and take up a New York ad against, release the name of the senators and take up New York ad against them. Nigerian senators.
So how about the original point that we were addressing? Davis wanted to, but let me just share this so you see what I mean. With the question I asked on Google, I said, why did Nixon think it was a good idea to work with China? And this was the first answer that came out. And the weird thing is that these deductions are actually made them. I think I was thinking about this one day, and I just said, you know what? The way people think that is because of trade, that's why America did it. It wasn't. It just occurred to me that China is right next door to the Soviet Union. And it makes sense. China is highly populated. If these people remained friends to the Soviet Union, America would never, Soviet Union would not collapse. So, and the moment you ask the question, you start seeing that, it's because they wanted to use China to counter Russia and Vietnam War and all. It's all, and they even have a specific name for it. That's how.
No, teenager. The most important thing here is that you're talking about how China build their own economy. Whether being a part of Soviet Union or not, that is not the issue. The issue now is, okay, what policies, that is the reason I was trying to counter our leader here just now, that yes, it's not just all bad leadership, but the truth of the matter is that who are those people making policies? You know, is it brought down to the leadership style we are practicing in our country, Nigeria? Then when you started, you mentioned about there's a mass communication regarding some courses and all of that. You see finance, you see revolve around policies makers. Now, we are having issue with light now because students need light to study. They need internet to study. You know, who are those people responsible for that? It's still the leader. Whether leadership in the presidential level or leadership in the academic level, people making decisions at various levels, they are the people we are talking about right here. So that is the point. So talking about sovereignty, China belonging to one or two unions, the most important is that they have a core value they were protecting. You know, they were building the future. Okay, we want to do this, but in the next 2020, we want our GDP to be like this. And how are we going to pursue those things? In all holistic view, everything, they put everything together. If you check China or the whatever, you find out that they did not only concentrate in their educational system alone, as in terms of university, they go straight to their own a form of technical skills. Like, are you talking about those people that sew clothes, cobbler, all those people that manufacture shoe, name it. Even in their secondary school, you see students already started manufacturing. So those are the points we are talking about. So when we talk about development, at the end of the day, it's boiled down to how we make it plan for the next 20 years, for the next 5 years.
Good. Davison, you made the right point. Let me tell you why I say we should be very careful about the people we call leaders. The people we call leaders by the way they express themselves and by the way they carry on We already know that they don't like Nigeria. They don't like the masses. They don't like the people. They have a goal in mind. Their goal is to come there and collect as much money and make as much money as they want for them, their children, and their generations unborn. There's nothing you expect those people to do, because they are now, Maya Angelou, the poet Maya Angelou said something. When somebody show you who they are the very first time, just believe them. We have seen that the only thing Nigerians produce most of the time is people who are corrupt to the core, people who are looking at Nigeria as a place to come and steal money, not to fix anything. And another writer in America said something. He said this. He said, evil can only prevail when the good people keep quiet. So it's not that they are not the one doing wrong. I accept they are the one doing wrong. They are doing wrong because we are not challenging. We allow them. And don't forget that they grew up in the same, based on my age, I grew up at the same time they were growing up. So we were actually schooled in the same way. If it's this environment that schooled us, if we're a product of our environment, apparently I should have the same mindset with them. P2B should have the same mindset with them. But P2B started taking all those executive classes from all those all these Ivy League universities that cost $30,000, $40,000, where a professor challenged him, you're doing all this, is why not just go to your country and try to make a difference so that it will be something you contributed? And he said, huh? And that called his mind to say, wait a minute, this is a good idea. And already he was doing volunteer work as a Catholic person. He goes to Haiti, he goes to so many places, he goes with his children, they go and volunteer and do Catholic work. So he said that's when those are the things that sparked him up to run to be the governor of Anambra State when he ran. So the key thing is that all of us have to have the same inspiration and the same spark to see what we can do, not who we can blame, because there is nothing we can come here and blame. Listen, those guys don't listen to us. They will never hear what we are saying. So the only thing we are doing is running our blood pressure by just attacking one another or argue with one another, rather than say, hey, how can we put our mind together to come together and start putting, even if we don't challenge them, that putting stumbling block in the roads of all these people. At least let them know that if we take a publication in the what is the forefathers, what's the major newspaper in UK? Is it the Guardian or
the Guardian, the Sun newspaper? There.
Yeah, we take the list of all of them and publish it in Sun and talk about how they shared money in a poor country to buy each other an SUV.
How is that going to help? That's just going to make us even look worse.
No. Listen. You don't know what result anything will do until you do and you try it, right?
I think one of the areas I deviate a little bit from you is that you don't appear to see us or see others as potential threats to us. It's like being part of a family.
You know why I don't see that? You know why I don't see them as potential threat?
Yes.
Do you know who control Americans' oil?
Americans.
No, the Americans would be very specific. Who?
No, I'm not exactly sure. You can say Chevron and all the others, but I don't know the name.
American oil is not controlled by American government the way Nigerian government controls Nigerian oil. The states where that produces the most and where most oil is produced is Texas. Texas is not one of the richest. One of the richest states. You see, the states in the United States is California. They don't have any oil. So the issue, the Singapore you mentioned before, the Singapore does not have any natural resources.
True.
Their natural resources is their brain, right?
Yep.
So if you have the brain just like a typical white man, why would you start looking at him as a threat to you, if not as a competitor?
Because Singapore also saw
that is a very great point there. Thank you for that.
Singapore also saw other people as threats.
No,
I don't know why.
No. They saw them as a competitor.
As a competitor.
Not as a threat.
some people were threats. That's why they have the shrimp policy. That poison shrimp policy was to say, if you attack us, kill us, but you are going to be sick.
Okay,
by the time
fine.
you
Going
can
by
go
your
out.
own postulation,
That's
say
not
you
a
see
threat.
others as threats.
That's it.
Okay,
That
if you
is
say
still, it depends on what you want to call it. They are preparing for possible dangers. They prepare for it. But
okay, in
the way you
preparation,
analyze the world, you don't prepare
what
for
are you
that.
doing? What are you doing to being able to match your guide? What are you doing?
Yeah,
in
that's what I'm
preparation?
advocating, that we need to change our security posture in Nigeria, because
How?
all other nations have very high security posture.
Okay,
That by
the
recruiting
people.
into our defense forces, train them more, secure the country so that the
What
diaspora
are you
can
going to use
report.
to secure them? You are still going to buy the weapon from the foreigner that you see
Or
as a threat.
somebody, right?
No, you start from somewhere.
No,
Later
not
on, you start
somewhere. As in,
manufacturing
you are
your
still going to
own.
buy the weapon for those people you see as threats, right?
Yeah.
Not all of them are direct
Not all
threats.
of them. Who?
No, there
We
is
say they
more.
are threats. Your neighbor. Is that what you said?
Okay. If you want to go and have this discussion, we can have it in a
See,
civil way.
let me just see.
And
The
we'll
truth of
drill
the
it
matter
to the
is,
ground. It's not about winning the argument.
like what MS said. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing it well. What he said in the sense that when you see others as competitor, you will organize your educational system. Talking about weapon now. You can your university can help you develop your weapon for you in order for you to secure your country.
Nigeria is they are now beginning to manufacture weapons, from
They
what
are
I
not
gather.
beginning.
They manufacture
until
warships.
you have this mentality
Hold
of you
on,
growing,
see
of
Tiobala,
developing your.
you are reminding me of Jude. We are all on the same side. We want better for Nigeria. The way you are going about it is that you are trying to say, oh, let's pretend. In a way, that's what you are doing. The reason why you disagree with me, not because you disagree that I want to do the right thing for our country. You are trying to shut me up or saying, don't blame other people. The colonial people are good. Maybe for some reason you are
not that one.
you
Like
are
my own point is
blinded
that my own point.
on
Look
that
at
side.
it. No, let me make my point.
Hold on, Davidson. Yeah, forefather. Why are you interested in whether somebody is good or bad?
Exactly.
Are they your mother or your father?
Because it affects you based on the danger they could pose to you in the future. That is why America is projecting now that China is their biggest threat. How can they be doing these things and we don't understand it?
But you see, they are not looking at China as blocking them. They are looking at them as people that are rising up to compete with them.
Okay.
And they are their biggest threat.
Yeah, but you see, what is a threat though?
Not only trade, military, all of them.
Exactly. But you see, the thing is, that's not the way, because the people you are looking at, if you look at the military as a threat to Nigeria, we can't even fight them even if we want to.
But you have to start from somewhere to recognize it and start putting yourself in the right position.
But you see, we are not at the same part. We are not even that.
But you see now you have come out openly.
No, we're not even there.
You are part of the way you think is
because
you are thinking small of our people.
No, I'm no.
Not small.
Listen,
we don't have the capacity.
I'm not thinking about.
You see, when you think like that, your imagination is limited. Let me give you an example of this.
No, not imagination.
Just give me 1 minute. 1 minute. Just give me
hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish so that you can continue. Okay. We can't even feed our people.
Talking about
we don't have enough food to feed our people, forefathers. And you are competing with the West. Come on, wake up, man.
You see, if you are let me talk, you'll find out that what I wanted to say is very relevant to what you just said.
Go ahead.
See, let me give you an example. China, when they were just defeated by the Japanese, and in the Second World War, they were on their knees. The economy was flat. In short, they didn't even have an economy. They were an agrarian society, basically doing farming. And guess the ambition of their leader, Mao Zedong. The first thing he did when he went to Soviet Union. These are people that were just defeated in the war. They just came out maybe because Japan was defeated and Japan lost to them. He went to China, Russia, and Soviet Union then and said, you know what? We want your nuclear technology. He didn't ask for just power generation. He didn't ask for the economy. He said, we want your nuclear technology. This is a breakthrough technology that Russia has barely even tested at all. They are asking for their best. Stalin was alive then. He refused and turned him away. He said he didn't turn him away. He showed him the lab and all the stuff they did, but he said he's not going to share the technology with them. Then when Stalin died, he went back to Khrushchev and demanded the same thing. And Khrushchev decided, you know what, we are going to share it. We are going to even share our ballistic missile technology with you. And they started working with the Russians. And after a while,
yeah, that story is not complete. When they say they want to share, hold on, you continue. There is an exchange. What was an exchange? You cannot just meet somebody and want to get this from you. What are you giving in return?
Oh, I think it's agricultural products. That's all.
Okay. If Nigeria wants
what else can
do we have the agriculture to give in exchange?
Yes, we have. See, we have more than agriculture. We have our people. We have this thing. What they call it? Crude oil. We have resources like crazy, more than China did at that time.
Do you have the crude oil? The crude oil cannot even refine your country.
Let me finish the point. And in terms of hunger, China, they were living on rations when they were building their nuclear technology. As a matter of fact, during the time when they were working with the Soviet Union decided that they were going to make nice with America, and the Soviet Union told them, please stop building this stuff. We want to be nice to America now, and I promise you we will protect you with our nuclear umbrella. China was like, up yours, go and make your peace with America. We'll go ahead and build our own nuclear technology. And because of that, according to the Chinese, they said they may have actually developed their nuclear technology faster because the Russians were not busy micromanaging them, and they went ahead, tested the nuclear weapons in 1965. And guess what? In the early 1970s, Nixon was there shaking hands with them. In other words, we have not even made ourselves worthy of being considered a strategic ally to anyone. And about what Oga said about the West just wanting to have a democratic and capitalist system controlling the world, that is, it's all about power. It has nothing to do with that. If you look at Saudi Arabia and their relationship with China, China was communist. Their relationship with many powers around the world, they don't care about democracy. They care about power. Everything that they are doing is a way of maintaining their power.
So what do you do? What do you do with power, though? What is the power, and what do you do with power?
They use it to build their people to get richer, stronger, better, and aspire to basically lead humanity. That is what it is all about.
Okay, but you see, it boils down to, you use the power to advance your people.
Yes.
And that's exactly what I told you, because that power, I told you can call it hegemony. That's who controls.
That's true, but you just said we don't have the ability to aspire to those things. And the reason why I gave you the story of Mao Zedong is because they were on their knees and they were able to aspire to those heights.
Because listen, there's something you are missing. You know the point you're missing.
Okay.
When Charles Murray published a book on the IQ of the human beings in the world, who had the highest IQ in Charles Murray's book?
I think maybe it was the Asians, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. The Asians, number one, the Caucasians, number two, the blacks, and the last, the bottom. But the point is, how have we tried to actually counter that?
I see that those type of studies, is clear that it's been revealed that what tends to affect people's IQ is their way of life. If things are good in your country, your IQ increases. Like now, an individual could have 10% lower IQ, and the moment they have money, their IQ increases because their living standard has changed.
Well, that's not that. Is that why Albert Einstein had a very high IQ? Because it was
no. So there's genetic elements to it, but there are the most intelligent people in the world, from what I gather, is actually created in Africa because of our diversity. We can create the dumbest, we can create the wisest. It's just that we've not tapped into it well enough. My point is that we can aspire to any height we want. No, because being timid about it doesn't get you anywhere. It's just.
But my problem is that you're deviating from the point. I am not timid about your aspiration or your motivation. I'm actually concerned about where you are when you are aspiring. We don't have a ground foundation, and you want to build a skyscraper.
What is the ground foundation?
The ground foundation is that we have to be thinking effectively, competitively in our mind with the rest of them. If we are competing in our mindset with the rest of the world, if we're on the par then what you're saying can uphold. But we are not
Yeah,
even
but
there.
how are people that have 7 degrees and my degree
What do you do
is
with a
everywhere.
degree?
No.
What do you do with a
Can
degree?
think. My point is that we can think. It's just a change. We just need to flip that switch that we've switched
No.
off.
You see, I've said this over and over. The university teaches you how to get a job. Now, I understand. When you go to the research level, now you are expanding. It's all different ballgame. That's what I do. You know, when you go to your PhD level, that is a different ballgame. That's what I do. But the initial purpose of education is for job. Even here in the United States, they will tell you that we are improving our university so that we can train a lot of people for the job market, so that we remain competitive. And that's why the emphasis in education now is what they call STEM. What is STEM? Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Because that's the future of the world competitive jobs.
Yeah.
They're not doing STEM because it sounds good, because it makes you smarter. No, it's all utility. The utility education does not make you smart. And that's why a lot of people come here and talk rubbish, because they don't pick up anything to read or research something before they show up.
That's the point I've made earlier. That's the point I've made earlier. That they are not even taking.
They don't take the time to study. Let me make this point.
Okay.
Because let me make this point. The issue we have is we take time to talk about the problem without ever talking about the solution. We actually, the way you talk about the West, secondly, the way you talk about the West, you make it look like we are victims. No, we are not. Nobody is taking our resources. Any resources we produce in Nigeria is sold in the world market, just like every other country.
Yes.
The people who are doing oil bunkering are Nigerians organizing with some thieves to steal our oil. The people stealing our gold are Nigerians organizing, because there is one core mindset in Nigeria right now. And one of my friends, who I'm not going to mention the name, who used to come to Atlanta when I was in Atlanta, and we all party together, go go hang out in the, all those clubs together, So when he went back to Nigeria to go and run and become House of Representative, representing part of Anambra State, he told my best friend, Ken finished his PhD and went back to Nigeria. He's in Nigeria now. He said, forget about Nigeria. It's all about what you can get. He was a House of Representative because they released money in the Congress to help. Listen, this is like about 15 years ago. They released some money, not a lot of money, to help start, organizing the youths, keep the youths busy, and start inspiring them and teaching them certain things. Do you know that all of them from Anambra State that were in the House of Representatives take that money and divided it among themselves?
Okay.
This my friend who left Georgia after he got his PhD, who is a bosom friend to this guy, said when he told him that these people would release some money for the youth, he said, "Oh, no, this is really good, because that's what he specializes on. That's what his thesis was all about, how to mobilize African youths for the future." And then what the guy told him? He said, so when are we going to meet to know how we're going to stay there? By that time, Ken is already in Lagos. When are we going to meet to start strategizing how we're going to go about it to get these young people busy in Oka and all this kind of stuff? The guy said, "Nah, wrap that thing. I'm not leave that thing alone. This Nigeria is whatever you can get." Whatever you can get for yourself, you just grab it.
You are seeing the mindset there, right? Exactly. There. That is the mindset that is killing the country.
And that's exactly.
And let me answer one question about victimhood.
Yeah.
I don't see ourselves as victims. I see ourselves as a weaker people that were defeated. Period. This world, I don't believe in racism, because racism only happens to people that are weak and defeated people. And that's why you complain about racism, because when the Chinese used to be discriminated against in the West before now, but now that they are very, very powerful, who cares? Even if you saw the Chinese man with his race, he was like, "Oh, I don't care. I'm going to go and enjoy myself in my country." So it's a defeated people that complain about
these people are maltreating me. I used to be like that actually. Oh, they are racist. Why are they not treating us nice? No, I think the idea is very simple in nature. There is no use of the antelope pleading this in mercy from the lion that's about to consume it, because it's the nature of things. It has to be settled, and we have to become either a lion or, better still, maybe a dragon that can be able to compete in this world. There's no need feeling sorry for yourself.
The process of becoming that lion or dragon is what I am concerned about.
Good.
I get it. You don't just
That
wake up and say, I want to
process
become a
is,
lion.
you have to be deliberate about it and intentional. And this is what I keep saying. If we are not
In order
intentional
for you to
about
be
it, we are going
deliberate
to
and
miss it.
intentional, then the process, the policies, and every strategic plan you have for the next 10, 20 years should be clear, should be measurable. So how...
I agree with that.
These are the points you are making.
But you see, in addition to what you're saying, let us understand that the present people who we have running the country are not interested in everything you and I are discussing. They're not interested.
Yes.
They know what they're there for. They believe that Nigeria is for the grabs. All you want to do is grab your own and give it and keep going. So whatever we can come together, and even if it's a scratch, even if we're going to just scratch them.
But where did that belief come from?
Belief come from a typical black man. A typical black man in this has a one psychology, because we started in a way where we are so much scared of. We were so much scared that the world is full of scarcity. We don't have a broadened view of world and the way the universe is. So we think everything is scarce. When you have a scarcity mindset, the only thing you're going to be doing is to grab so that you don't lose. That's why you don't even stop grabbing. Even after you have $1 billion, you still starting to steal some more. Meanwhile, Bill Gates is spending the billions he has to somebody.
Yeah.
There was a billionaire who just retired in New York.
That's an interesting way of looking at it, actually. I really think that is interesting psychological analysis to say that it is because they have a scarcity mindset because they've been deprived. But there was a time when we were not deprived, and we still never got on to do the right thing by ourselves.
Good. Now stop there. If you go to our forefathers who were not deprived, they did not have scarcity mindset. That's why if you are a wine tapper in the village and you are somebody who is great at banker.
Oh, sorry, I meant that we didn't have a scarcity mindset in the 60s, 70s. We had a bit more resources then.
No, it's not because even the resources, because those people came from a different background where they believe that money is not everything. What you acquire is not all the things, that you need respect. You need everything. But we started over emphasizing money. When you start over emphasizing money, your value drops, because you are not looking at. There's this guy, Deepak Chopra, in one of his classes he was teaching, he said, focus on excellence and money follow you. We do not focus on excellence. We do not focus on being the best we can be.
That's true.
We focus on grabbing that money. Do you know that here, or even on this internet, if you want to take any class from all these guys that develop e-commerce or anything, and they want to get you to pay $50 to be in their class, the first thing they do is they find something value they can give you for free. It might just be an information. And if you go to their class and they say you want to take a class on how do I grow my internet presence with a lot of viewers, a lot of audience, the first thing they will tell you is, okay, if you want to if you want to grab a lot of people on the internet, make sure that you're giving them something of value. And because you're selling them something of value, what are you going to give them free that is important before you start expecting to make money off them? And that's not the way we think in Africa.
Delayed gratification, isn't it?
Yeah, delayed gratification, exactly. Because they want you to, like let's say I want to expand my viewership, and I want to send everybody an email, or I drop something you can call a landing page on my Facebook page to attract people's email. I first of all have to give them, if you click here, you will learn how to make. I will share 3 steps on how to make money, or 3 steps on how to quiet your mind to avoid being anxiety, to avoid having anxiety disorder, or being, paranoid or anything like that.
I think I found I have a working theory that I will share with you, and I also found that in a report in the UK they wrote that the reason why poorer people make bad judgments is because of the difficulty of their situation. That is like a computer that is operating, that is running a lot of programs at the same time, compared to a computer that is running slow and fewer programs. Because the poor person is, calculating too many variables that he needs to survive with, so they are more prone to errors. So he compounds their problem, and it makes it, and that results in their lower IQ based on their issues. But my working theory is that the reason why we may have this kind of mindset is because short-termism mindset is because we are not incentivized enough to see the bigger picture. An example of this is that all the Asian nations that we like to mention today that have gone on to do relatively well, they had some very, very, very traumatic event occur to them in the last 70 years. From China, Vietnam, Japan, South Korea, North Korea, Singapore, India, all of them went through hell. And this hell was mostly visited on them by external forces. So it means that when those forces lose their power over them, then they are more motivated to do the right thing by their people. So you don't need to preach to the next fellow countryman that we need to do these things, like the way you have to convince Nigerians. So you can see why Nigerians it's hard to convince them to cooperate with each other when there is no real reason to do that.
Well,
they don't feel any threat.
Okay, well,
that will make them unite to do those things.
Okay, Godfather, if your forefathers, if your theory holds, it means that African Americans should actually be ahead of everybody, or the Indian Americans should actually be ahead of everybody, because they've been heavily marginalized. They've been pushed aside. They've been conquered.
There's an aspect that you missed. I said, when those forces leave them, African Americans are our best in terms of they are by far the most racialized black men on the face of the earth. They understand the dynamics of the world more than we do. And if they had access to our resources, they will quickly turn on the world. They will know whom their enemies are quickly. But we don't know that.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is that not so fast, because there is something that's behind that. There's a saying in the United States that said, if you want to hide anything away from black people,
in a book,
we put it in a book, because we don't read. And let me tell you, the information, let's assume somebody develop, maybe you, maybe Davidson, you develop the best information that can save Nigeria today. Do you know 90% the people who will be 90% of people that will read it?
No.
The same white people you are talking about.
Yeah, they will read it now because they have the luxury of the time. Like I said, they make better decisions because they are already ahead.
But you see, that's why I'm telling you that. What you said about the poor people, right? To some extent, the psychology is backing you in essence in some areas, but it's still not an excuse. Let me tell you why it's not an excuse. Because every human being always have your surrounding, right?
Yeah.
And the only way to protect yourself is by watching what's going on in your surrounding, right?
Yeah.
Those ones who do better are the people who look at their surrounding and want to learn from it.
Yep.
The ones who don't do well, whether they are poor or rich, are the ones who ignore the information their surrounding is giving them. So what you said has a play in poverty. Even it has a very, very good implication in poverty. However, your surrounding is your witness. Your surrounding is powerful, but you have to be what they call self-motivated. And if you're not self-motivated, it doesn't make any mean. It doesn't matter how much we bombard you with information on how to be rich. You'll be like, they're just saying that who knows whether it works or it doesn't work. The person who is self-motivated will say, hey, I'm already poor. What do I have to lose? Let me try it. If it doesn't work, I don't have anything to lose.
Yeah, but what you're saying is that it forces people to be more individualistic because they don't have any reason. Exactly the comment that you made that your friend or so made said, forget about Nigeria, fight for yourself. That is exactly that. You will not hear that kind of statement in the aftermath of Japanese invasion in China. You will not hear that kind of statement in the aftermath of invasion of Vietnam, or you will not hear that because their mindset will be different. And if you look at the African countries that have fought for their freedom, not like Nigeria where they just talked about it and handed over, like South Africa and Zimbabwe, they seem to be more assertive about their independence than, as a matter of fact, Zimbabwe wanted to behave like every other country. It was the people that fought the colonizers that insisted that Mugabe had to give them the land, that they didn't fight for nothing. You see what I mean?
And then what did that? What? Okay, good. What happened with the land after I gave it to them?
They were sanctioned heavily by the West.
No. What was the result of their using
the land could not function because they were sanctioned heavily. They couldn't trade.
No. That's not the problem with the land. Listen. Even
the land is still there, but for the land to flourish, you need to be able to trade and get finance and all the rest.
No. They were taking farms. They were handing them over white people's farmers. Some of those white farmers ended up in the northern Nigeria.
Yes.
What happened when they handed over farm is that they were not disciplined on how to run farming. They don't have any.
You are buying into the narrative that they painted. That is not it. If they had access that the Europeans had, they would have been able to farm it.
No, they were not farmers already. You got to be.
You see what you are doing to your own people. You are saying your people cannot farm. Somehow their IQ is low.
Right here, your forefathers. We have lands in Nigeria. Nigeria cannot feed himself. Why?
Okay, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. But I'm talking about Zimbabwe, where they have consciousness.
Listen, forget about Zimbabwe. Let's talk about where we listen. There is one Igbo guy. Go to YouTube and look for this Igbo guy who left Europe, started agriculture in somewhere in Lagos, started a farm raising catfish and chicken in Lagos. The guy said, you know what he said? He said he cannot satisfy the egg demand. The people that come there to buy eggs, he cannot satisfy the demand. He called his friend who was roaming around in Europe. He asked the guy to come back home. The guy fly home. He gave him money to start another farm close to him. The guy started chicken farm too. And as soon as he started producing egg, he found out they don't have enough egg for the people who need it.
Yeah. See, okay, look at it now from this point of view.
Yeah.
Zimbabwe has been under heavy sanctions for
years now. I don't doubt that. Go to the farming. Why did the black farmers fail? Type that.
Okay, Zimbabwe farming issues. Let's see. Yes, I know to an extent why they failed. If you don't have access to finance, and if you don't have access to the market, you will not be able to make money.
Okay,
it's simple.
What do you find from
and that is what the Zimbabwean farmers were doing. The original, the European Zimbabwean farmers, they were not making a lot of money because they were selling only to Zimbabwe. They were making a lot of money because they sold overseas. But the moment Zimbabwe took control of the land, they lost access to all those. So you can see what the results will be.
Okay, show us why did the Zimbabwe farmers fail?
You see, a government assessment estimated that Zimbabwe's maize production fell by 43% in 2001 to 2022 season due to the lack of rainfall. So they are blaming a lot of other things. There are so many things you can blame, but in the end,
no, you said 2000 and what already?
2021 to 2022.
No, we're not talking about today because those things are not. We're talking about when Mugabe took over and handed farmers to the blacks. Why did black farmers in Zimbabwe fail? That's what I want to know. You know.
But the farmers are farming today. They are not failures. They are farming, but they can't farm in a big way because they are still under sanction. And besides that, even if Zimbabwe has been under sanction for about 20 years or so, their GDP per capita is still very close to that of Nigeria. So I don't know. Maybe we should be under sanction. Maybe that would do us some good because even the Iranian GDP per capita is higher than that of Nigeria, and they have been under sanction for about 40 years. What is the use of our freedom? All this freedom that we keep treasuring so much, it hasn't done us that much good. So the Blackstone, welcome, the Blackstone. We should be running up soon though. Today is Sunday now. We have to go to work and
They go to work
for New Year. People prepare.
Do you work?
I don't know when I work at all. People should prepare for New Year and all the rest of it. No, Easter.
Yeah. You are still smiling with all the baboons when they give today.
You feel sorry for me. Do you feel sorry for me?
I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you.
Stop beating me.
The forefathers, my forefathers, my best friend.
They won't let me rest. Though, all because I said something.
I feel sorry for you. All of them will blast you.
Yeah, it was a bit hot today. It got a bit hot.
I called later I called the Rastus man. I talked to him. Anyway,
yeah.
Maybe we can talk about that at the backstage. That would be better. But I just came in because people talking about the Nigerian farmers in Zimbabwe and everything. One thing I can say about Africa is that we lack that management skills. If you look at the farmers in Europe, you can see just one man farming hectares of land, only him alone. At the end of the day, he's very successful. So why don't we find that? I could just put that into practice in Africa. One of the things that Africans eat into their capital.
Yes.
Because that's making money, they need to eat into their capital. Before they know it, they have eaten their capital and they start complaining. I tell you where I am, right? A man that has a business, he puts himself under salary in his own business. He pays himself salary. Just because he wants to manage his business properly. If his family is working for you, put them under salary, under income. You pay them monthly, right? So to know what is profit, what is capital, to have a very good, transparent ways of managing his income, his profit. Yeah. But Africans doesn't do like that. You understand me? You see an African man having one small business, tomorrow he's going to buy a very big car, want to travel with his family everywhere. Eating is so business capital. cannot predict what tomorrow will be when it comes to business. So yeah. I think one of the biggest problems we have is lack of proper management.
But could it be that it hasn't been beaten into us? That is why. Because other countries didn't have to go through this mess. They had vision by force beaten into them.
Let me tell you one thing. When we always say enjoyment, what does it mean?
Good.
Yeah, because we just like to enjoy. We like to catch cruise.
And we like to enjoy. And how do you enjoy? What makes you to enjoy?
And that's exactly typical characteristics of a black person.
Yeah.
A black person go to YouTube, you see, with the problem if you call Nigerians today in that London, forefathers, if you invite Nigerians for a party and say it's going to be free drink, it's going to be free food, everybody should come, you will not have any place to contain them. Turn it the other way and call everybody to come to have a meeting about what's going on in Nigeria. If you get 5 people, I'll give you $1,000. I'll send you $1,000 in the mail.
That's
because
true.
Because our mind, I keep telling you, our mindset is nowhere we look at. If you see what the Blackstone was saying where he lives, where I live, if a businessman do this, what is he referring to? He is showing you his environment, what his environment is teaching him. Now look at you. What you look is there. Let me give you a story. Let me tell a story, and after I tell a story, because my time is up now, I need to go. So let me tell you a story. There was this particular Yoruba guy in Lagos. His father was a lecturer. His mother a school teacher. The father was not making any money. The mother, they were scraping and scratching. Eventually, the father, when he was 8, his father divorced his mother. And the mother was crying every day because he has about three kids to take care of by himself in Lagos. The guy didn't know what to do, but he promised his mother because he felt so bad watching his mother cry. Every little money this kid gets, he spent it to buy data. And then he bumped into people doing e-commerce on the internet. He was in Nigeria. He had no money. He sent message. He sent DM to one of the Oyibo guys doing e-commerce online. Say, can I pay you small so I can pay to be a part of the program? The guy said, yes, send me whatever you have. So the guy gave somebody $90 equivalent to pay for him, and he's going to pay the rest. Gradually, he kept mailing that money and paid it off. And stayed in Nigeria and took that class. The same white kids who showed him those things started working with him gradually to help him set his own e-commerce while he still lived in Nigeria. To cut the story first, story short, that guy was in Nigeria running that business until that business worth $5 million. Never been into the United States. But on the process of doing that, he said what encouraged him was in the process, he ran into that book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. He read that book. You know what he said? He said he consumed books like no man business. He said he read anything he can lay hand on. Do you know that when that business was up to $5 million, he relocated to Dubai?
Not shocked there.
And then he started collaborating with Americans. Up to today, he still has never been to the United States. The business became $20 million worth. He sold it for $200 million. Do you see?
What did you say he sold? Or
can I quickly add to that, please?
He sold the e-commerce business.
Oh,
he's
wow.
on YouTube. You can go and take any class with him on YouTube.
Wow, that's impressive. I have to give it to him.
I think the major. Okay, like when you, I don't know if it was your forefather that make reference. Okay, the Blackstone that make reference to somebody, maybe a farmer. One farmer can have large acres of land and cultivate farm and all of that. You find out that most of all those things have most of those people have the backup of the government. Here in the US, for instance, if you want to find, you can go to any bank. You need a loan. Fine, they have tractors, they have all those machines they can use to help them cultivate their land and all of that to assist them. And they have enabling environment. In Nigeria, we don't have those things. So those are the major problems we'll be facing in the country as well. Because if it's education, if you want to go to school, you can even go to any of the banks. Say, okay, I need so and so loan. They will give it to you. In Nigeria, you can't have that. So imagine that same person now.
No,
hold
on, Davidson. Okay. You can't go to any bank and get any loan to go to school. In the United States, the only loan you can get to go to school is called FAFSA. The form is here. FAFSA is federal, federal education. It's organized by federal education system. You collect federal education loan. How do they give this loan? They don't give you the cash. You register, you enter the name of the school and their code number. When you register for the class, the Department of Education will send the money to the university.
Of course.
And that's what they call financial aid package. It doesn't come from any bank. You come from.
But do you also know people from Africa have access to those loans to come and stay here in the US?
No, okay. you don't have access to FAFSA. You have to be a resident or a citizen. There's a loan you have access to. The loan you have access to when you are a foreigner, because there's somebody I'm doing this for right now. As a matter of fact, if you go to YouTube, there are 2 Nigerians who are talking about this loan. It's a privately organized loan by a loan company that will give you loan as an international student. If you get admission, to,
they will send it to your school.
If you get admission to the schools in their list, they don't finance all the schools.
Yeah.
They have some special schools in their list that they sponsor. If you get admission to do master's degree, not undergraduate. If you get admission to do on master's degree in any of the schools where they're listed, they will actually give you loan to go there and study.
Okay.
So that loan,
use that one as an example. Imagine a foreigner. You have a body that stands for you to get such money to go to school. What will not happen to their own citizen? Are you getting my point?
They pay back. No, excuse me. David, to cut it short. All these things, like, I live in Germany. Germany education is like 100% free from everybody.
Yeah, that's
doesn't matter where you come from. Be you a foreigner, be you a citizen, you're 100% free, right? But they pay it back. It's not free. It's a loan. They pay it back. But Nigeria, give them a loan. Will they pay back?
They will pay back. No.
If they can pay back. If the government have a good taxing system, they can pay back.
No, yes, no, wait now. Loan, listen. You know one thing, when we say they can pay back, there are instruments that's on the ground whereby, okay, for example, every student here doesn't even know that they are paying loans and they have loans. Or they know that they go to school free of charge and everything. There's a way the system collects it back from them. Does we have that system in place?
No.
Yes, we don't have it in place now.
We don't have it. So we don't have it in place. So we have to understand that for anything to work, there must be an infrastructure, a system that makes it work.
Put in place. Yeah.
100% correct.
That just can you trace your friend address tomorrow? If it's no more living there, where you would find him?
You will not even see him again, even if he's still living there.
At the end of the day, I will change his name tomorrow. It's a new person altogether.
I think the thing about finding people in Nigeria that makes it a bit easy now is
it's not easy.
Their BVN is linked to their phone, and secondly, many of them have presence online. Many of them have presence online. They have so many, so you know their family members, you know everybody.
Yeah, you're talking about NIN.
I see how Yobala is laughing because he
knows it's NIN you're talking about. And with the NIN,
Yobala is one of them now.
The issue we are discussing is that we have that mindset.
Yeah, we have the mindset.
We have that mindset that you don't, because listen, just like you are saying, if you give
before you continue, which mindset are you talking about?
The mindset of not wanting to be responsible for anything.
As how, like paying back your loan?
Yes, because do you know that a lot of Nigerians default on their students' loan?
Okay, fine. Do you know the effect of that to you? Do you know the effect of that to you?
Of course.
They will send you to a collection agency.
No, listen, the collection agency, don't forget, it's a student's loan. The collection agency don't collect. If they don't collect, they don't carry gun to come to your house. It's entered into your credit record.
Do you know how long it will take you 5 years minimum to clear that mess?
Mr. Davidson,
listen,
those are things that
Davidson.
If
I tell you how much I'm owing in student's loan, you're not going to sleep. Huh? If I tell you how much I'm owing in the student's loan, you're not going to sleep. If I tell you how much Ken owes in the student's loan before he left United States, you're not going to sleep.
But he's paying back, right?
But he's not paying back. Most Nigerians don't respect these things. That's what I'm telling you. Now, listen, we have that inherent behavior in us that we don't want to be responsible for anything, and then we expect it to work. This platform should be used for us to come together and address exactly what we are talking right now. How do we start taking responsible for our own mess, for our own problem, being accountable for anything? Because
I
that's
think
how we're
I,
going
I
to.
think that there are some parts of Nigerian traits that makes them very admirable, like our this inability to learn, our ability to our ability to be ambitious, our ability to also be quite intransigent. It can be a good thing when you don't want some other person's narrative to influence you, but once that has happened, they find it hard to move their position. And the danger of this ambition too is when it becomes toxic. Like you can now stab your own brother in the back to get away with it, and they are willing to shirk responsibility just to get one step ahead. And sometimes it can actually lead them to not
For,
make
yeah.
enough progress as they would like.
Yes, for the issue is this, right? Okay, like there's a saying that there's a saying in the world of in the business world or in the this is that who are the people that buys most of these products, name products, you know, who are the people? They will tell you that if not the black people, they will be selling.
Exactly. Name brands, you know.
Yeah, name brands. They say don't be selling. Okay, let me give you an example. Look at Nigeria. We cry their poor. Tell a Nigerian young girl to go and buy, or a young boy to go and buy another phone. Say you're going to buy iPhone. How many of us use iPhone in abroad? But then we tell you they're going to buy iPhone.
Yeah.
No matter how you try to
That's quite
convince
true.
them.
Fellow Africans have said that about Nigerian girls, that they all carry big phones.
No,
So no matter how much you try to convince them, they will not listen to you.
It's not people saying it. That's our behavior. Listen.
That's our behavior.
Listen, I was telling you about a white
I
man.
must say I'm a little bit guilty of that. So I've not shared off all my Nigerian. I do carry a big phone too.
No, forefathers, no. If you have the money, you can buy. You can't buy it. It cannot be right. Okay, like I do tell some of my friends, you are rather a big car, but you are begging them to buy fuel for it.
Yeah.
I thought you just sell the car, buy fuel. I use the money to buy your fuel.
But there is something about it though, because almost all the people I see around me, they don't necessarily go for the kind of phone that I use. And like if I was at the Nigerian embassy once and I was looking at the people's shoes there, I'm looking at the Oyibo people that were walking past the Nigerian embassy, their shoes, and the Nigerian people were wearing more expensive things than the Oyibo people.
Exactly.
That's the issue.
You know?
And that's the issue we are talking about, forefathers. Listen, forefathers, I was telling you guys about a billionaire who is retiring in New York. It was they had this Wall Street company. The guy is worth 2.5 billion, and he said that he's at the age where he's actually getting too old, that he's going to retire, but that before he retire, he will give out 75% of his money. And then they ask him, "You've been a billionaire for a very long time, so what do you?" He said, "Oh no. I've enjoyed myself. I traveled. I did all that thing." I said, "What kind of car do you have?" He said, "You know the car." He said he has a Kia.
Imagine
a small Kia. They said, "You don't have a Lamborghini." He said he carried himself. He started laughing, and they asked him, "What am I going to do with that?" He said, "Do you know the money I will put in that car? Do you know how many number of people that thing can feed? Do you see where his mind is going? Do you know how many number of people that money can feed? I'm not going to use the money to go buy that thing when there are a lot of people who can use that money to help themselves." There was a particular.
I'm guilty of that one. That's before now, anyway. I used to be quite guilty of these type of things. It's horrible, some of our behavior.
Listen, there was a particular young woman in New York who had admission to do PhD in one of the Ivy League schools in New York, I think it's at Cornell. And it so happened that she was able to get $5 million share from her grandfather's wealth when the grandfather died. That was her share, was $5 million US. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, 5 million. Do you know why that girl made the news? The girl made the news because the same way they gave her the check, she carried the check and went and paid and gave it to the organization where they take care of battered women. You know, women who were beaten up by their spouses and everything.
Refugees, isn't they call
Yeah,
it?
well, yeah. The whole 5 million he gave it out. She did not take away penny. And everybody was like, are you crazy? What's wrong with you? Are you going to give out the whole 5? What do you take for yourself? She said she said she has only one regret. And they asked her, what is the regret? She said the regret is that she doesn't have more to give. And they said, but that's a lot of money. He said, my grandfather who made this money doesn't just only have bachelor's degree. I'm going to get a PhD. That's what he said about herself. If my goal is to make money, I would triple whatever my grandfather made.
Yeah.
See, that's self-confidence. That's what you said, self-efficacy. She already put in mind that if money is this, she can create it. We don't have that self-efficacy in ourselves. And sometimes, and let me tell you, what I'm telling you, I'm not the only one that knows it, you know. There are a lot of Nigerians, when I go to do my research, I see a lot of Nigerians who are writing very, very important documentation, important studies. But they cannot come here. They're quiet somewhere. And we have the people, we have the thing, our mindset just we have to change our consciousness. That's what I said. We have to change our consciousness because the people that are leading Nigeria already showed us who they are. They are not interested in doing anything. They're interested in wanting and wanting alone, how much they can get. Anytime we waste thinking that we're going to communicate to them what to make Nigeria better, it's a time we wasted doing something we should be doing for ourselves.
Yeah.
Our goal is to come together and start brainstorming. I don't have the whole answer. We all together can come up with answers.
One question that I always like to ask is this. I want to actually find out most of our previous rich wealthy people in Nigeria who had companies, right, have successful business companies, and they died. How many of them today that the company are still existing?
0.
Why?
Yeah.
Because of the system we run. The system we run, you know, because people think it's the leadership. It's not the leadership. We have no foundation for the country. There is no foundation for the country. So if you don't have any foundation, anything you put on top of it is you're building on a shaky ground.
I think I have a quite a strong reason for why the businesses fail. One of them, we tend to, especially the small, medium-sized businesses.
No, forefathers, actually, what I'm going to say that they pass this business to their children.
Yeah.
And their children run it down. Why?
Yeah, because it's not meant to go to just children for the sake of it. Business partners, the business partners are supposed to take over the business. But the children will still be there.
If you look at the Western world, most of today's survival business are family business. Started as a very small business.
Yes.
And they pass it on from generation to generation within the family.
Yes.
There's like in Germany. Yes, but like in Germany, there are
largest businesses are not always like that, though.
Are still being run today by families, family business, private business. But you look at them as very big business, but they are family business, but they are very large.
The Blackstone, it goes back to the same mindset because I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
when in the Western world, you hand over your company, forefathers. If you hand over your company today in the Western world to your children, you know what your children will do? They will digitize it. They will bring it to the society, and they will make it do better in their own generation than you did in your own generation. With our own people, because of that mindset of what you say, enjoyment, party, and have a good time, the children, our African children, will run it down because of the responsibility.
Could it be that it has something to do with the structure that the business owner puts down?
Because
no,
you
it's not
can't always
discussion.
blame
Let
just
me
the
tell you what they
children.
do. Papa, let me tell you something. Their children start working with them, right? And they go to the university to go and learn what is that business. They go and study in the university.
Not all
And
of
when
them
their
do,
fathers,
though.
what?
I say, like in the West, not all of the children studied business, but the reason why they are
No,
able
I
to
said
run it is
no.
because of the
I didn't say
structure
this.
that
I
was
didn't say the
put in
studying
place.
business. That the business that business that father is having, that trade, they go and learn it because they know that they're going to take over from their father. You know, like Bro said, Wilson said, because they want to come and bring in more development, right? So because look at our Nigerian society. Right, we have a son, have a business, I have a son. Somebody for my son to be a part of that business, I send the son to abroad to go and study. Right, they have no idea of what I'm doing. Don't even idea how I begin. So that's where also we lack some responsibility.
I think that too. That's a valid point, because when you send the children overseas, they are not learning much about the business. I think that's
so
a
at the end of
valid
the
point.
day, so when they come back and take over, I know many businesses today in my state of many rich well successful businesses run by their father. When they hand over to their children, less than 5 years, everything goes down.
Yeah. It would be nice to find examples that actually went on to do well, even when the founder he passed on.
Majority will vote now. If you have more than
but there must be some of them though that the children went on to still do well in Nigeria.
Well, maybe somebody should should look for those statistics, but
I don't know. Papa should do it. It's a statistician. I let him look for it for us.
Yeah, I will check
my
that
point,
out.
my point before
Maybe
Have you actually asked yourself? But why? Okay, look at all Nigerian business. Let me say the federal. Look at can you come up to that? In the 80s, 90s, the federal ministry, like a Minister of Communication, Nigeria, so that we were there at that time was functioning very well. Where are they all today?
But let me put this. Let me put this, guys. In the Western world, if you're a brilliant graduate from the university and you graduate, do you know what the society expects you to do?
No.
The society expects you to go into a startup, to go and start up a company.
Yeah.
That's what people do in the Western world, in United States, in Canada, in UK, in Australia, New Zealand, Germany, everywhere. If you're a brilliant draw coming out from the university, the next step people will be looking up to you is to go and start up a company. In Nigeria, when you graduated and you have a very good grade, they expect you to go work for Nigerian government. And Nigerian government don't produce anything. And the people expect intelligent people, intelligent achievers to go there in the private industry, in the private sector, and do very well for the society and keep on moving society forward. In our own, it's the opposite. When somebody is highly educated, and what they call highly educated, he just go to Nigeria, go work for Nigerian government. What can he do in Nigerian government?
You know the reason why? That is the point I've been making, and I will continue to make that's a point. Highly educated is different from being knowledgeable about the subject matter.
Yes.
You can be highly educated, have 2 master's degrees, have PhD and all of that. But the content of what is being taught during the whole year is that's what matters. Like in the UX, you know how it takes. There is a synergy between what is happening in the industry and what is happening in the classroom. But in Nigeria, what they do, just teach you, get your A. After you get A or B, just apply for one government job, you become a secretary or whatever. That is it. But you cannot implement what you are being taught in the classroom to better the society or to solve real world problem. It's not there.
But even when those Nigerians study here in United States and go to Nigeria, they go back to work for the government. They're not going there to go into a startup. They're not going there to start.
Yeah, definitely. The reason being that for you to work, to have a startup, you are not going to manage that business alone. You need to employ students or people to come and intern in your company. The people you are going to intern or come and work in your company, what knowledge do they have?
But the thing is that when you're doing a startup, your challenges is not who you're going to hire or who you're not going to hire.
No, of course.
It's about you. Because
but you can't do it alone.
Okay, no, you're not going to do it alone. You're not going to do it alone, but you can inspire people to follow, even without education.
Of course.
If I start a company,
let me also correct. Let me tell you something. Do you know that most of the business most of the small business that fail in Nigeria that it is even your employees that make it fail.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I'm saying now.
Can I introduce the two gentlemen that have joined us, because I think Tiobala is, some people would think he's new here, but he's not new to me, and he's also a rascally person, so he's not going to give people space, and definitely the Blackstone is not going to give somebody space. I don't know about Oga, but Oga looks like he's a bruiser too, so let me introduce Maska and AY, otherwise they will not let them talk. Maska, go ahead, please. What do you think about what you've had so far?
Maska, Kwanabu, Ramadan.
Kwanabu, AY. Blackstone is asking what you're doing here, but I need to school you, Blackstone. When people like me come, people like AY would also come, so that we can banter.
Your audio, your audio is better now. Go ahead.
No, AY should not come. Let him go and sleep.
You see, Blackstone enemy. all these Germany people. All these Germany people.
Okay, I think I don't know whether it's Blackstone or the young man beside you that said part of the problem that we have from a business continuity perspective, primarily it's simply the lack of integrity among our people. We always tend to see business opportunities as an opportunity. When you hire somebody, he sees it as an opportunity for him to cash in.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a very myopic view to life. Our time horizon is always very short. You work for a company, you kill the company. In fact, one of the major problems, not just for business continuity, but the reason why economically we are backward, it's not because we don't have entrepreneurs. We do have. And I can use myself as an example. When I started work, when my friends were buying cars to drive around, I used the money that they gave us for us to pay for rent. I think way back then it was about 100,000 naira. This was like 1990. So I used that 100,000 naira to go and buy a second-hand Pujo vehicle, a station wagon. Every day the driver would drive from Kano to Maradi in Niger Republic. After 3 months, I'm not seeing anything. Every day is stories. I had to collect the car and park it. That would have been the start of a thriving transportation business. I started that, it didn't work. So I decided, okay, what I would do, I would look for scrap vehicles. I will buy the scrap. As I get salary, I will be buying the parts, buy engine, buy gearbox, refurbish cars, and begin to sell them. The first part, the first scrap vehicle I bought, I think I bought it, I think about 7,000 naira. I paid down. I started buying some parts. My own cousin was the same person that went behind my back, sold the scrap for 12,000 naira. To cut this long story short, at some point in my life, I just decided, okay, look, I can't be the Mugu. Every time you try to lift people up, they are thinking that they are the smart ones, they eat your money. Let me be the one to eat my money. And I'm not the only person. these stories are all over the place. You open in fact, my kid brother today has a driving restaurant business, but they nearly killed him. Every staff went and opened an account in the name of that company. So when you come,
wow,
yes. So instead of money coming to him, money is going to his staff. He nearly fainted the day he discovered that. You are spending money, you see customers in your restaurant, but no profit. So that is the fundamental problem that we have. The low trust, it's a low trust society. A normal Nigerian is happy to take a salary of 50,000 if he is going to get some side money of about 60,000. That would be a total of 110,000. If you give him a salary, a paid salary of 130,000, he's not going to get shit. That guy is not protected. He will tell you that there's nothing there.
Yeah.
So that is the reason, one of the fundamental reasons why business do not continue. Because it's like swimming against the tide in a river. You expend your energy, at some point you will give up. That's one. The second reason for me, the policies in Nigeria, government policy, it's very, one is very erratic. Very erratic. Let's say you have an airline, for instance. Suddenly, you have any other business that requires diesel. Government does not think of anybody. Diesel price will just go overnight up. Half of the businesses that drive on diesel, they will collapse. Suddenly, they will close border. Okay, how do you expect your companies to source their raw material? We don't think through when we come with our policies. So businesses that are thriving, people are always complaining that businesses collapse. Yes, it will collapse. But I also agree that, yes, we don't train our kids also very well. You know, and the society is not just the father. The father is trying to train the kid, but the society is not. I don't know how to explain this thing now. We have a culture of, we create monsters. Let's put it that. Okay, our society quickly creates monsters, and I will use myself also as an example. I was given a small position. Once I collect that position, everybody in the money is rushing to collect your part. People will start treating you as if you're extra-human. And then people will be surprised tomorrow when you turn back and start maltreating people. Or you start behaving like a big man. You don't want to enter, you don't want to stop at the traffic, you don't want to obey, you don't want to join the queue, because people have made you to believe that you are better than the average normal human. How this relates to the collapse of businesses is because when you are a little bit rich in this country, the kind of people, the psychopaths that will surround you, and they are not people that will tell you the truth. So as a younger person, you take over your father's business, you are into money, your friends are just going to mislead you. The people that will come around you are not going to be good people. But I also think that we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that we're also economically, we're a volatile environment. The economy in Nigeria is never stable. If you are in Nigeria today, almost any kind of business you're running, because there's no money, the inflation rate is so high, the exchange rate is so high, businesses will collapse. So there is a lot, on my bottom point is that there is a lot of factors that always contrive to kill businesses. But there are some businesses, take GTB for instance. I'm sure it doesn't matter who set it up, that company will continue for a long time.
Yeah, because it is a PLC.
No, it's not the PLC. There are a lot of PLCs that, okay, we even start to take your, so this is the point that, my point is that there's a way you set up the company that it will stand the test of time. But I think we need to do a lot. We need to, and I like the topic because these are the fundamental building blocks of the society. All this politics, everything, the problem we're having with politics, because a lot of us are poor people. There's no work, there's nothing. So you don't even have the time to analyze things, even for yourself. You are eating day in, day out, you are hand to mouth. So I mean, you don't have the time talk about the election. You don't have the time to talk about this. We are almost 80% of our people are hand to mouth. Once we can get people to eat and have food for the next 1 year, I'm telling you, the society will change. So I'm saying that this is a good topic. We need to discuss some of these issues. We need to find a way. Somebody mentioned the BVN and NIN. These are good things because these are things that will touchline the society. When somebody steals your money or cheats you, you can be able to run him down. And you can be able to take a BVN as a business owner and say, okay, I need to see the monies in all these accounts that has this BVN. Because we need to begin to be at that level. The government needs to start looking in that direction, that the business environment is very bad. And anything the government will do without sorting out the business environment is still going to be problematic. I rest my case here.
Let me say something.
Man, that was really good. I must say that your submission is very insightful. You want to say something in the last thing before AY?
Yeah. As I really support you. I support what you said. And one of the actual negative aspect of these things is the lack of stability in government policies. Because when the government always changes policies all the time, it affects the business, right? And once a new government comes in, it changes all the policies and begin a new one. Then that actually affects the stability of businesses in the country. And also the state laws, business regulation, everything, it is not in line with the federal business rules and regulations, the business policies of the federal government and things like that. So when there's these differences, it creates a lot of problems. That's why I say now double taxation and everything. There are so many laws by the states that are actually affecting the businesses of people, right? And these things are also hindering the development or the progress of business. For example, to talk about transportation, right? These days, if I was involved in Nigeria, I was involved in transportation in Nigeria, right? I was having interstate buses from Lagos to the east and things like that, you know. And I know how I was treated, the drivers, the managers, and everything. I know what they did. And also the laws and regulations on the road, right? If you don't have some permits and everything, in every state you have to go have a permit. You understand me? And so these are also affecting the business. And this also are rules and regulations that each state have their rules and regulations, and the federal government also have their rules and regulations. So when it comes to the issue of now tax and everything, there's always a clash between policies, right? And so this also affect the continuity and the stability of business. You know, so these are some of the things you have to also look into. And they know these things anyway, but they're not actually addressing it. They know these things, that these are some of the issues that we have to address, but they just talk about it and they forget it.
Yeah, we create monsters. That one, you know, I would digest that one for a bit, what Maska said. AY, please go ahead.
Blackstone, don't interject me, okay?
I better go and sleep. My dad is waiting for you.
You people are in the same house, so forefathers.
I tell you, it's still my house now.
Mm-hmm.
So
the background is the same.
yeah. For security reasons. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I've been watching you guys this afternoon. Really,
sorry, AY, I beg. Sorry, I wanted to ask for Father, what is it that he said that everybody wanted to kill?
You are going back to that.
I wanted to come in and support you, but when I saw the firepower,
I stayed away. I
don't know what I said. It wasn't so bad. They made it sound as if it was so bad. All I said was, you know what I said, AY?
Yeah, I know.
So all I said was, better a school leaver that is a nationalist than a professor that has got colonial mentality. And everybody thought I was insulting.
No, but why would you say something like that?
Because it is true.
It is true now.
No. Because what you have done effectively is you came to somebody's house, in front of the house, you dump, for want of a better word, you dump shit. I mean, the man was the one talking, and he's a professor. When
No, he's only
a better
no. I'm not calling him a coder. See, I think it's different. You see, if I was saying he has colonial mentality, that would have been that I'm insulting him. But I made a statement reflecting my mindset, the way I perceive things. That's what I said, those things to let him understand the way I look at things now. That better a school leaver that is a nationalist than a professor that has a colonial mindset. That doesn't mean I was saying he was. Then I went on to explain why I think what he said was wrong, and it had nothing to do with colonial mindset.
But I think
I was insulting him.
I think, and I understand, but I think you are wrong, forefathers, and I think you should call the man and apologize that you are not.
Why? No. He knows I wasn't referring to him.
No.
So hold on. Let me give you an example now of what the concept. If I'm wrong, you correct me. So before I start talking to you, I said I don't like blue shirts, or I prefer blue shirts to green shirts. And you come on this panel without wearing white shirt. Would you be offended?
Father, I don't. This analogy doesn't follow.
No. Would you be offended because it's not you? But if I said I don't like white shirts and I prefer blue shirt to white shirt, you're going to feel
the
offended.
Analogy
Wearing white.
The analogy I expect you to give, if I come as a guest with a white shirt. Okay?
Yes.
And you see all these rubbish people wearing white shirt.
Exactly, but that's not what I said.
Yeah, but the guy is a professor.
Yeah, you guys should give me my time.
No.
It's not a professor.
It's not a forefather. It's fine. Me,
give my time.
Forefather can never agree that he's wrong.
No, stop it, Davidson. We are going to deal with the analogy properly.
No. But if I say something and you come out right and say, Ewes, you talk like a white man, why should I get offended? The only thing I can do is say, no, forefather, I don't think what I said sounds like a white person. I can defend myself.
And that's what I said, that even if it was true, it still doesn't mean it's my opinion.
The professor can defend himself. He cannot.
Let AY speak.
Okay, AY, go ahead.
Ataya. Okay, good evening, everyone. I actually listed this afternoon where you guys were doing those backbones. It was very serious, but he's a doctor. What's his name? Is it Dr. Chidi? So I agree with a lot of things he said, really. One of his struck point, which I agree, which I've always believe as it regards to Nigeria, is I don't think Nigeria is going to work as having all the power at the center. I think we need to regionalize the country, regionalize or devolve power to the state, down to the local government. This has been my belief. The way we are going with the country, we make it one and forcing it to make sure things work together. I don't think Nigeria will work. That is a very strong point. The point, I did agree with him. He was here defending the Nigeria university lecturers. In this case, Rudolf was asking him some questions. Do you know about the sexual harassment in Nigerian university, in UNN? He said, no. Oh, there is no such thing in UNN. It happened like 10 years ago. I'm like, what's this guy talking about? I wanted to come on the platform to actually ask him serious questions. He was being economical with the truth, with that. And Rudolf asked him, the ladies too, he was like, oh, some of these ladies, the ladies that are weak, they are the ones that are vulnerable. The lady basically that are not intelligent, that don't follow up with classes. Rudolf asked him, are you saying there are no weak ladies in UNN? He said, no. I'm like, you call yourself a professor, you are saying there are no weak ladies in UNN. Are you kidding me? Like, that was so, I feel he was just gaslighting people. That is unacceptable, except, with due respect, except he's guilty of all these questions that we're asking him. But on the issue of Nigeria, I kind of like his stand, genuinely, as regards making the country work, kind of like break the country into parts, give more power to the state, whatever you want to do. I have said all those things a lot of time here. I see no reason where a road will pass through Kano State and you are telling the people it's a federal road. That is BS. We need to have amendment of the laws. We need to devolve more power to the state. We need to have a resource control, because that is why most of these governors, they're doing nothing. They just sitting there waiting for allocation every month. It doesn't work. And what you're saying is, some people will tell you some states are not viable. Bro, there is no state that is not viable. The reason is that because they get this money, they don't want to do the work. I've heard people here, oh, Zafara, state like Zafara not viable. I say, what are you people talking about?
That with all the gold?
Yeah, apart from the gold, Mascot, you know the tomato and pepper, onion that are wasted in Zafara State? Why can't you have
we used to go to buy onion in Zafara State.
Our service, Zafara, I know what is there. Even in other small states, there is no state that is not viable. Okay, now, why can't you make these states, invest? Federal government can match their investment. Federal government can match their development. Of course, the states that are so rich, super rich, federal government will be getting money from
But
them.
have you seen the proposed decentralization bill that the federal government is putting together? They are putting something together.
That I pray they do, because to be honest, I agree with the doctor on that. Nigeria will not work with this way we are living, because even in a family, even I said this, no. Hold on, let me finish.
No, a
even
question.
In a family,
no, in line with what you are saying.
Let me finish. Even within a family, right? If you have 5 children, you give it them. Let's say they are all graduates. You give it them money every month. Money that we take, let's for example, you give it there in Nigeria, you give it there like 500K every month. You think they will go look for a job? They will not. They will be waiting for that money, except until you are no more, or the money is no more. They will start thinking, oh, we got to do this thing they want. Let the country move. Okay, Buhari was able to decentralize the power sector. Why can't a state that can generate their whole electricity, that can distribute, let them do it? Why are you holding the whole country and letting the source of power be from one source?
Abia has done that, and I know Plateau State.
No, I know. No, President Buhari, President Buhari was the one that passed that bill to give the state power to generate and distribute their own power. Before, it was not there. Like this kind of things, even the issue of a state police. If you are scared, this state police, we must do it, either we like it or not. We are just postponing it. Let me finish. Hold on. I don't want you to distract me. I will ask you.
I will distract you.
Now, even the issue of state police, if you cannot start with 36 states, test run it with one state in each geopolitical zone. Test run it. Let's test run it with one state in each geopolitical zone. Let's see how this is going to work. We keep wasting time. We are wasting time. The country, things are going so bad. We can't function the way Nigeria is set up right now. Let there be genuine competition, healthy competition. Let province, let state be looking, oh, my neighbor is doing this, I gotta do better. My neighbor is doing this. Everybody is talking about Lesotho. I don't know what he's really doing. The other governors, his neighboring state, they will be ashamed if OT is really getting the job done. They will see that I need to wake up. I have to do better than OT. You put in this healthy competition, Because otherwise, we got to be in trouble because Nigeria population is blowing up. It's not going down, it's blowing up. We got to be in trouble. Hopefully, we can do that. And one other notion I wanted to also correct, when people were talking about internet, I have addressed this issue several times. When people come here and be talking about things they don't know, I don't know how to explain it. I heard somebody here today was talking like, oh, Nigeria, we don't have fiber optics. We are still using a cable everywhere. I'm like, what are these people? Who said that? Nigeria have fiber optics laid across the country for over 10 years, over 50 years, as a matter of fact. So when people need to ask questions of what is going on. That's not the problem of Nigeria. People are getting it wrong. And some of the point I must really agree with, which I've heard from Flagship, Davis was also making good point. Davis, I heard you talking about get value and that get vectors. I said, wow, this one is my best. So, like, issue of education, like technology, how to groom our young ones, is because we have these governors, again, they are sleeping. We are wasting talent. Nigeria is one country I know. The population of talent, the young ones that are wasted is unbelievable. We have brilliant young ones. These people, even if you focus on Nigeria University, get 1,000 best students in each university every year, focus them and train them on IT, Nigeria will do better. What is wrong if a state government build an ICT hub, whatever you want to call it? Make sure you provide solar 24 hours light. Make sure you provide stable internet. Like, build it like a village. Train your people. Train people from your state. Federal government are not supposed to involve in this kind of project, to be honest. We are big country. Nigeria is a big country. An average state in Nigeria is like 3 to 5 million. Develop your people from your state. Each state governor should get involved in this kind of project that will benefit the young ones. Somebody was also talking about what's it called? Like technical college. Do stuff like this. Today, let me tell you what is going on in Nigeria. Nigeria are importing people from Mali, from place outside the country to even build houses. Are you kidding me? And we have youth roaming the street that don't have jobs. Train these people. Is it in furniture?
No.
Train them. Nigeria are buying furniture today from Turkey, importing furniture in drop. These are people with the things we can develop within the country. These people need to sit down and be genuine about this country and try to help the young one.
Hold on first.
What's your problem? What's your question?
Hold on first.
Don't interject me. Ask your question.
You are talking too long. Hold on. Don't lecture us.
Okay, you are not the moderator. You are not the moderator.
So let me ask you a question. Wait, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Do you remember? Okay,
you two are fighting already. You are literally living in the same room. Look at that. The background is exactly the same.
Wait. Do you remember the technical colleges that those days, the 80s, that Canada was presented to Nigeria? They come and build it, and they handle it to the state governor, to the state, right?
Yeah.
Where are they today?
Yeah, because that's the other problem we have: lack of maintenance, lack of
so
consistency.
That's what I wanted to know also. Hold on. Let me say why I asked the question.
Let me finish. You don't ask a question. You just want to distract me. Let me finish.
You want to talk for 20 minutes or 30 minutes?
This is the first time I'm coming here to this. Is last week. So hold on. So these are the kind of things, these issues, right? We have to be genuine about them. The issue of dividing the country is not going to help us. Like, I think Davis said it, like, we have some professors in Nigeria that are better than professors you meet abroad. I'm telling you. But the thing is, you need to provide that environment for research and development. We don't have it. All that, like brain, we are just wasting brain. Then brain drain. Those that did very well in university, most of them are out of the country. They get scholarship somewhere. They go do their master, postgraduate, and you will never see them again. They are gone. So these are a lot of issues we are having. The government, from federal to state, they need to be serious about the future of the country. And you want to say something, Mr. Wesley?
Yes, AY, we know the direction you're going. I think we treated this, we addressed this session before you showed up, because we unanimously agreed that the leaders we have, they're not interested in your story. They're not interested in your suggestion. They've already made up their mind that what they want to do is to steal money and pack it for themselves. So there is everything you're saying is 100% like, maybe 1,000% accurate, 1,000% correct, but they're not going to implement it. We can't expect them to do anything. The poet, Maya Angelou, said, when people show you who they are for the very first time, believe them. These people are thieves. They want to take money to go and buy SUV when there are children suffering in the street, not eating 3 square meters, not having anything to go to the hospital, and you are suggesting to them to pay attention in training our youth for technical schools? Come on, who is lucky there? Not them, because they already know what they are doing. The stupid ones are us, because we are not we are not taking them on the face value what they've already showed us over and over. And for the 30 years, you talking about university, I was telling the forefathers that I remember the day he was having a debate about the university strike for 30 years, and forefather was of the opinion, we've tried this for 30 years and we already know that the leaders are not interested. Why can't the professors be the one that take the lead and pay attention to the children? But it so happened, forefather, you remember that argument, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, but he said the thing is that the professors, the politicians, the preachers, they're all in the same soup to milk Nigeria.
And funny enough, I even describe it as a symbiotic relationship. And people don't understand it. And in a way, that's the kind of conclusion you are reaching, that they are all in the same soup. Because they are all giving us bad results.
It's the same thing, because they made up their mind. Let me tell you what a preacher said. This pastor that went to Florida International University, Adefarasi. He's a pastor in Lagos. He graduated in Miami.
Yeah.
He said in one of his sermons, he said, if you are a father and you are not keeping money for your generations unborn, you are wicked.
That's true.
So do you know why he was saying that? He was laying groundwork to make his followers who sponsor him to know that if he's asking them to give him money, they will not have any excuse or not to understand that he has the right to take their money and keep for his own grandkids. Can you imagine? He didn't ask them what the kind of job they have. He was not interested in whether they are surviving or not. He didn't care whether they're making whether they're eating 3 square meals, because that's the mindset. Do you if you were there, one of the video Rudolf played last week, I believe, he showed where Abio was telling the people in the Senate, I think they were about to take a recess. He said they have paid some tokens for our enjoyment in your various accounts. What does that tell you? Look at the suffering in the street. They are talking about tokens in the various accounts for your enjoyment because there's a recess.
Excuse me, sir. Did you remember the music from Michael Jackson?
Yeah, which one?
They don't really care about us.
Huh? Yes.
They don't really care about us.
Yes, they don't really care about us. No,
they don't really care. So that's what it is.
And let me tell you, the point is not that they don't care. They have showed us over and over and over and over that they don't care, and we are still suggesting what they can do.
I think regarding what they can do, I think for me anyway, what I'm suggesting is pressure them, because sometimes I make specific demands, because it's like if you don't raise the stake for them, why would they raise the stake themselves? They don't care. Like, when some people are saying sit at home is perfect for them, because they don't care in the first place, and then you decide that the way you protest against them is to sit at home. They'll be so happy.
I think the best way, just a minute, please. I think the best way, for instance, now we cannot just go to the president alone. There are different ministers in various ministries. Let's be demanding for them to come to this kind of show. For instance, the Minister of Education, let him or her come here. The Minister of Power and Communication, let the person come here. Let ask this person a question. This is what we want. If we can be putting pressure on them for them to come, people will ask a question. This is what we want. Like what AY just elaborated now. Yeah, these are the ones we can engage them. Okay, fine. You know why? A good example is the person that is handling this passport website. I don't know, the minister of, I don't know, immigration kind of something. At least to some extent, what I've seen in what that guy have done, I don't know recently, I think he have made some progress in developing a kind of a place where people can, at the comfort of your home, apply for passport, get your passport without even meeting all those people.
It has been there before now. It has been there before now.
No, it has never been there.
What are you talking about?
No. We should
everybody apply online before. Wait, I don't have a Nigerian passport.
What you said that be there before, the guy have make a significant progress.
What
we
the
like
guy
it or
did,
not.
what the guy did, that he tried to ease the process of getting your passport, not the website. You understand me? What he did in the website only improved on the process of the website. The website has always been there. Everybody applied, they paid there and everything.
We know that one. I'm talking about whereby you can do your capturing at your comfort home, apply the passport, they'll send it to your address without you even need to go to
you can do the capturing at your home.
It's not your problem. You can't go to
at your home.